Chapter 1 The school beauty is pregnant, and I am the father of the child? The sky is falling, the school beauty is pregnant, and I'm not the father of the child. Tonic, my goddess. Goddess, please don't leave me. How can I live without you? There was a huge quarrel in Dongdu Art College at this moment. The reason turned out to be that the school beauty Nanzi was pregnant. She was seen in the hospital. I heard that the other party is not only pregnant, but is also preparing to give birth. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar in the school. The dreams of countless boys were completely shattered. Someone was sharpening a knife in the dormitory, gritting his teeth. Who is it? Who is it? Who stole my goddess? The man who got the school beauty pregnant. 3 seconds, I want all his information. Wow, school beauty, do you need a replacement? I can take the child's last name. The hatred of having your wife taken away from you is irreconcilable. However, no matter how much they hate it, the identity of the child's father remains a mystery to them. At the same time, in front of the art academy. Gunanfong, I don't have to buy Xiaomi 15 Pro, I just want your attitude. You can't even buy me a Xiaomi 15, and you still have the nerve to say you love me. Apart from being handsome, what else are you good for? Let's end it. Don't bother me anymore. A woman with a good figure, wearing a white shirt, a black skirt and wavy hair. She shook the Hermes bag in her hand as if to show off, and then gave him a disgusted look. Watch the other person leave. There was no sadness on Gu Nanfeng's face, but a smile of relief. Okay. The feeling of breaking up is just like this, not as sad as the legend says. On the way back to school, I heard someone talking about the school beauty Nanzi. The other party is pregnant, but no one knows who the father of the child is. Many boys clamored to take over her business and become her father. I was just feeling broken up, but they made me laugh. Are these people's brains rusty to take over the school beauty? Can you have some moral integrity? So what if she asked the school belle? Gu Nanfeng said that he was different from them. No matter who the other party is, I will never take over. Well, never. I have my own principles. Just when he was lamenting that everyone was blinded by beauty, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Gu Nanfeng? I'm Nanzi. Can you come to Dongdu People's Hospital? Gu Nanfeng? Nanzi, the school belle? He was stunned for a moment. A voice continued to come from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Gu Nanfeng? Are you there? I'm Nanzi. I'd like to invite you to come to the People's Hospital. Gu Nanfeng came back to his senses. Nanzi? You said you wanted me to go to the People's Hospital? Why did you ask me to come over? He was completely confused. Speaking of Dongdu People's Hospital, isn't that where my mother works? Why did Nanzi ask me to come over? Did she give birth there? Just as he was wondering, a painful voice was heard and the other party spoke with difficulty. You are the father of the baby in my belly. I am about to give birth, and I would like to ask you to come and see me. Gu Nanfeng even wanted to laugh. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a scapegoat. If you want to be a father, you should find someone else. Want to be a dad? No way. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The other party is in the hospital where my mother works, and I should go there to take over. If this gets out, my mother will be laughed at. Just as Gu Nanfeng hung up the phone, another call came in. When I was about to reject the call, I found out the number was my mother's. Gu Nanfeng's heart ached. Damn, this can't be such a coincidence. My mother is an obstetrician and gynecologist. Could she be Nanzi's surgeon? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Only this time it's serious. You are the father of the child, Ms. Nanzi's boyfriend? Ah, Mom? I'm not. What? The baby is about to be born. Would a girl joke at this time? Come to the People's Hospital right away. I don't care what you are doing, come here right now. This is not a notification. It's my mother's order. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party hung up the phone mercilessly. Gu Nanfeng was speechless for a while. What does Nanzi's having a child have to do with me? But my mother looked so serious. If I didn't go, the consequences would be serious. After thinking about it, he finally decided to go to the hospital to see what was going on. I rode a shared bike to the hospital. As soon as I arrived at the ward door, I saw my mother standing at the door in a white coat. You finally decided to come over? Gu Nanfeng was confused. Mom, what's going on? What's going on? The girl said you are the father of her belly, said Gu's mother expressionlessly. This girl is pregnant with twins. Mom, twins have nothing to do with me. Although I go to the same school as her, I've only met her 2 or 3 times. I'm not familiar with her. As soon as Gu Nanfeng said this, Gu's mother's expression changed instantly. That girl is sure that you are the father of the child, and she asked me to tell you that it happened about 9 months ago at Qingyun Hotel. More than 9 months ago, Qingyun Hotel? Suddenly Gu Nanfeng seemed to remember something. About 9 months ago, he was a cosplayer at a comic convention, and Nan Ziyi also went there. Gu Nanfeng remembered it very clearly. At that time, she was cosplaying as Mingming from Zhu Hui. The event that day was very successful and the organizers even treated them to drinks in the evening. The party had Gu Nanfeng's favorite wine, so he drank a few more glasses. I didn't expect that when I woke up again, I would be at Qingyun Hotel. Could it be that the woman that night was Nan Ziyi? Ding, blood relationship test 99.99%, cute baby training system activated. As long as the host takes good care of the babies and adults, he will receive generous rewards at random. The baby is about to be born. The system will give a total of 60,000 yuan in red envelopes. The reward has been deposited into the host's bank card. Just as Gu Nanfeng was recalling his experience with Nan Ziyi, a mechanical and indifferent voice suddenly sounded in my mind. System? His mind was full of question marks. Could it be the kind of system in novels? I took out my cell phone and checked my bank card information, and sure enough, 60,000 yuan had been transferred in. The reward has really arrived. This means that I am not hallucinating and I am really bound to the system. If the system is real, doesn't that mean I'm really a father? The baby in Nan Ziyi's belly is hers. Gu Nanfeng tried to communicate with the system. Is the system here? Is the child that Nan Ziyi is pregnant with really mine? Amid his nervous anticipation, the mechanical voice sounded again. Yes, host. Nan Ziyi is pregnant with your child. You are going to be a father. Gu Nanfeng's head was buzzing. There is no need for the system to lie to itself, which means that what Nan Ziyi said is true. The child she was carrying was her own. Seeing her son standing there blankly, Mother Gu got angry. I don't think that girl is a playful person. It's impossible for her to say that you are the father of the child for no reason. Something must have happened to you at Qingyun Hotel. You are already so old, why are you still confused about some things? Chapter 2, Mom delivered the baby. I am really the father. Gu Nanfeng came back to his senses and said awkwardly, Mom, well, I remember now. I am the father of Nan Ziyi's child. Gu's mother's face became interesting in an instant. You're a stinky boy, aren't you? Think it over before you speak, don't give in to others. Gu Nanfeng coughed, Mom, it's really mine. Then you just said no? I just forgot about it. I knew about it after you told me about Qingyun Hotel. Mom, I'm going to be a father, and you're going to be a grandmother. Gu Nanfeng said stiffly. Mother Gu gave her son a suspicious look. But she quickly waved her hand and said, Forget it, since you are sure it is yours, go in and see the child quickly and prepare for the birth. Normally, pregnant women who come to the hospital to give birth should be accompanied by their family members. But Nan Ziyi was very abnormal. I have been alone since I was hospitalized. Everyone in the department spread the news, saying that she must have met an irresponsible scumbag. The other party tricked her into getting pregnant, but he ran away because he didn't dare to take the responsibility. The other party is still in college and probably doesn't dare to tell his family. It's pitiful that such a thing happened to him at such a young age. Therefore, since Nan Ziyi was hospitalized, Gu's mother has taken good care of her. Nan Ziyi was pregnant with twins and needed a cesarean section. Gu Nanfeng walked into the hospital nervously. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Nan Ziyi's painful voice. Oh, doctor, nurse, I can't bear it anymore, it hurts so much, I might be giving birth. Mother Gu quickly called the nurse into the room and ordered, Hurry up and send her to the delivery room, right now. After that, he came to the bedside, looked at the pale Nan Ziyi and said, Girl, have peace of mind while giving birth, you can see Nanfeng is here. Following the direction, Nan Ziyi looked with difficulty. Sure enough, I saw a familiar figure. Gu Nanfeng, he is here. It was this glance that soon led to her being pushed away by the nurse. Gu Nanfeng quickly caught up and cheered her up. Nan Zi, I'm here. Be sure to be safe, I'll be waiting for you and the babies outside. Hearing his words, Nan Zi endured the pain, turned her head and looked at him deeply. When the delivery room door is closed, Gu Nanfeng's heart was beating very fast. Am I going to be a father? They just broke up, and they are preparing to have a child. This seamless connection is so fast. But anyway, he will take good care of his children. I don't know how long I waited in anxiety. The door of the delivery room opened again. A nurse came out. Nanfeng, Miss Nan is giving birth. Congratulations, you're a father now, to triplets. Because of Gu's mother, many nurses at Dongdu People's Hospital know Gu Nanfeng. As soon as the nurse came out, she found Gu Nanfeng's location. Gu Nanfeng felt relieved. How is the master? The nurse reassured him, don't worry, mother and child are safe. Dr. Jiang is treating Miss Nan's wound. Come on, handsome guy, come with me to meet the child. The nurse said jokingly after explaining Nan Zi's condition. Getting ready to see my kids. Gu Nanfeng's heart was pounding. I followed the nurse into the delivery room and soon saw a small bed. There were 3 little ones lying there crying loudly. It was really fun to watch. Gu Nanfeng was excited. Are they all my babies? The nurse smiled. Yes, congratulations, it's triplets. Wow, this is my own child. Looking at the little life in the crib, I have an indescribable feeling. Newborn babies are all red. It was very different from the cute style that Gu Nanfeng had imagined. This was the first time he saw what the newborn looked like. It's red and wrinkled, like a little monkey. The nurse explained, babies are all like this when they are born. After a while, they will grow up and become beautiful. Nanfeng, you and Miss Nan are both so good looking, your babies will definitely be very good looking in the future. Gu Nanfeng felt that what she said made sense. The triplets were in sync with each other, as if they knew their father was coming. She cried even harder now. Gu Nanfeng's heart almost broke when he heard his baby crying. I want to hug him and comfort him. But I didn't know where to start, so I could only stand there and worry. The nurse noticed his dilemma and picked up one of the babies with a smile. Come, I'll teach you how to hold your baby. First, we need to support the baby's head, neck, and shoulders with one hand, and hold the baby with the other hand, then support the baby's buttocks with our palms, and finally hold the baby close to our body. Gu Nanfeng was afraid that the baby would be hurt. Carefully following the nurse's instructions, he took the child from her arms. The child is soft, like a glutinous rice dumpling, and has a milky flavor. Gu Nanfeng gently coaxed the whimpering human cub. Don't cry, baby, be good, daddy is here. I'm the dad, nice to meet the baby. The nurse continued to introduce, this is Debeo, the older brother, weighing 3.9 genes. The other second baby is a sister, weighing 3.8 genes. Xiaobao is the younger brother, and his weight is the same as Erbao, 3.8 gene. Gu Nanfeng kept the baby's information in mind. With a big smile, she said to the little one in her arms, wow, it turns out that the baby is Debeo. He will be a big brother in the future. Be good, don't cry. Newborn babies can't understand, they can only express their emotions by crying. But strangely, as if Debeo knew that his father was comforting him, his crying gradually subsided. After coaxing Debeo for a while, Gu Nanfeng picked up Erbo and Sanbao respectively. The cute babies are as soft as Debeo. Holding it in his arms, it smelled so fragrant that Gu Nanfeng was reluctant to put it down. So this is what it feels like to be a dad. How amazing! After an unknown amount of time, Gu's mother finally appeared in front of Gu Nanfeng again. Come and look at the 3 little ones in the crib. Well, to be precise, it should be my own grandson. Look closely, he looks very similar to my son when he was just born. Gu Nanfeng quickly asked, Mom, Nan Zi, how is she? Mother Gu looked at him calmly and said, the incision has been sutured. He will wake up after the anesthesia wears off. He's past the critical period now and will be able to return to the ward in a few minutes. Gu Nanfeng believes in his mother's medical skills. My heart, which was still half hanging in the air, finally settled down. When Nan Zi woke up again, she was already in the ward. Where's the child? Where's my child? When she woke up, her first instinctive reaction was to find her child. Gu Nanfeng had been guarding beside the bed and quickly took the child over. Here, Zi, the babies are here. All 3 babies are fine. Nan Ziyi quickly took the baby and couldn't wait to hold him in her arms. Looking at the little baby who was born with so much difficulty with loving eyes, tears flowed down her face unconsciously. Great, my baby was born safely. Chapter 3, Dr. Jiang is numb. Is this my grandson? It seemed as if he knew that his mother was crying. Belle also started crying loudly. Gu Nanfeng quickly took out wet tissues and wiped away the tears from the corners of the mother and daughter's eyes. When she saw Gu Nanfeng, Nan Ziyi was distracted for a while. The reason why I called him before entering the delivery room. It's because Nan Ziyi doesn't know if she can get through this. After all, people say that giving birth to a child is like having one foot halfway into the gates of hell. She was afraid that if she couldn't come back, there would be no one to take care of the baby after it was born. Fortunately, she managed to survive. Now facing Gu Nanfeng, she didn't know how to face him. You're here. Gu Nanfeng, thank you. Seeing her weak and haggard appearance, Gu Nanfeng felt distressed. Well, I'm here. Ziyi, thank you for your hard work. You should have a good rest from now on. Leave the babies to me to take care of. Nan Ziyi shook her head. No, I can take good care of the baby. Thank you for coming to see me and the baby. You can go back. She seemed to have made some kind of decision and spoke to him in a resolute tone. Go back? I won't go back. The babies are my children, and I'm going to stay and take care of you and them. If Gu Nanfeng passed away at this time, he would never be able to live with his conscience. Let Nan Ziyi take care of 3 children alone for the rest of her life? Nan Ziyi never thought that Gu Nanfeng would say these words to her. Her heart suddenly trembled. But after a brief psychological struggle, she finally spoke. The babies and I don't need you to take care of us, please go. Let's not contact each other anymore. I will take the babies away from Dongdu after I am discharged from the hospital. Gu Nanfeng suddenly became anxious. Ziyi, can you give me a chance to take care of you? I will definitely try my best to take good care of the babies and be a responsible father. Feeling Gu Nanfeng's sincerity, Nan Ziyi's heart was confused. Fortunately, at this time, Gu's mother came over and spoke for her son. Ziyi, just give Xiaofeng a chance. The babies can't be without a father. Can you bear to see other children have fathers when they grow up, but they don't? They will definitely be very sad by then. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider them. Just give Xiaofeng a chance. I believe he will take good care of you and give the babies a complete home. Since Nan Ziyi was admitted to the hospital, Gu's mother has visited her frequently. Jiang Yu had a very good impression of the girl in front of her. If the other party can become his daughter-in-law, his son will be lucky enough to have found a treasure. Nan Ziyi became conflicted after hearing what Gu's mother said. Dr. Jiang, it's not like I haven't thought about it, but you don't understand my situation. Anyway, I will take good care of the babies from now on, and I will be able to live well on my own. Gu's mother's name is Jiang Yu, and everyone in the hospital calls her Dr. Jiang. She saw that Nan Ziyi was being stubborn. No matter what you plan to do in the future, at least give Gu Nanfeng a chance now. You don't have any family around you right now. You just had a cesarean section and you have to take care of 3 babies. Since you said Gu Nanfeng is the father of the children, let him stay and take care of you and the children for the time being. As for your plans, we'll talk about it after you're discharged from the hospital and can move freely. The nurse also came out to speak for her. Miss Nan, Dr. Jiang is right. You are unable to move around easily now, and the babies have just been born, so let Nanfeng stay and take care of you. Besides, if Nanfeng stays, Dr. Jiang can come visit her little grandson more often. Nan Ziyi understood what the nurse said before. But later. Little grandson. Dr. Jiang, what's going on? The nurse explained to her with a smile. Miss Nan, I guess you don't know yet. Dr. Jiang said Nanfeng's mother, which means she is the grandmother of the triplets. Nan Ziyi widened her eyes and looked like you were kidding. The nurse also found it incredible, as the probability was comparable to winning the lottery. We didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, but it's true. Dr. Jiang is indeed Gu Nanfeng's mother. Everyone in the hospital knows it. The doctor who delivered your baby was the baby's grandmother? Is this true? Is it really such a coincidence? Jiang Yu smiled and said, maybe this is fate. Ziyi, Xiaofeng is indeed my child. I am the grandmother of the triplets. For my sake, please give Xiaofeng a chance. Please give me a chance too. Jiang Yu didn't expect that fate could be so wonderful. Earlier, she felt sorry for Nan Ziyi for meeting a scumbag in the office. I didn't expect that the scumbag I was talking about was actually my own child. Nan Ziyi was completely stunned. They don't look like they are joking. Is Dr. Jiang really Gu Nanfeng's mother? Looking back, I have been alone since I was hospitalized, and only Dr. Jiang often came to see me and chat with me. The other person is a very nice, very warm person. She couldn't bear to refuse the other party's request. At the same time, I also feel that what the other party said makes sense. When children are just born, they may feel more secure with their fathers by their side. As for myself, in the future. Finally, Nan Ziyi agreed and looked at Gu Nanfeng, who was worried about the outcome. Then I'll leave it to you during this period. Thank you. Gu Nanfeng was pleasantly surprised. You're welcome, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Ziyi, thank you for letting me stay with the babies. I will definitely take good care of you. Gu Nanfeng's eyes were more determined than ever before. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh, but there was no expression on her face. He said coldly to Gu Nanfeng, since Ziyi is willing to give you a chance, why don't you perform well? My little grandson has just been born and we don't have anything yet. Why don't you go buy some? Gu Nanfeng was brought back to reality by his mother's words and said excitedly, oh, I'll do it right away. Go now. Jiang Yu called him, just go out, do you know what to buy? Just as I said, go buy baby clothes, diapers, milk powder, bottles. Jiang Yu said a lot, and Gu Nanfeng took it all in mind. For fear of forgetting, he turned on the recording function on his phone. Make sure everything is safe before going out. After Gu Nanfeng left, Nan Ziyi asked tentatively, Dr. Jiang, are you really Gu Nanfeng's mother? Jiang Yu smiled, it's genuine. Ziyi, you have worked hard during this period. It is our Xiaofeng who is sorry for you. Just give him a chance to make amends and let him take care of you and the children. Nan Ziyi is a good person, and Jiang Yu hopes that her son can always be with her. This will form a complete family for the babies, which is beneficial to the children's growth and makes her happy. Although she has not had much contact with us, she has been working in society for many years. I can feel that Nan Ziyi is a very good girl. Jiang Yu's words moved Nan Ziyi, but he thought of Gu Nanfeng as girlfriend. Her eyes dimmed. Chapter 4, the father's profile is so handsome, his eyes are gentle and deep. Let's take it one step at a time for now. Nan Ziyi sighed. She had just given birth via cesarean section and had lost a lot of energy. I tried to stay alert but soon I felt sleepy. Seeing how tired she was, Jiang Yu told her to take a nap and not to worry about the babies. After confirming that Jiang Yu was the children's grandmother, Nan Ziyi quickly fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Yu sat next to the crib, looking at the three little ones lovingly while sorting out her thoughts. Become a grandmother yourself? Triplets. They are my grandchildren. She was not prepared at all. Jiang Yu felt it was very sudden, but looking at the three sleeping little ones and Nan Ziyi lying on the bed, she seemed to feel happy and excited in her heart. At the same time, the Dongdu Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital was in an uproar. Some nurses were eating melon like crazy. Oh my god, the beautiful lady in Ward 306, who was not accompanied by her family, the father of her child showed up. Ah? That scumbag shows up? A nurse asked in surprise. A woman as beautiful as Nan Ziyi, who came to the hospital alone without any family members around her, could easily become the target of gossip. Nan Ziyi is so beautiful and she is a college student, so the doctors and nurses are very impressed with her. It's a pity that such a good woman met such an irresponsible scumbag. When people heard that Nan Ziyi was pregnant, there was a lot of discussion in the office. Ha? The scumbag shows up? How is he? Is he handsome? Is he rich? Don't tell me it's yellow hair. The nurse who knew the situation kept it a secret with a smile. Super handsome. Actually, you know that guy too. You'd never guess it was him. The people around him were all puzzled, wondering if he was a scumbag. Who is the other party? The informed nurse asked them to continue guessing, the most handsome guy you know. The most handsome man. Let them want to see, Yanzu, Yu Yan, Dahua. Neither. Suddenly, an extremely handsome face appeared in their minds. The nurses gasped. A man more handsome than Yanzu. It's him. Fuck, don't tell me that person is Gu Nanfeng. Gu Nanfeng is that scumbag? You guessed it right, it's him. People in the know were also surprised. Gu Nanfeng is the scumbag we talked about before. He is the father of Nan Ziyi's child. The identity of the triplets' father was about to be revealed, and there was an uproar in the office. Is this true? Holy shit, Gu Nanfeng is the father of the triplets. Doesn't that mean Dr. Jiang is their grandmother? Is Dr. Jiang a grandmother now? The doctors' and nurses' brains are overloaded. It must be fake, right? They clearly remember that Dr. Jiang had criticized that irresponsible scumbag before. It turns out that the scumbag is now her son. Ah, this is too fantastic. Someone confirmed again and asked if it was true. The nurse who delivered Nan Ziyi is worth more than real money. Gu Nanfeng is the father of the triplets, and Dr. Jiang is really the grandmother. This news is so explosive. The nurses really want to know if Dr. Jiang's expression is interesting right now. At the same time, they also wanted to see what the triplets looked like. Having inherited the genes of Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi, the baby must be very beautiful. The other side. Gu Nanfeng returned to the ward with a lot of bags in his arms, feeling excited. You wouldn't know unless you saw them, but nowadays babies' things are so cute and look very good. But the price is also very beautiful. For example, a small piece of clothing is more expensive than an adult one. Fortunately, Gu Nanfeng has a system, so he is not under pressure for the time being. Everything a newborn baby uses is the smallest size possible. When I came back, Nan Ziyi and the babies were all sleeping. Zhang Yu sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing the door open, she whispered, "You're back. Did you buy everything?" Gu Nanfeng nodded, "I bought them all, Mom. Do you think they're all suitable?" Zhang Yu came over to check and found nothing was wrong. Then she pulled Gu Nanfeng out of the ward and transferred 80,000 yuan to him. Take this money first. You'll need money to have a baby. Come back to me when you run out of money. Gu Nanfeng didn't want it. Mom, you don't have to give it to me, I have money? Zhang Yu raised her eyebrows. How many hundreds or thousands? Mom will give it to you, just take it. Neither, Mom. I have tens of thousands of dollars saved. Zhang Yu glanced at him and said, "These are 3 babies. The expenses in the future will be huge. And Ziyi knows that the cesarean section cannot be sloppy. There will be places where money needs to be spent in the future. Tens of thousands of yuan are not enough. Mom will give it to you, so you should accept it." Gu Nanfeng thought about it and accepted it. "Thank you, Mom. I will return it to you when I have money in the future." Zhang Yu sneered, I'm your mother, why are you giving it to me? Besides, I'm not giving this money to you. I'm spending it on my grandchildren and daughter-in-law. Don't think about the money anymore. Think about how to talk to your dad. Gu Nan is in a big trouble. What should I say to my dad? He already has a weak heart. Can he bear such a sudden incident? Seeing her son like this, Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Let me tell you about this. Your task now is to take good care of the babies and their mother." After explaining to Gu Nanfeng, she continued, "I have another surgery later and I'm leaving soon. If you need anything, please go to the office and find other doctors and nurses." After saying that, he went into the room again and took a look at Nan Ziyi and the children before leaving. Time passed slowly and I didn't know how much time had passed. When Nan Ziyi opened her eyes again, she saw a man sitting next to the crib with a gentle expression. The man's profile is very good looking. His eyes were deep and gentle. The man was Gu Nanfeng. Nan Ziyi's mouth was dry. After thinking for a while, she spoke with difficulty, "You have been here for so long, your girlfriend, won't she be angry?" After she finished speaking, her heart beat rapidly. Gu Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, then turned sideways and found that the child's mother had woken up. Hearing what the other party said, he frowned, "Girlfriend? I have broken up with her." Nan Ziyi paused, "Break up? Is it because of me and the kids?" "Ziyi, don't think too much. This is our own fault. We broke up before. She thought I had no money and couldn't give her the life she wanted, so she left." Nan Ziyi said, "Oh. So you broke up?" When I heard the news, I felt happy for some reason. Gu Nanfeng didn't know what she was thinking, and quickly added, "Ziyi, I will try my best to take care of you babies. Although I don't have much ability now, I will definitely do my best to let you live a better life in the future." This is not just empty talk, but the voice that flows from his heart. Feeling his sincerity, Nan Ziyi nodded. Chapter 5 Oh, feeding the baby? It's like we are in sync. Nan Ziyi had just woken up when the triplets opened their eyes. The first thing babies do when they wake up is cry. Even though they were just born, they cry very powerfully and loudly. Soon Gu Nanfeng began to panic. No matter how he tried to comfort them, the three little ones kept crying. Nan Ziyi is unable to move now and is lying on the bed with an anxious look on her face. Fortunately, the nurse came over at this time. She had experience with this kind of situation. The babies must be hungry. Nanfeng, has the mother started breastfeeding? Oh. Opening the milk? Yes, the babies haven't eaten since they were born. They must be hungry. Has their mother started breastfeeding? Gu Nanfeng was embarrassed, he didn't know. Nan Ziyi said weakly, "Nurse, I should have started breastfeeding. Can I feed you now?" In fact, she had milk before the babies were born, but she was too embarrassed to say it. The nurse said with a happy expression, "You've started breastfeeding? Then you can feed her now." Babies drink breast milk when they are born, which is very good for them. Some mothers do not produce milk after their babies are born and need to express it artificially. If you can't express milk, you need to buy a breast pump or find a lactation consultant. If it doesn't work in the end, you can only let the child drink milk powder temporarily. Fortunately, Nan Ziyi, as the school Belle, has a very good figure, with a curvy figure and is very capable. Feeding 3 children is no problem at all. The nurse was there to guide them and teach them how to feed their babies. First, ask Gu Nanfeng to find a hot towel and use it to cover the rations. Nan Ziyi was unable to move around easily, so she had to ask Gu Nanfeng for help. But since that incident at Qingyun Hotel, she hasn't had any close contact with Gu Nanfeng. Now Gu Nanfeng was going to cover his rations with a hot towel. Nan Ziyi's face turned red when he looked at her. Gu Nanfeng also noticed her embarrassment. I collected my thoughts and pretended to be calm and said, "Well, the baby is hungry, there's nothing I can do." Nan Ziyi hummed imperceptibly. Seeing the two people being so shy, the nurse couldn't help but laugh. "The children are almost crying themselves hoarse, can you hurry up?" Their faces flushed red. The 3 little guys look almost identical. If it weren't for the identity information and the color of the sheets, it would be impossible to tell who was the older brother and who was the younger sister. Xiaobao cried the loudest, so Gu Nanfeng fed him first. I carefully picked him up. The little guy was crying so pitifully, his face was wrinkled like a little bun. Carry him to the bed and sit down. Soon he was confused. How should I feed the child? He has no experience being a father for the first time. Nan Ziyi shook her head. She didn't know how to do it either. Luckily, a nurse came over and smiled, "Let me teach you." Seeing the scale of Nan Ziyi's food ration, she said, "My God, we are all women, why is there such a big difference? Why don't I see any changes even though I drink papaya every day?" Not only did this mother give birth to triplets, she also looks like a fairy, not to mention her figure. Woo, it seems like she has taken all the benefits of being a woman. The nurse said with envy and jealousy, "Bring the baby over and put him in his mother's arms. He will smell the milk and find it by himself. Then all you have to do is hold him well." They are indeed experienced medical staff. Just as she said, after putting Sanbao in Nan Ziyi's arms, the little baby was like he was equipped with radar. He found the location of the radar accurately and soon started eating. Sanbao is very motivated, and Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi are very happy. The harder you eat, the healthier your baby will be. Maybe it smells like milk. Dabao and Erbao didn't get to eat yet, so they cried even louder. The nurse looked at the crib and said to Gu Nanfeng, "Mom has enough milk. There is room here. Bring another baby over to feed together." Gu Nanfeng was unsure, "Can I feed both children at the same time?" Other mothers may not be able to do this, but Miss Nan can definitely do it. Go and bring her over. Since the other party was so confident, Gu Nanfeng did as he was told. Move the second baby over and place it next to the third baby. At first the little princess couldn't find the rations, so she sniffed with her little nose. Gu Nanfeng stretched out his hand, held the rations, and put them into his daughter's mouth. Hiss. Nan Ziyi took a deep breath and tried her best not to scream out. Does it hurt? Nan Ziyi looked at Erbao's little face and said, "Well, it hurts a little when you bite it." Even though the newborn baby hasn't grown teeth yet, he eats very hard because he is so hungry. Gu Nanfeng comforted him softly, "Be patient, baby will finish eating soon." Nan Ziyi nodded. Actually, she could bear it. It was just very painful at the moment, but it wouldn't hurt after she got used to it. The brother and sister were so satisfied with the meal. Nanziyi was so fascinated by the show that her face turned red when she thought of Gu Nanfeng watching her the whole time. Seeing her face turn red again, Gu Nanfeng thought she had bitten him again. Did Erbao bite you again? She quickly shook her head. No. Babies' stomachs are still small and they get full quickly. They can't express their ideas yet. I would vomit out my food after eating too much, but luckily there was a nurse by my side to remind me. That was a close call. Luckily I held onto the rations, otherwise they would have flowed onto the baby's face. Being held, Nanziyi's face turned even redder. Gu Nanfeng didn't notice her predicament. After Xiaobao finished eating, it was Debao's turn. Debao is starving. Unable to wait to take a bite, Nanziyi frowned and endured it. While they were feeding, the nurse picked up the 3 babies and taught them how to burp the milk. Generally, after babies finish drinking milk, let them take a rest for 2 or 3 minutes before burping them. Nanfeng, remember my gesture of burping the baby. First, hold the baby up, then hold the babies but with your other hand, then lift it up vertically and rest the baby's head on our shoulders. The head should be turned to one side, the palm of our hand should be hollow, and then we can gently pat the baby's back. Newborns are relatively small, and their body surface area is limited. When burping the baby, do not burp from the bottom to the top. Because the baby's kidneys are located below, you can just pat the back gently shortly after birth. Wait until you hear the baby burping, and after the burp comes out, continue to support the baby's head, neck and shoulders with your right hand, and support the babies but with your left hand to slowly put them down. After burping the 3rd baby, the nurse put the little guy on the bed, let him lie on his side, and put a small quilt under his back. After she finished, she reminded Gu Nanfeng, babies don't hiccup every time, so parents need to pay attention and observe. Also, when you hold them, you must bend down and hold them close, otherwise the baby will easily spit up the milk. Gu Nanfeng and Nanziyi listened very carefully. They didn't expect that there were so many things to pay attention to when taking care of a baby. Chapter 6 Naming the baby, East Wind, West Wind, or North Wind? After Sanbao burped, he looked around with his big, curious eyes blinking. The triplets opened their eyes shortly after they were born. Having inherited the genes of Gu Nanfeng and Nanziyi, their eyes are incredibly beautiful and watery like gems. Long eyelashes make people fall in love with them at first sight. Their eyesight is not fully developed yet, so everything they see is blurry. Although they couldn't see Nanziyi clearly, they could recognize their mother by the smell. Erbao and Debao finished eating one after another. Following the nurse's instructions, Gu Nanfeng burped the little cuties one by one. He was extremely cautious throughout the whole process, fearing that he might hurt their arms and legs if he wasn't careful. The nurse was amused by his cautiousness. The baby is not as fragile as you think. You are so gentle. The burping has no effect at all. It's the same as not burping at all. Gu Nanfeng was tense and tried to increase the strength, and soon the baby started hiccuping. He smiled in surprise. Little princess burped so quickly, that's great. The little princess didn't understand what her father said and just stared at him blankly. The last one is Debao. The little guy didn't hiccup, and the nurse next to him reminded, Debao is in the situation I just described, he doesn't hiccup every time. Since he doesn't hiccup, you can let him go back to rest. Gu Nanfeng responded, and when he carried the child back, he found that the clothes on his back were wet with sweat at some point. Well, it's nervous. After teaching the 2 how to feed and burp the baby, the nurse continued to check on other wards. This is part of their daily work. After the nurse left, the 3 little ones in the crib played by themselves. Nanziyi's eyes fell on Gu Nanfeng. You can give the babies a name. The babies don't have names yet. Gu Nanfeng's heart was shaken. Can I name the babies? Nanziyi nodded. Sure, you are their father. Gu Nanfeng was excited. Okay, thank you for your understanding. After saying this, he fell into deep thought. My name is Nanfeng, and I and my triplets form the perfect combination of East, West, South, and North. Can they be called Gu Dongfeng, Gu Shifeng, or Gu Beifeng? Thinking of this, he quickly shook his head and continued thinking. The babies have reached the generation of the character Ji, and their mother's name also has the character Ji in it. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he suggested, Jifan, Jiyue, Jian. Ziyi, what do you think of these 3 names? Gu Jifan, Gu Jiyue, and Gu Jian. Nanziyi recited it silently. That sounds good. There is also a character Ji in the children's names. Did Gu Nanfeng add his name in on purpose? Nan Ziyi's heart seemed to be touched suddenly. She immediately laughed happily. Okay, I think it sounds good. Let's call the babies Jifan, Jiyue, and Jian. Gu Jifan, Gu Jiyue, Gu Jian, did you hear me, babies? Daddy has given you names. Gu Nanfeng was so happy. The kids have names now. The eldest child is called Gu Jifan, the second child is Gu Jiyue, and the third child is Gu Jian. The three little ones heard what their parents said, but they were too young to understand what they meant. He paused for a moment after hearing their voices and then continued playing his own game. Gu Nanfeng looked at the baby and then at Nan Ziyi. The name has been chosen. Now many parents give their babies nicknames. Ziyi, you should give your babies one too. Give a nickname? Upon hearing this, Nan Ziyi's heart moved. Yang Yang, Yu Yu, and Xing Xing represent the sun, moon, and stars respectively. But she wasn't sure whether Gu Nanfeng would like it. The first baby is called Yang Yang, the second baby is called Yaya, and the third baby is called Xing Xing. Are these three nicknames okay? Gu Nanfeng's eyes sparkled. That sounds great. The babies' nicknames will be Yang Yang, Yaya, and Xing Xing from now on. I hope the babies will be as beautiful as the stars in the future. The babies have full names and nicknames. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi's happy feelings can't be contained. Ding, the babies have names. Congratulations to the host for achieving a hidden achievement in naming the baby. You will be rewarded with 30,000 yuan in cash. As soon as the system's voice sounded in his mind, Gu Nanfeng received a bank deposit text message on his mobile phone. Gu Nanfeng was surprised that there was a reward for naming. In a short period of time, the system rewarded me with 90,000 yuan. Together with the 80,000 yuan his mother transferred to him, he now has more than 170,000 yuan on hand. So much money. We are getting closer and closer to giving our children a good life. Newborns spend most of their time sleeping, and they fall asleep while playing in their cribs. Nan Ziyi lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at Gu Nanfeng and the three sleeping babies. She felt an inexplicable sense of security with the other person by her side. She hadn't had a drop of water since the children were born, and now her mouth was dry and she was extremely thirsty. Gu Nanfeng felt sorry for her and prepared to pour her some water. Jiang Yu came over after finishing her work and saw the scene. She quickly stopped them and said, "You can't drink water now. You can only do it 6 hours after the operation. If you are really thirsty, you can use a cotton swab to moisten your lips, but you can't be thirsty directly." Gu Nanfeng was startled. Jiang Yu took a cotton swab and sat down beside the bed, moistening the area while instructing Gu Nanfeng. Ziyi just had surgery and hasn't recovered yet. I've told the nurses to come over from time to disinfect Ziyi's wound and press on her stomach to help expel gas. When you have time, you can massage Ziyi's legs to promote blood circulation. Also, observe the amount of lochia bleeding, help her turn over if she lies in one position for too long, and always keep an eye on her body temperature. If it's over 38 degrees, come to me immediately. You must not eat or drink anything within 6 hours after giving birth. After 6 hours, you can eat after the gas is discharged. She could have asked the nurse to do these things, but Jiang Yu specifically arranged for her son to do them. The purpose is to hope that his son can have more contact with Nan Ziyi. While organizing the baby's supplies, Gu Nanfeng carefully kept his mother's words in mind. Because of the anesthetic, Nan Ziyi's lower body is still numb. After moistening her lips with a cotton swab, Jiang Yu taught Gu Nanfeng how to do a leg massage. Nan Ziyi was indescribably moved by the two people's concern for her. I've paid for the birth of the baby and the hospitalization. The babies can have a bath 24 hours after they are born. If I'm not free tomorrow, you can take the kids to have a bath, okay? Gu Nanfeng replied while studying, I know, Mom. You are already a father now, so you should be more careful in everything you do and not be careless in anything you do. Ziyi has lost too much vitality. You must take good care of her and not let her get sick. As the grandmother of triplets, she certainly hopes that the children are safe and healthy, and that nothing happens to their mother. So whenever she had the chance she would give Gu Nanfeng all kinds of instructions. She was very happy to have a grandson, but she also had an extra headache. That's my son's business. How should I tell my spouse about it? Chapter 7 Feeding. The school beauties are so pleasing to the eye when they eat. For the sake of the triplets and Nan Ziyi, Jiang Yu pushed all the work in her hands to other doctors. She would stay here for the rest of the day. After teaching Gu Nanfeng the method, Jiang Yu asked him to give Nan Ziyi the massage personally. Gu Nanfeng had a strong learning ability, and after pressing for a while he slowly found the technique. Jiang Yu came to the crib and looked at the three sleeping little ones quietly. The little grandchildren's eyebrows are somewhat similar to my son's when he was a child. His eyes are like his son's, and his eyelashes are like Nan Zi's. Considering that she has been working in the obstetrics and gynecology industry for so many years, the three little ones will surely be very good looking when they grow up. Nan Zi quietly looked at Gu Nanfeng, who was massaging her legs, and fell into a deep sleep unknowingly. Her body was very tired and she felt sleepy easily. Jiang Yu called him out the door in a low voice. I've thought about it. I'll buy you a house. You're already the father of 3 children. I have to take Ziyi with me in the future. How can I live without a house? Without a stable place to live, a woman will feel insecure. Although we still have rooms at home, it's not good to live with the elderly all the time. Ziyi is not a child from an ordinary family. If you don't even have a suite, her parents might not agree with you being together when they find out. Gu Nanfeng knew that his mother was good to him. But the housing prices in Dongdu are very expensive. He didn't want his parents to spend all their life savings on him. Mom, the house is not needed for now. You don't have to worry about where to live. Later, I'll buy the house myself. Jiang Yu frowned and said to him, You buy it, but you haven't graduated yet, what can you buy with it? If you don't buy it now, it will be too late in the future. Without a house as a sense of security, what if Ziyi doesn't want to be with you? Of course she knew what her son was thinking. Your father and I work and earn money just for you. Don't worry about the money for buying a house. We have saved some money over the years, so buying a house is no problem. Look online recently to see if there is a house you like. It would be best if it is fully furnished. Mom will buy it for you. Please hurry and move in as soon as Ziyi is discharged from the hospital. Gu Nanfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, you thought we were buying groceries, how could we move in so quickly? I told you, I'll figure out the house myself. I have money. Jiang Yu laughed. Come and tell me when you make money. Anyway, Mom has decided to buy this house. She made up her mind that the house must be bought as soon as possible. Even if we can't buy it before Nan Ziyi is discharged from the hospital, we have to buy it within a month. The old neighborhood where their family lives now. There are 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and I can also let my son and Nan Ziyi move in. But she thought it was too crowded. She also knows that many young people nowadays don't like living with their parents. Not to mention that they have 3 babies, so living with so many people becomes even more inconvenient. Gu Nanfeng knew that it was difficult to change his mother's mind. But he still wanted to fight for it. After all, he now has a system, so maybe he can really save enough money to buy a house in the future. Mom, let's talk about buying a house in 2 months. If I can't afford it by then, I'll have to rely on you and Dad. If I can save enough money in these 2 months, I won't need you anymore. That's what he thought. Maybe you can save enough money for a down payment in 2 months with the help of the system, and then take out a loan to pay the rest back slowly in the future. You kid, okay, Mom will agree to it, okay? Jiang Yu couldn't do anything with her son and could only respond verbally. Of course, you still need to continue looking for houses. Back in the ward, Jiang Yu looked at the children while checking the watch. Based on experience. When the time was almost up, she asked Gu Nanfeng to buy food for Nan Ziyi. Ziyi can only eat liquid food now, so don't buy the wrong one. When you get there, just tell them that Dr. Jiang asked you to buy it. Gu Nanfeng said that he would definitely do it beautifully. As it turns out, Jiang Yu was very experienced. When Gu Nanfeng came back with the food, Nan Ziyi had already woken up with a red face. He quietly asked his mother what was going on. I felt a little embarrassed when I found out that the other person had just passed gas. As a doctor, Jiang Yu is already accustomed to this situation, and said to Nan Ziyi with a smile. You must be hungry. I asked Nanfeng to pack some food for you. Come eat quickly. Nan Ziyi hummed, Thank you, Auntie. Gu Nanfeng bought millet porridge, lean meat porridge and crushing carp soup. Placed on the table, steam is still coming out when the lid is opened. Mom, it's okay. Jiang Yu looked at him speechlessly. If you can, just feed Ziyi. Do you want her to eat by herself? You have no vision at all, kid. Ha? Oh, I'll feed you right away. Only then did Jiang Yu smile with satisfaction. As far as I can remember, I have never fed anyone else. After serving the millet porridge, he sat down beside the bed and looked at the weak Nan Zi. Gu Nanfeng said something embarrassedly. Well, I've never fed anyone before, so if I don't do it well, you'll have to bear with me. Nan Zi's ears turned red. Yes, thank you for your help. Gu Nanfeng felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he silently scooped up the millet porridge and blew on it to avoid scalding her. Nan Zi had a faint fragrance on her body, which Gu Nanfeng thought smelled very nice. I don't know if it's her unique scent or the scent of her perfume. Nan Zi's lips turned pale and she stared blankly at the man in front of her. Only after the other party asked him to open his mouth did Nan Zi come to his senses and open his mouth obediently. Take a bite. Gu Nanfeng looked at her expectantly. How does it taste? Nan Zi flashed a look of aftertaste and said with a smile, it tastes very good, very delicious. Gu Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. My mother asked me to buy this at that store. Just get used to it. Come, have a few more bites. I still don't have any lean meat porridge and crucian carp soup. You can have some later. Yeah, okay, thank you. Nan Zi ate very slowly, and Gu Nanfeng thought she looked particularly pretty while eating. School beauties are just different. Whatever they do, they are so pleasing to the eye. The two of them sat very close to each other, and Nan Zi could feel each other's breathing. He glanced at Gu Nanfeng secretly. Wow, his profile is so handsome and charming. His hands and Adam's apple are also super beautiful. A woman should not eat too much at the first meal after surgery, so Gu Nanfeng only let Nan Zi eat until she was 60% full and then took the food away. Seeing rice porridge grains hanging from the corners of Nan Zi's mouth, Gu Nanfeng gently wiped them off with a tissue. Nan Zi looked at him blankly. Thank you. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, No, I said I would take care of you. I felt that the relationship between me and the other person seemed to have become closer, and I felt particularly happy. The porridge outside is open 24 hours a day. Tell me when you feel hungry and I'll buy it for you. Yeah, okay. Looking at Gu Nanfeng running around for her, Nan Zi had an unprecedented feeling. The back of this man in front of me is so warm. Chapter 8, Changing the Baby's Diaper, Super Reward. When she was pregnant with her babies, she never dared to think about such a scene. If she hadn't been afraid that she wouldn't be able to get out of the delivery room today and that there would be no one to take care of the child in the future, she wouldn't have asked Gu Nanfeng for help. What was even more unexpected to her was the person who performed the surgery on him turned out to be his mother, the child's grandmother. After experiencing all this, she couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of fate. Although they had not been in contact for a long time, she could feel that Gu Nanfeng and Jiang Yu were kind to her from the bottom of their hearts. But when she thought about the future of herself and her babies, her expression couldn't help but darken again. The hospital's soundproofing is very good. Although I couldn't hear the sounds from the corridor outside through the ward door, I could see people coming and going through the window. Most of the patients who come here for hospitalization are pregnant women who are about to give birth or have just given birth. The vast majority of people are accompanied by their families, chatting and laughing, and are very happy. There are many people giving birth recently and there are not enough wards. In addition, Nan Zi was admitted to the hospital temporarily, so even if Jiang Yu wanted to arrange a better ward for her, it would be useless in this situation. Unless you wait for others to check out. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Nan Zi said weakly on the bed, Auntie, there's no need to change my ward. I think this place is fine. Jiang Yu shook her head. Although they are the only family in the ward now, the standard arrangement here is for 2 pregnant women to stay there. Resources are tight now, and who knows who will move in tomorrow. If there are too many people, what if my 3 little grandchildren are disturbed? Time passed quickly and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The hospital was brightly lit. At this moment, the humming sounds of the triplets suddenly came from the crib. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Zi suddenly became nervous. The children's crying seemed a little different from that in the afternoon. Jiang Yu reminded the babies that they must have pooped. Nan Zi suddenly remembered, I forgot to bring diapers. However, just as she finished speaking, she saw Gu Nanfeng take out 3 of the smallest sizes from the bag. You brought it with you? Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, My mother asked me to buy these things earlier. I also bought all the baby supplies except diapers. After saying that, he concentrated on cleaning up the mess for the children. Since the babies were born, he learned how to hold the babies, how to feed them, and how to burp them. But he still can't change his diaper. Seeing the children crying so miserably, Gu Nanfeng could only worry and didn't know where to start. Just when he was at a loss, Jiang Yu came over. He smiled and guided his son. Xiao Wei has already taught you how to hold a baby, just follow her method. Relax, pick up the baby first, yes, that's it. Find a spacious spot, put on a diaper, and then put the baby on it. See the Velcro on it? Tear it open gently and stick it on the diaper at the back to avoid scratching the baby. When you take off the diaper, use the diaper to gently wipe the baby's butt. Be careful not to lift the baby's legs in but directly when lifting the legs, otherwise it will hurt the baby's lumbar spine. Wrap the changed diaper and throw it away, then use a cotton towel soaked in warm water to clean the baby's buttocks. After washing your butt, use a soft towel to dry the excess water, and then put on a new diaper. Gu Nanfeng started to do as his mother said. She turned her head and asked nervously, "You can't just lift it up directly, right? Mom, the baby's legs are so soft and chubby. I'm so nervous." Nan Ziyi was also very nervous at the moment and was amused by Gu Nanfeng's words. Jiang Yu encouraged her son, "You did a good job, don't be nervous, just be gentle." Gu Nanfeng carefully followed his mother's instructions and slowly changed the diaper. The next second, he saw that the original diaper was covered with green stinky spots, and he was immediately confused. Mom, why is the baby's poop all dark green? Is Debeo sick? Gu Nanfeng's anxious and flustered tone made people think that something serious had happened to the baby. Nan Ziyi, who was lying on the bed, was so scared that her heart jumped to her throat. Dark green? What happened to Debeo? Is he okay? Seeing their reactions, Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. Don't be nervous, Debeo is fine. This is the meconium of the babies, so the color is different. It will slowly return to normal after drinking milk. When they are born, they are all this color. The baby is fine and not sick. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. Phew, these new parents are scared to death. Wipe the babies, but first, I'll get you some warm water. Jiang Yu said as she gave instructions. Oh, okay, thank you for your hard work, Mom. If Mom hadn't told him, he would have forgotten to get some warm water. Also, wash your baby's bottom, dry the water on it, and apply some diaper cream before putting on new diapers to avoid bottom problems. After cleaning Debeo's butt, the little guy's crying gradually stopped. When I was applying diaper cream, the little guy kicked his legs randomly and was very uncooperative. Gu Nanfeng could only move as lightly and slowly as possible. Before using a new diaper, twist it to open the side leakage prevention edge, and pull the elastic at the back to increase comfort. When putting on diapers, turn your baby to their side first so as not to hurt their lumbar spine. Gu Nanfeng was nervous, but after the change, Debeo felt refreshed and stopped sobbing completely. Wipe off the pearls from the corners of his eyes, and the first baby is ready. After I finished cleaning up Yang Yang, the other two little cuties were still whimpering and crying. With the experience of the first baby, Gu Nanfeng became much more proficient in the second and third babies. After another 10 minutes, Ye and Xingxing turned into refreshed babies again. Gu Nanfeng lined them up in the crib and looked at them with satisfaction. Ding, the baby stinks for the first time in his life. Considering the host's good performance, he will be rewarded with 50,000 in cash. Talent, gourmet cook. Just after he changed the children's diapers, Gu Nanfeng heard the system's voice again in his mind. Another 50,000 yuan in cash was deposited into the bank card. Gu Nanfeng's heart started pounding when he saw the text message from the bank. It seems that buying a house for Nan Ziyi and the babies is just around the corner. Hey, but what is this gourmet cooking talent? He seemed to notice Gu Nanfeng's confusion. The system communicated with him in mind, replying to the host, "This talent can instantly improve your cooking skills. In simple terms, it can make the food you cook become super delicious. Once the talent is activated, it will last forever." After the system explained it this way, Gu Nanfeng understood. Improve your cooking skills and make meals more delicious. This talent is amazing, exactly what he needs. With this talent, I can not only cook for the babies in the future, but maybe I can also start a restaurant. With the blessing of talent, business will definitely not be too bad, and buying a house will be a piece of cake, right? Chapter 9 Dr. Jiang, Old Gu, if I tell you that you are going to be a grandfather, will you be excited? Change the baby's diapers. Soon, Jiang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Gu Nanfeng's father calling. Hey, Xiaoye, are you off work yet? Why didn't you come home so late today? Are you working overtime? Or is there something else? Jiang Yu glanced at Gu Nanfeng, then went to the corridor to answer the phone. I'm still in the hospital. I have something to deal with. I'm about to go back. Are you off work? Have you cooked yet? I came back at 7 o'clock. I was worried about you when I saw you didn't come back. Since there is an emergency at the hospital, you go ahead and I will cook for myself. Gu Honglang works as a security guard in a park, working morning, noon and evening shifts. Jian Yu hummed, I'm ready to go back. By the way, Lao Gu, I have good news to tell you when I get back. The other party became interested. What's the good news? Did you get a promotion? Look how happy you are. Well, I'm happier than getting a promotion. You'll know when you get back. Her husband has a bad heart, so Jian Yu plans to get some medicine before going home. If he faints because he can't bear the news, he can be rescued immediately. It is impossible to keep the matter of my son hidden from the other party forever. Jian Yu thought it would be better to say it earlier. After hanging up the phone, Jian Yu returned to the ward and spoke to Gu Nanfeng earnestly. Your dad doesn't know about the babies yet. I'll talk to him when I get back. I'll come over after dinner to take your place, and bring you dinner by the way. Gu Nanfeng's heart suddenly slowed down. Mom, please speak slowly and be careful with your words. Who are you looking down on? Can't I easily deal with your father? Gu Nanfeng smiled awkwardly. Mom, my son's happiness from now on is in your hands. Humph, stop flattering me. Just take good care of the kids and Ziyi here, okay? I'll be back later. Gu Nanfeng glanced at the dark night outside the window and said, Mom, you don't have to come in for me. I can take good care of the babies and Ziyi at night. You've been tired all day. It will be too tiring to go back and forth again. I can stay here by myself. Eating is easy to solve. Just order it to be delivered. You should focus on dealing with my dad tonight. Jian Yu was already very tired after having performed 2 operations, and she would also have to persuade her husband later, so she thought about it and replied. Okay, then I won't come later. You can take care of your meal by yourself. You must take good care of the babies. If anything happens, go see a doctor immediately. Remember to give Ziyi a leg massage when you have time, and turn her over occasionally. Mom, I know. After Jian Yu gave Gu Nanfeng instructions, she came to the crib and looked at the 3 babies with a kind expression. My dears, Grandma has to go home first. You better stay here with Mom and Dad at night. Grandma and Grandpa will come to the hospital to see you tomorrow. You have to be good and safe, okay? If you feel uncomfortable with poop or pee, just cry, and Daddy will know. And drink your milk well. Grandma is going back, bye. When the little cuties heard Jian Yu's gentle voice, they all looked at her at the same time. The big watery eyes are so beautiful. The children couldn't understand what she was saying yet, but that didn't hinder Jian Yu's joy and enthusiasm. After talking to the babies for a while, she came to the bedside and spoke to Nan Ziyi. Kid, you've worked hard today. The babies are all healthy, don't worry. Auntie is about to go back, and will come to see you tomorrow with the baby's grandfather. Xiaofeng will be here to take care of you at night. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just tell him. Nan Ziyi pursed her lips and replied, Auntie has worked hard. Okay, I'll tell Gu Nanfeng if there's anything. Auntie, go back and have a good rest. Don't worry about me and the babies. Jian Yu chatted with Nan Ziyi for a while. Finally, he left the ward reluctantly, looking back every few steps. Thinking that the other party would tell Gu Nanfeng's father about himself and the babies after returning home. Nan Ziyi's heart was beating fast. From the conversation between Gu Nanfeng and Jian Yu, she felt that Gu Honglang was not an easy person to talk to. Why else would they be so cautious? I don't know if the other person likes children. What if he doesn't accept the babies? The more Nan Ziyi thought about it, the more confused she became. Gu Nanfeng noticed her abnormality, sat down beside the bed and comforted her softly. Don't worry Ziyi, my dad loves children very much, he will definitely accept the babies. My mom and I didn't tell my dad on the phone because we were afraid his heart wouldn't be able to handle it. My mom will go back later and talk to him in person. He will definitely like the babies. Nan Ziyi was still confused, but before she could finish, Gu Nanfeng interrupted her with a bright smile and said, even if my dad doesn't accept the babies, I will always take care of them, and you too. I will always be with you. My dad can't decide my life. But this is impossible to happen. Gu Nanfeng's voice seemed to have magic, and Nan Ziyi's anxious heart gradually calmed down. The other side. When Jian Yu returned home, the meal was already ready. Gu Honglang kept it warm and didn't eat it himself. Seeing Jiang Yu coming back, he put out the food and said happily, "Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. By the way, you said you had good news to tell me, what is it?" Jiang Yu sat down with a smile on her face and silently put the life-saving heart pill aside. She said tentatively while eating, "Mr. Gu, our son is now a senior, and many of his classmates are doing internships." Gu Honglang smiled, "Yes, I'm already a senior and doing internship. Time flies so fast. I've grown up in the blink of an eye. Who says it's not true?" In the blink of an eye, he went from being a little kid wearing open-crotch pants to an adult. Some of his age already have children. Hearing his wife say this, Gu Honglang agreed, maybe he will get married in a few years, and after he gets married, we may become grandparents in 2 or 3 years. I want to be a grandmother sooner. Old Gu, how great would it be if I became a grandmother right now? Gu Hongyu laughed at her, "It's too early to be a grandmother now. I haven't taken care of the big one yet, and now here comes a little one. Can you handle it?" Jiang Yu frowned, "Why so early? I have a nephew who is 3 years younger than our Xiaofeng, and he became a father last year. I think it's better to become a grandmother early, so I can help Xiaofeng take care of the children while I'm still young." Gu Honglang chuckled, "Just think about it. As for Xiaofeng's current girlfriend, I don't think she is someone who can live a down-to-earth life. How could she be willing to have a baby so early? What if it was someone else? Old Gu, tell me the truth, if you were a grandfather now, would you be happy?" The atmosphere gradually became subtle. Even though Gu Honglang was slow, he noticed something was wrong. His expression gradually turned cold. "Xiaoye, what do you mean? Now that you're back, you're either a grandpa or a grandma. Don't tell me we're really going to be grandpa and grandma." Chapter 10, Showdown. You are a grandfather now, triplets, I delivered them myself. Gu Honglang thought it was too abnormal. Suddenly an idea popped up in his mind, and he continued to ask in a cold voice, "Xiaofeng won't have a child, right? He has a child with someone else?" Jiang Yu paused, and then stopped preparing for the conversation and spoke frankly. "Tell me, Xiaofeng already has a child now. Triplets. I delivered them myself today. I knew it. I knew it. My wife has been acting very abnormal since she came back. She must be hiding something from me." Gu Honglang breathed rapidly, "He really has a child? You didn't lie to me? Do you think I would joke about something like this? The children were born in our hospital. There are 3 babies, 2 boys and 1 girl. Xiaofeng will be taking care of them in the hospital tonight." Gu Honglang just felt difficulty breathing and tried his best to stay rational. He really has a child. Who is the mother of the child? Don't tell me it's Liao Yuyue. He knew that his son had been dating Liao Yuyue, and Gu Hongyu had met her twice. But the other party did not leave a very good impression on him. Gu Hongyu felt that Liao Yuyue was not a person who could live a stable life and was not suitable for his son. But he never said these words to Gu Nanfeng. Only tell Jiang Yu in private. If he really has a child with Liao Yuyue, life at home will probably be difficult in the future. Jiang Yu knew that he didn't like Liao Yuyue, so she signaled him not to get excited as it was bad for his health. "It's not Liao Yuyue. I heard from Xiaofeng that they have broken up. The child's mother is also from the same school as them. Her name is Nan Ziyi. This girl is very beautiful and has a good temperament. I like her very much." Break up with Liao Yuyue? Yeah, he doesn't usually tell us about his own affairs, and I just found out about it. Then what's going on with Nan Ziyi? How come she suddenly has a child? Gu Honglang felt that his brain was not enough. How come there are suddenly 3 more children? This is a long story. I'll let Xiaofeng tell you in person when there's a chance. What I'm worried about now is that girl's family. I guess they don't know about it yet. Gu Honglang immediately became angry. Has the girl's family not known yet? The baby has already been born and we still don't know. Gu Honglang suddenly felt that the people who should be more angry were the other party's parents. I think the girl didn't dare to tell her family. What I'm worried about is that the child's family is obviously not simple, and his parents may not think highly of our Xiaofeng. How could you not like our son? Gu Nanfeng has always been Gu Honglang's pride. My son is smart and has been handsome since he was young. There is no one who doesn't like him. Jiang Yu is worried. Old Gu, although our Xiaofeng is handsome, you haven't seen that child. The other party is very good looking and looks good enough for our Xiaofeng. He also has a good personality and a family that is much better than his. I'm really worried about how her parents will treat our Xiaofeng after they find out. Parents are worried when their children don't have a partner. If you have a partner and the other person is unreliable, you will be worried. If the other party's conditions are too good, it will also make people worry. What if the other parent doesn't like your son? It was the first time that Gu Honglang saw his wife so lacking in confidence, and he was puzzled. Her son's partner must be so outstanding for her to be so worried. Before he had time to get angry, he was led by her to start worrying as well. Xiao Ya, you have to have confidence in your son. If the other party's parents knew, they would definitely like our Xiaofeng. Jiang Yu glanced at him and said, I just don't have confidence in us. You said that they are from a wealthy family. Would they be willing to let their daughter marry into our family? Gu Honglang was at a loss after hearing what she said. What should we do? The child has already been born, we can't let them separate, right? If that's the case, he wouldn't agree. Jiang Yu sighed, what can we do? We can only be nice to her before her parents find out. Maybe in the future, Ziyi's parents will agree if they know that we are nice to her. Gu Honglang felt that what his wife said made sense. After dinner, Gu Honglang always felt that something was wrong, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't put his finger on it. The child suddenly got pregnant without telling her. Logically, shouldn't you be angry and express your dissatisfaction? Why can't I get angry now? Instead, I'm worried about whether my son can be with his mother. Oh, I can't figure it out. I feel so confused. I am going to call my son to ask about the details and then check on the child. As soon as he took out the phone, Jiang Yu stopped him. Can you please use your brain before doing anything? It's already this late, the child and Ziyi must be asleep. What if you call now and wake them up? Isn't this adding to my son's workload? If you want to see your grandson, come with me to the hospital tomorrow. If you want to ask anything, go ask Xiaofeng in person. Don't call yet. Gu Honglang scratched his head and said, then I'll go with you tomorrow. Tell me about the babies. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the quick-acting heart-saving pills were no longer necessary. At the same time, in the hospital ward, Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi talked about some things that happened some time ago. Only then did he realize that since Nan Ziyi became pregnant, she had been alone most of the time. By the time she was 6 or 7 months pregnant, it was no longer convenient for her to go out. Later, we found a nanny, but the one sent by the agency was either lazy or they thought that she was a woman and easy to bully. Later, when she was preparing to give birth, she fired the nanny and wanted to replace her with a more responsible nanny who could take care of the children after they were born. Unexpectedly, before she found an agent, Jiang Yu and Gu Nanfeng appeared in her world. Gu Nanfeng thought for a while and said, Ziyi, I want to find a better house in the next few days. When you and the child are discharged from the hospital, move to the new house so that I can be by your side to take care of you. Nan Ziyi hesitated, this will be too much trouble for you, and it will cost money. Gu Nanfeng said seriously, it's not a problem. Ziyi, don't you think it's best for the child if we two are together now? Nan Ziyi hesitated, did you really break up with your girlfriend? Gu Nanfeng nodded affirmatively, really? What a coincidence, we broke up today. Now I have nothing to do with her anymore. Ziyi, I'm serious about taking care of you and the babies. Don't you think that everything that happened today was arranged by God? Look, I just broke up and you called to say you were going to have a baby. In the end, it was my mother who delivered you. Is there anything more coincidental in the world than this? So, I think it was God who deliberately arranged for us to be together. I will definitely take good care of you and try my best to give you and the babies a better life, and let the babies grow up safely and happily. There's no way to fake the genuine tone and the affection he inadvertently reveals when taking care of the babies. Nan Ziyi believed that he was serious. But she still wanted to know more about his ex-girlfriend. Seeing that she was interested, Gu Nanfeng simply told her the reason for the breakup. Chapter 11 South School Beauty, Meet the Parents-in-Law? Here Gu Nanfeng explained the reason for the breakup. Nan Ziyi looked angry, what, she's going too far. I don't want Xiaomi 15 Pro, I just want your attitude, to be both responsible and independent. A woman like her will definitely fall from grace in the future. Gu Nanfeng looked at her in surprise. Why, am I wrong? No, I just think you're cute. Gu Nanfeng pursed his lips and smiled, his smile was sunny and cheerful. When he suddenly said this, Nan Ziyi's heart beat faster and she felt quite shy. The two were chatting when they suddenly remembered the humming sounds of babies. Hold them over and feed them. After eating, Gu Nanfeng remembered the breast pads. Fortunately, his mother told him how to use it, otherwise he wouldn't know how to use it. After applying it, Nan Ziyi's face turned red enough that she could fry an egg on it. She didn't even dare to look at Gu Nanfeng. Feeding babies is different from using breast pads. Gu Nanfeng couldn't help but teasing her. Ziyi, you look so beautiful when you were shy. Ah, Nan Ziyi defended, I'm not feeding the babies. In this situation, any normal person would be embarrassed, right? Gu Nanfeng admired her unique style. Actually, I never thought of taking advantage of you, I just thought you were cute. Nan Ziyi felt dizzy, especially when these words came from a handsome guy like Gu Nanfeng. It's easy to feel sleepy on the first day after giving birth. Nan Ziyi yawned unconsciously, and Gu Nanfeng covered her with a blanket. Then he locked the door of the ward. Jiang Yu just sent him a WeChat message, saying that she had already told Gu's father about the babies. At the same time, she also told him to change the medical pad for Nan Ziyi when he had time in the evening, and that she would come over tomorrow to get the pain pump and remove the urinary tube. They were the only family in the ward, so the space was quite large. There is also a bed companion next to the bed. Gu Nanfeng made the bed, stood outside the crib, and soon fell into a drowsy sleep. Nan Ziyi woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Gu Nanfeng and the babies who were sleeping soundly, wondering what was going on in her mind. As she was thinking, she fell asleep again without knowing how much time had passed. Time just passes like this. In the early morning, Gu Nanfeng vaguely heard a child crying, and then he was awakened by the nurse on night patrol. Gu Nanfeng blinked. Xiao Wei, it's a good thing you woke me up. It's my first day as a father, and I forgot I had a child to take care of. I was wondering why I heard children crying in my dream. It turns out that it was the babies crying in real life. After the nurse opened the door and came in, Nan Ziyi also woke up. Her reaction was similar to Gu Nanfeng's. She also forgot that she had become a mother. Gu Nanfeng changed the diapers for the three little cuties, and then took a hot towel to cover Nan Ziyi's food. With the experience during the day, the new parents have gradually developed a tacit understanding of feeding their babies. After burping the babies, they fell asleep again quickly. Newborn babies spend most of their time sleeping, which helps their bodies grow faster. After the children went back to sleep, Gu Nanfeng looked at his phone and saw that Jiang Yu had sent him several messages. When I opened it, I saw that they all reminded him not to sleep too deeply at night and to change diapers and feed the babies when they woke up. If he cries, comfort him patiently and don't get angry. Gu Nanfeng replied that he knew and told his mother not to worry and to have a good rest. In the second half of the night, Gu Nanfeng subconsciously didn't dare to sleep so deeply. When he heard some noise, he got up and continued to change diapers and feed the children. Nan Ziyi was dazed and holding the baby in her arms while feeding him. Gu Nanfeng forced himself to stay awake and stayed by the side, and after feeding the baby, he gently took her back. It was a new day. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang came to the ward and Gu Nanfeng just woke up. When he saw Gu Honglang, he was startled and woke up. Dad, you're here. The other person had a stern face and no expression could be seen. Gu Nanfeng's heart was pounding. Given my dad's temper, he would definitely get mad if I kept such a big thing from him. Gu Honglang hummed lightly. Then his eyes fell on the crib. When he just came in, he found three soft and chewy babies lying on it. It's triplets. Jiang Yu is now wearing a white coat, please call her Dr. Jiang. She asked about Nan Ziyi's condition. Ziyi, did your wand hurt last night? Did you have any adverse reactions? It hurts a little, but it's nothing serious. What about the exudate? Have you changed the medical pads I asked you to change? The discharge is not very large. It has been changed. I asked Xiao Wei to take it away. Oh, did you have a leg massage? Did you regain consciousness? Yes, it has recovered a little, Mom. Ziyi can already do some simple activities. That's good. How about the babies? How many times did they drink milk at night? Did they get tired of the milk? Did they cry at night? After 3 drinks, there was no milk aversion, but the first and second babies cried for a while. As soon as Gu Nanfeng finished answering, Nan Ziyi on the bed opened her eyes in a daze. I saw 2 more people in the ward. She suddenly remembered something and immediately perked up. They are Gu Nanfeng's parents. His mother cares a lot about the baby and should have accepted the children. But what about his father, will he accept the children? If possible, Nan Ziyi hopes that her babies can have the complete love of grandparents. Looking at the two people in the ward, she couldn't help but feel worried. Before Nan Ziyi had time to say hello, Jiang Yu walked over to the bedside and asked with concern. Ziyi, how did you sleep last night? Did you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Nan Ziyi shook her head. I'm not feeling uncomfortable. I slept very well. It's just that Gu Nanfeng has worked hard. He is the one who takes care of the babies. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. That's good. You must be hungry. Auntie brought you breakfast. I made it this morning. I'll let Xiaofeng feed you later to see if it suits your appetite. Nan Ziyi saw 2 more thermal boxes on the table, the kind with many layers of lids. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Yu pursed her lips. Why thank me? You are just too polite. Come, let me introduce you. This is Nanfeng's father, my husband Gu Honglang. You can just call him uncle. Gu Honglang had never experienced such a situation before and had not yet figured out what to say to Nan Ziyi. But it's the same as my wife said. The other person's appearance is very compatible with my son. She is extremely beautiful and has a special temperament. His conversation was full of nobility and elegance. It is not difficult to see that the other party has received an excellent family education, and at first sight, you can tell that the other party must be a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. While Gu Honglang was looking at Nan Ziyi was also observing him. Gu Honglang had a hairstyle similar to Andy Lau's and was wearing new clothes. It was obvious at first glance that he had dressed up specially before going out, looking like a veteran cadre. Nan Ziyi suppressed the injustice in her heart and showed a decent smile. Hello uncle, my name is Nan Ziyi. Gu Honglang nodded and replied with a smile. Hello, I am Nanfeng's father. I already know about your situation. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Chapter 12, Dialogue between Father and Son, How do you raise your child? Nan Ziyi thought Gu Honglang would be angry, but he was unexpectedly easy to talk to. Before Gu Honglang came, he had imagined what Nan Ziyi looked like. My wife said she was very beautiful. But after seeing the real person, he finally knew what beauty and temperament were. It also gave him a very friendly feeling. She is so much better than my son's previous girlfriend. No matter what he thinks, the child is already born and he can't just leave it alone. Girl, don't worry. We will take care of the child. Just take good care of yourself and leave the rest to us. Jiang Yu looked at him in surprise. The man didn't say a word on the way here. I thought he was sulking and was worried that he would give Nan Ziyi a bad look when he arrived at the hospital. I didn't expect him to be so understanding. Calling you girl is so strange, just call you Ziyi from now on, that's what I call you. Jiang Yu corrected him. Wife, I'm not. Jiang Yu said angrily, I'm at work. Call me Dr. Jiang in the hospital. Who is your wife? The corner of Gu Honglang's mouth twitched. He didn't give himself any face at all outside. But he had no choice. Okay, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yu then said to Nan Ziyi, Nanfeng's father is like this. Don't be fooled by his cold face. He is actually quite easy to talk to. He and Nanfeng will take good care of the babies in the future. Nan Ziyi nodded cautiously. The triplets are still sleeping. Gu Honglang turned around, looked at Gu Nanfeng and gave him a wink. Gu Nanfeng understood and walked out the door. He soon followed out. Gu Honglang stopped only after he reached the corridor and made sure that no one inside could hear the conversation. He asked with a cold face, is the child really yours? Gu Nanfeng didn't dare to hide it, nodded and said, it's mine. The system has appeared, how could it be fake? The package is real. Gu Honglang stared at him meticulously, what's going on with you guys? Where is Liao Yuyue? Liao Yuyue and I broke up. It's a long story with Ziyi. Then just keep it short. How did the child suddenly appear? He is still angry at Gu Nanfeng for hiding the secret from him. Just because you are easy to talk to with Nan Ziyi doesn't mean you have no temper with Gu Nanfeng. In addition to Gu Honglang's poor physical fitness in recent years, his heart is not in good condition. The doctor told Jiang Yu that the other party should not be stimulated, and if possible, she should give in to him as much as possible. Therefore, over the years at home, Jiang Yu and Gu Nanfeng have always given in to him to avoid each other getting angry and losing temper. Over time, everyone agreed with Gu Honglang whenever he spoke, and he got used to this feeling. Gu Nanfeng took a deep breath and recounted what happened between him and Nan Ziyi. After hearing this, his frown deepened. You said you got together without knowing why. Her parents didn't know either. Didn't she dare tell her family? Gu Nanfeng said truthfully, I chatted with Ziyi last night. Her parents probably don't know yet. She's afraid that they will be angry and won't let her give birth to the child. Dad, I know you're mad at me, but it's already happened. Whether you accept Ziyi and the babies or not, I will take care of them. Gu Honglang moved his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Take care of? How can you take care of 3 children now? Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, Dad, don't underestimate me. In addition to the 80,000 yuan that Mom transferred to me, I have saved 140,000 yuan myself. And there will be more in a while. When I save enough money, I will buy a house for Ziyi and the babies to move in. Gu Honglang thought he had heard wrongly. You saved 140,000 yuan yourself? Aren't you usually in class? How did you save so much money? Gu Honglang said in disbelief. Gu Nanfeng opened the bank balance and laughed, I'm in class, but I have a part-time job. Dad, your son is a college student. Don't underestimate the wisdom of college students. Some college students have millions of dollars in savings before they graduate. My situation is nothing, but I will continue to work hard for my babies. Gu Honglang. College students rely on their own savings of millions. Suddenly, he thought of Lei Jun. Indeed, some people can do it. My son has saved hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is he a genius? But even though I have money, that's not a reason for me to calm down. He continued to pour cold water on his son. Even if you can take care of them for a while, how are you going to face Ziyi's family? How are you going to face her parents? My wife is right. You can tell at first glance that Nan Ziyi is not a child from an ordinary family. What will happen to the children if the other parents do not agree in the future? Gu Nanfeng said seriously, Dad, I will work hard to become better and give Ziyi and the babies a stable and happy life. No matter how they look at me after they know about this, or whether they accept the babies or not, I will fight for it. Dad, I'm grown up now. I know what kind of life I want. No matter what the future holds, I will fight for it. Gu Honglang looked into his son's eyes. It was the first time he saw the other person being so serious. In the blink of an eye, the little boy who sat on my shoulders and laughed has grown up. He was already pursuing his own life. Gu Honglang sighed and patted his shoulder. Now that you have made up your mind, as a father, how can I not stand by you? Inside the ward, Nan Ziyi looked towards the door from time to time, her eyes filled with anxiety. Of course she knew what Gu Honglang wanted to say to Gu Nanfeng. It is easy for a woman who has just given birth to have wild thoughts, and she noticed Nan Ziyi's uneasiness. Jiang Yu comforted him, they are just having a simple chat and will be back soon. You don't need to be nervous. I told Nanfeng's father about you last night, and he was very happy. Besides, Nanfeng's father likes children very much. These babies are so cute, he will definitely like them. Nan Ziyi knew that the other party was comforting her. I still feel very uneasy. You know, since Gu Honglang appeared, he hasn't been to the crib to see the babies. However, just when she was worried and anxious, the door of the ward was opened again. Gu Nanfeng and Gu Honglang are back. There was a look of joy on Gu Nanfeng's face, and Nan Ziyi didn't know what they talked about. Gu Honglang came to the crib and looked at the 3 little ones quietly. The 3 little grandchildren were sleeping soundly and looked very much like my son when he was a child. Suddenly Xiaobao's eyelashes moved, and soon he opened his eyes in a daze. For babies less than 2 days old, what they do after waking up is very simple. That's crying. He cried with his eyes closed, and it sounded like the little guy had a lot of strength. Gu Honglang was very happy to hear the crying sound. His little grandson was very healthy. Jiang Yu was very experienced and said to Gu Nanfeng, the baby must have pooped or peed. Leave the children to me and your dad. I brought breakfast. Feed Ziyi something to eat later, and then go back and take a shower. Chapter 13, The son beat his father, I envy brother Feng. My son had a busy day yesterday. Jiang Yu asked him to go back and take a shower later. Gu Nanfeng had no objection. The 3 little ones are taken care of by their parents, and he feeds Nan Ziyi. Nan Ziyi looked at Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang while eating. After the little baby woke up, the eldest and second babies also opened their eyes in a daze soon after. Just like their younger brother, the babies immediately started summoning their parents as soon as they woke up. The crying was very loud. Gu Honglang's heart was soft and he had a smile on his face that came from the bottom of his heart. Wife, the babies are very strong. How do they recognize each other? Who is the eldest, second, and youngest? Jiang Yu told him that she had 2 boys and 1 girl. The second child is a granddaughter, and the third child is an older brother or younger brother. But the triplets looked almost identical, and he couldn't tell them apart. Jiang Yu introduced him to him with a smile. The first one to wake up was Sanbao, the one wearing pink clothes was Erbao, and the one sleeping on the left was Debao, the older brother. Gu Honglang smiled and nodded. Have the children been named yet? Yes, the eldest son is named Gu Zhifan, and his nickname is Yang Yang. The second baby is called Gu Zhiyue, and her nickname is Yeye. Sanbao's name is Gu Jian, and his nickname is Xingxing. His full name was chosen by Nanfeng, and his nickname was chosen by Ziyi. Gu Honglang's eyes lit up. Both the full name and the nickname sounded very nice. It sounds very cultural and catchy. He likes both the full name and the nickname. The 3 little guys smelled delicious, and Gu Honglang liked them more and more the more he looked at them. Hello, babies, do you know who I am? I am your grandfather, you are my grandchildren, and I am your father's father. The human cubs didn't listen to him and cried louder and louder. Jiang Yu checked their diapers. Well, the eldest child pooped, and the second and third children peed. The children felt uncomfortable and sobbed. They can't speak yet and can only express their emotions by crying. Looking at their little grandchildren, the old couple's eyes are full of doting, and they cooperate in cleaning their butts. Feeling their love for the babies, Nan Ziyi's heart was completely at ease, and she even felt that the food that Gu Nanfeng fed her tasted even better. By the time Nan Ziyi finished eating, Jiang Yu had already changed the baby's diapers. Gu Nanfeng said to her, "Mom, I'm going back to school. Ziyi and the babies are in your care, Dad. I'll come over after I pack my things." He has to stay in the hospital with Nan Ziyi during her hospitalization, and he must bring her some clothes and daily necessities. Jiang Yu assured him, "Go ahead, leave Ziyi and the babies to me." Gu Nanfeng explained everything to Nan Ziyi and left in a hurry. Looking at his leaving back, Nan Ziyi suddenly felt like something was missing in her heart, feeling empty. Gu Nanfeng returned to Dongdu Art College and went straight to the dormitory to take a shower. After taking a shower, I started to clean up. This action confused his 3 roommates, who didn't understand why he was taking a shower and packing his things so early in the morning. "Brother Feng, what are you doing? Although you and Liao Yuyue broke up, you don't have to run away from home." "Yeah. It's not that serious. If we're separated, then we're separated. Just let it go." Faced with his roommate's confusion, Gu Nanfeng smiled and said nothing. "Fuck, Brother Feng, you were laughing so happily, and you didn't go back to the dormitory last night. You didn't break up with Liao Yuyue and then seamlessly found a new girlfriend, and now you plan to move out and live with her, right? The more I talk about it, the more it seems possible. They are so jealous. Others find their next partner right after breaking up, but what about them? Alas, it's hard to put it into words. They also want to have a sweet love." The 3 guys were determined to get to the bottom of the matter today and surrounded him and wouldn't let him leave. "Brother Feng, tell me quickly, who is your sister-in-law? Is she from our school? Do we know each other? Wow, Brother Feng is so lucky in love. I envy him so much. Come closer to Brother Feng and absorb some luck." Gu Nanfeng was in a good mood and grinned. "You all want to know?" "I want to." The 3 of them said in unison. "Call me Daddy and I'll tell you." "Dad." The 3 of them spoke again in admiration. "That's the feeling." Gu Nanfeng laughed and said, "He's from our school. You know him, but his identity is kept secret for now. I'll tell you when I have the chance." "Oh my god. Brother Feng is cheating, I'll beat you up." The son hit his father. As they spoke, several people rushed forward and prepared to fight, and Gu Nanfeng quickly took a defensive stance. On the way back to the hospital ward, Gu Nanfeng had a smile on his face as he thought of Nan Ziyi and the triplets. Jiang Yu has removed the pain pump and peeing tube for Nan Ziyi. After seeing Gu Nanfeng coming back, the other party reminded him, "I have taken out the pee tube. When you have time, help Ziyi get out of bed and walk around. Just a simple walk will be enough. Don't do strenuous exercise." Gu Nanfeng nodded as he put his luggage down. Walking to the crib, Gu Honglang sat beside it and watched over the 3 little ones. The cute babies are very energetic now, looking here and there. Sometimes I am curious about Gu Honglang and will look at him with curiosity. Although the vision of newborn babies is not well developed, everything they see is blurry. But children at this stage are curious about the world and are interested in everything. Even with blurry vision, he would still look around curiously. Gu Honglong's eyes never left them. Wow, what a cute little grandson. I really want to dress them in cute clothes. Gu Honglang plans to buy beautiful clothes for the babies as a gift for them. The more I think about him, the happier I am. Nan Ziyi saw how much Gu Honglang loved the babies and felt happy for them from the bottom of her heart. With blurred vision, children identify mom and dad by silhouette and smell. As if they realized their father had returned, the little kids looked in the direction of Gu Nanfeng and waved their pink little hands happily. Not long after Gu Nanfeng returned, a nurse came to see Jiang Yu. Dr. Jiang, you can take the babies to take a bath now. Jiang Yu smiled and hummed, then said to Gu Nanfeng, you stay with Ziyi, I'll take the babies to take a bath. Gu Nanfeng looked up and said, Mom, I'll go. Jiang Yu insisted, no, let your father and I take care of the bath. You can take Ziyi out of bed and walk around. After saying that, she pushed the stroller out and Gu Honglang followed her out. On the way, the couple walked forward while chatting. The nurses in the obstetrics and gynecology department all knew Jiang Yu. When they saw her pushing the babies out, they all came up to her with a smile on their faces. Wow, congratulations, Dr. Jiang. Here are the triplets. Congratulations to Dr. Jiang on becoming a grandmother. You are so blessed. Now your grandma Jiang, congratulations, the babies are so beautiful. With their experience of having come into contact with so many babies, they will surely be very good looking when they grow up. Hearing the nurse's congratulations, Jiang Yu was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 14. Embarrassed Dr. Jiang takes his grandson to bathe. In the past, she helped others deliver babies and watched others become grandparents. Now it's my turn. I'm so happy. Ever since the children were born and she found out they were her grandchildren, the corners of her mouth have never been frowned. Jiang Yu has her own network of contacts after working in the hospital for so many years. In fact, she had already asked someone to help her check her son and the babies yesterday. The DNA similarity is 99.99%, which means he is 100% my grandson. I remember when Nan Ziyi hadn't given birth yet, the other party was alone, and she even complained to her face in the office that the father of the child was a scumbag and irresponsible. I didn't expect that the scumbag I was talking about was my own son. She was so embarrassed that she even went back to the office. The nurses loved the three little ones and stopped to play with them. While teasing Jiang Yu, he said, Dr. Jiang, you must invite us when the babies are 1 month old. Jiang Yu smiled, of course you will. Please prepare the red envelope. You don't have to be there in person, but you must be there for the red envelopes. Of course. Did you hear that, babies? Auntie is going to attend your full moon banquet. Be good and grow up. The human cub blinked its big grape-like eyes and looked at them. Gu Honglang listened happily at the side. After chatting for a while, the couple continued to push the stroller forward. When we arrived at the shower area, there were quite a few people queuing up. Some of them were chatting happily with people around them while taking care of their babies. Gu Honglang noticed that parents were very happy regardless of whether the baby was a boy or a girl. A man a few years older than him was proudly showing off to the people around him that his grandson weighed 8.62 kg when he was born. Gu Honglang noticed that the other baby was much bigger than his own grandson. The triplets looked skinny and small in front of him. Jiang Yu told him that this was normal because they were twins. If you take good care of him in the future, he will soon catch up with babies of the same age. Wow, whose baby is so lucky that Dr. Jiang personally brings him to take a bath? Oh my god, where are the triplets? Dr. Jiang, were you also the one who delivered these triplets? I heard that there was a pair of triplets in the hospital yesterday. Could it be them? Jiang Yu nodded happily, I was the one who delivered the baby. They are my grandchildren. The people around were surprised, your grandson? Dr. Jiang, you are not kidding, right? I heard earlier that the mother of the triplets is in the hospital and has no one to take care of her. The nurse said she met a scumbag. My goodness, how did you suddenly become their grandmother? That scumbag is your son? I don't believe it. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang were embarrassed. The space for bathing a newborn baby is so small, and Jiang Yu stands out in her white coat. The nurse who was maintaining order nearby couldn't help laughing when she heard what the parents said. They know the inside story. Now Gu Nanfeng is a celebrity in the hospital. They really didn't expect that the scumbag they were talking about was Dr. Zhang's son. And the most embarrassed person now is Dr. Jiang. But it can be seen that the other party is very happy after becoming a grandmother, and she is also good to Nan Ziyi. Jiang Yu has checked the baby's jaundice and limbs, and the little ones are all healthy. After taking a shower, go back and check the time to take the vaccine. There are special nurses to bathe newborns. In a small pool, 2 nurses work together. One washes them, and the other dresses them. One of the nurses looked up and said in surprise, "Dr. Jiang, you are here. These are your grandchildren. The triplets are so beautiful. They will definitely be handsome men and beautiful women when they grow up." Jiang Yu is popular and many doctors and nurses have a good relationship with her. When I saw the 3 little guys, I couldn't help but praise them. This is not flattery, I really think these babies are good looking. The people around heard what the nurse said and started talking about it. The triplets are really Dr. Jiang's grandchildren. The irresponsible scumbag they mentioned is really her son? The nurse is very skilled in bathing the baby. No matter how I hold him in my arms, he doesn't cry. Instead, he looks very happy. Jiang Yu thought it was normal, she was used to it. On the contrary, Gu Honglang was extremely nervous, fearing that the nurse would accidentally hurt the baby. He wanted to remind the nurse to be gentler, but his wife didn't say anything, so he could only watch anxiously from the side. After taking a bath, the little kids smelled delicious. Gu Honglang hugged them. The little grandchildren were so soft and plump, and Gu Honglang smiled like a flower. "Wife, the babies smell so good. It reminds me of how I hugged my son when he was little. Little darling, you behaved really well in the bath just now. You were braver than your father when he was a child." There were 3 babies that looked exactly the same, and people around them looked at them with envy. Gu Honglang really enjoyed this feeling and smiled at almost everyone he met. Jiang Yu hasn't seen her husband so happy for a long time. Back in the ward, Nan Ziyi had just finished exercising and returned to bed with the help of Gu Nanfeng. "Uncle and Aunt, you are back. How are the babies doing in the bath?" "Well, Yan Yang and the others are so well behaved. The nurses even praised them for being adorable." Nan Ziyi smiled. She was very happy to hear others praising her baby. Soon after the children were put back into their cribs, they fell into a deep sleep. Gu Honglang and Jiang Yu planned to take advantage of this time to go out and buy some things for the babies. After saying this, the couple walked out of the house with the wind in their hands. Looking at the 2 people's backs as they left, Nan Ziyi leaned against the head of the bed, thoughtful. Although the time they had spent together was short, she could feel Gu Honglang's love for children. The children as grandparents loved them very much. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the ward. A nurse came in with 3 people. 2 women and 1 man. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, a little fat, fair and tender, wearing glasses and looking like a otaku. The other woman was about 45 years old, with long hair, and was busy running around. The last one was a pregnant woman, about 24 or 25 years old, with a big belly. The nurse took them to the bed and said, "This is your bed. Stay here for the time being. We have nurses coming every day. If there is anything, please report to us immediately." The middle-aged woman looked around and frowned as she asked, "Nurse, is there a better ward?" "Money is not a problem." The nurse shook her head. "No more. This is the last bed available." The woman nodded in dissatisfaction. The nurse pretended not to see the other person's expression. After instructing them for a while, he came to Nan Ziyi's bedside. Smiling, he asked Gu Nanfeng, "Where are Dr. Jiang and the others?" Gu Nanfeng replied, "I went to buy clothes for the babies." "Okay, Nanfeng, you became a father without saying a word. Do you know how wonderful Dr. John's expression was at that time?" Gu Nanfeng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "It was a fluke, ha ha ha." The nurse rolled her eyes at him and said, "Look how beautiful you are. But you are so lucky, your wife is so beautiful, and she has triplets. How many people would envy you?" Gu Nanfeng chuckled, "Sister Hu, the fortune teller said that I have been blessed since I was a child." Virtue. Nurse Xiao Hu was very upset and couldn't stand seeing him being so proud. She has a good relationship with Jiang Yu and occasionally goes to Gu's house for dinner with other nurses, so she is quite familiar with Gu Nanfeng. Chapter 15. The more the mother-in-law looks at her daughter-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes. Every time the nurse saw Nan Ziyi, she couldn't help but sigh at her beauty. The other person has a great figure and temperament. Even she, a woman, loves it. Then he said to Nan Ziyi, "Miss Nan, Gu Nanfeng is a very nice person. Not only is he handsome, but he also has very good character. He's considerate and caring. If you have any problem, just tell him directly. He will definitely handle it beautifully. If he bullies you and makes you feel wronged, you must tell me, and I will tell Dr. Jiang to deal with him. Nan Ziyi was touched. Nurse Hu, I understand. Thank you. After the nurse left, the pregnant woman who had just moved into the next bed came over and greeted the two of them. Wow, you guys are so young. You're already parents at such a young age? The nurse is very familiar with you. Oh my god, you guys gave birth to triplets. They look alike, so cute. I wish my baby would be this cute when he's born. The woman was carefree and outgoing. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi smiled awkwardly and replied, if there is a baby, then give birth. Sister is so beautiful, the baby must be very cute too. After becoming a mother, I like to hear others praise my baby. At the same time, other mothers also want to hear others praise their babies. The woman heard this and sighed with a smile, I hope so. The child's father is not handsome, and she hopes the baby in her belly will look like her. She came to the crib, and the more she looked at the triplets inside, the more she liked them. As soon as she arrived at the hospital, she started to make a fuss. Her mother-in-law said to her, come back quickly. What if you wake up the baby? The young woman said oh reluctantly and went back reluctantly. As soon as Gu Nanfeng and his friend returned, they heard the other's mother-in-law say, have a sense of boundaries, don't rush in and disturb others. You are about to give birth, so stay put. I'm not familiar with him, what's there to talk about? I heard that if you go to see other people's babies during pregnancy, your luck will be sucked away. Don't go there if you have nothing to do. The young woman was speechless. Mom, what era is it now? You still believe this? I just said hello, why are you talking so much? Aren't you annoying? What do you mean I talk too much? I just said a few words, and they are all for your own good. Why am I bothering you? What's your attitude? Do you have me, your mother-in-law, in your eyes? The mother-in-law in the next bed spoke in a very low voice, but Gu Nanfeng and the others still heard it. They looked at each other, and it seemed that the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was not very harmonious. Nan Ziyi looked at the other woman's husband, curious about how he would handle the situation. As a result, the other person was looking at figures online and ignored the conversation between the two. Nan Ziyi was quite touched. In comparison, Gu Nanfeng is much more considerate and gives people a full sense of security. Ever since someone moved into the bed next door, the bedside has become much more lively. For fear of waking up the babies, Gu Nanfeng lowered the curtains. With the curtain blocking the sound, the noise suddenly became much quieter. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yu and Gu Honglang came back carrying large and small bags. It is filled with the babies and Nan Ziyi's excitement. Of course, Gu Nanfeng doesn't have that. Now, his status in the eyes of the two is 4. Ziyi, look, these are the pajamas and hat that Auntie bought for you. What do you think? Do you like the pattern? Zhang Yu took out a shopping bag and showed it to her, which contained all the things she bought for Nan Ziyi. Everything Zhang Yu bought for Nan Ziyi was matched according to her temperament. Most of them are solid colors. If ordinary people wear it, the effect will not be obvious, or even have a counterproductive effect. But Nan knew that he had a different opinion. She is a natural clothes hanger, cold and aloof, with an indifferent expression when she looks at everyone. Paired with solid colors, it's absolutely stunning. But the only pity is that Nan Ziyi had just had the surgery and it will take some time before she can wear it. Zhang Yu quickly took out her knitted hat. The pattern and color are matched with the pajamas, giving people a very high-end feeling. The mother is weak and easily catches cold, so the knitted hat can keep her warm. Not only that, she also bought a lot of socks. These are Zhang Yu's full thoughts. Nan Ziyi looked up and looked again and again. These were all the styles she liked. I like it. Auntie, everything you buy is so beautiful. You have a good taste. Zhang Yu was filled with joy. As long as you like it, I'll ask Nanfeng to rinse the clothes, and you can wear them when you've recovered a little. Come on, put on your hat first. Zhang Yu picked out a hat that she liked the most and put it on Nan Ziyi. Then she looked left and right to assess the effect. Nan Ziyi touched his chin and said, Hey, Auntie, does it look bad on me? Zhang Yu shook her head and praised, No, it's really beautiful. Auntie is amazed by her beauty. Otherwise, my son has good taste. The wife I found is like a fairy. She is so beautiful even with a hat on. Well, I hope my son can work harder and make the other person his daughter-in-law as soon as possible. The more Jiang Yu looked at Nan Ziyi, the more she liked her. This time she and Gu Honglang went out shopping. She was responsible for buying things for Nan Ziyi, while most of the baby's clothes and supplies were selected by Gu Honglang. Children's things are very beautiful and cute. After going out, Gu Honglang fell in love with a lot of things and wanted to move the entire children's clothing store back for the babies. I took off the little clothes and couldn't get enough of looking at them. Just as Gu Honglang was looking forward to dressing the babies in cute clothes, the three little guys woke up one after another. He opened his eyes and started crying, and the trio began. Gu Nanfeng quickly checked their diapers. There is no poop or pee, so it must be because it is hungry. He let down the bed curtain and carried Nan Ziyi over to feed her. This was a good opportunity for the two to improve their relationship, so Jiang Yu was tactful enough not to interrupt. A nurse happened to walk into the ward. Dr. Jiang, you're back. The person next to you is the new expectant mother who just moved in. The nurse introduced the family of 3 in the next ward. This is Dr. Jiang from our obstetrics and gynecology department. She is responsible for the delivery of your child. If there is any situation, the expectant mother should report it to her immediately. The other party's mother-in-law was surprised. Are you the grandmother of the baby in the next bed? Are you also the obstetrician and gynecologist here? Of course she saw the interaction between Jiang Yu and Nan Ziyi just now. I thought the other party was just an ordinary parent of a pregnant woman. I didn't expect that she was actually a doctor here. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, then began to ask about the young woman's condition and asked the nurse to record the situation. After understanding the situation, she said to Gu Nanfeng behind the bed curtain, "Wait for the children to finish feeding. About 40 minutes later, take them to get their vaccinations first, and I will get their birth certificates later." After giving the instructions, he led the nurse away in a hurry. She still has a lot of work to do and needs to finish it as soon as possible so that she can come and spend time with her grandchildren. Gu Honglang knows how to burp his baby as milk. After Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi fed one, he patted them. Watching his grandson burp, he was happier than winning the lottery. The mother-in-law in the next bed looked at this scene with envy. Jiang Yu's grandchildren are triplets, and she is a doctor here. Does she have a trick for giving birth to twins? Chapter 16, Vaccinate the Baby, Super Reward, I Have a House? About 40 minutes later, Gu Nanfeng took the babies to get vaccinated. Jiang Yu told him that newborns need to receive 2 types of vaccines after birth. They are hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine, which are both free of charge in the hospital. The 3 little cuties don't know what will happen next. In the stroller, he occasionally looked at his father and then at his grandfather, and was very quiet and well-behaved. See the babies observing themselves. Gu Nanfeng interacted with them. Yang Yang, Yaya, Xingxing, do you know what you are going to do next? Let's go get the injections, and then the babies will grow up healthy. Every kid has to be beaten. The children blinked their big eyes with curiosity. They don't understand what the injection means yet. But soon I noticed something unusual. Before they reached the door of the injection room, they heard bursts of crying and the babies felt uneasy instinctively. Gu Nanfeng coaxed them softly while waiting in line. There were quite a few children coming to get vaccinated, and they waited for a long time before it was their turn. Jiang Yu had already prepared the information for them in advance. The nurse recorded the names of Yang Yang and the other 2 and started the vaccination. Oh, these babies must be Dr. Zheng's grandchildren, hello. Then let the elder brother set an example for the younger brothers and sisters, okay? Come, let daddy help the baby expose his arms. After greeting the nurse, Gu Nanfeng took Belle out and placed him on his lap. The little guy moved on his legs, made a purse of his lips and looked at the nurse in confusion. He didn't know what terrible thing would happen next. The nurse took the vaccination needle with a thin needle tube on it and inserted it into Yang Yang's chubby arm. Belle moved uncomfortably, his little face full of pain, and he burst into tears. Gu Nanfeng coaxed gently, "It hurts, doesn't it? Don't cry, it will be over soon." The nurse said, "Yes, Yang Yang is the bravest. Yang Yang is a man. He just needs one more shot." Gu Honglang felt so distressed watching this. If possible, he would like to endure the pain of the injection on behalf of his grandchildren. Gu Nanfeng coaxed him while showing Belle's other arm. The nurse gave the injection quickly. Belle's tears flowed down and he cried loudly. Gu Nanfeng patted his butt to comfort him. Okay, Yang Yang is done now, it won't hurt anymore without the needle. Baby, are you in pain? Daddy will help you get rid of it. Hoo-hoo, look, Daddy has driven the pain away. Yang Yang doesn't feel any pain anymore. Gu Nanfeng blew gently, blowing away the pain in the little baby's arm. Yang Yang kept crying. Fortunately, as time went by and with his comfort, the crying gradually subsided. He handed Yang Yang to Gu Honglang and then picked up Erbao. Follow the order and go to our little princess Ye to experience the needle of love. Erbao has long eyelashes that look like two small fans when he blinks. Like her brother, she didn't understand what she was about to face. After the nurse gave her 2 skillful injections, the little princess cried as aggrieved as she could be. Oh my god, it's so small but has a big voice. He cried so hard that Gu Nanfeng's heart was broken. It's over, Yaya, don't cry anymore. When you grow up, Daddy will buy you lots of delicious food. It's all over, dear. Gu Nanfeng held the second baby and coaxed her for a long time before the little princess stopped crying and fell asleep in his arms with tears on her eyes. As Debao and Erbao cried one after another, Xiaobao seemed to realize something. He started crying before he even got the injection. The nurse smiled and praised him. Xiaobao was so smart. You're already crying before you even get the injection. But it's too early for you to cry. Come on, brave little man, Auntie will be fine soon. It won't hurt soon. 2 more needles were injected into Xingxing's white arm. Xiaobao's facial features were wrinkled and he cried louder than his brothers and sisters. Gu Nanfeng hugged her and coaxed her in various ways. Seeing a child crying, a father feels so heartbroken. The baby was given 2 injections shortly after being born. It's so pitiful. After coaxing the 3 little ones, the nurse handed the vaccination booklet to Gu Nanfeng. This is the baby's vaccination book. They will need it for getting shots and going to kindergarten. Take it back and keep it safe. If you accidentally lose it, you can come here to get a replacement, or tell Dr. Jiang and she will reissue it for you. The vaccination schedule for babies is in the vaccination book, and you just need to bring them to the hospital regularly for vaccinations. The 2 shots I got this time were BCG vaccine and hepatitis B vaccine. I have to keep the injection site away from water for 24 hours. After Gu Nanfeng took note of it, he took the 3 little ones back to the ward. As soon as she entered the door, Nan Ziyi asked the children about their injections with concern. Gu Nanfeng was afraid that she would worry, so he briefly explained, the babies are very brave. They just cried for a while and recovered quickly. When they heard their mother's voice, the little kids hummed in her direction with pitiful expressions. Nan Ziyi asked Gu Nanfeng to bring the little babies to her on the bed. Ding, congratulations to the triplets for completing their first vaccination in life. They will be rewarded with a fully decorated apartment in Swan Community and 30,000 yuan in cash. The relevant property documents and keys have been placed in the host's luggage bag. Just as Gu Nanfeng carried the children to Nan Ziyi on the bed, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Gu Nanfeng. A reward house. Well-decorated room. He took a deep breath, suppressed his inner excitement, and communicated with the system with his mind. System, did I hear you correctly? A house as a reward? You rewarded me with a house for taking the babies to get vaccinated? A fully furnished apartment in Swan Community, did I hear it right? The system replied, Host, stay calm. You heard it right. The reward is a fully furnished apartment in Swan Community plus 30,000 yuan in cash. After the system was restored, it escaped quietly. Gu Nanfeng's heart was pounding. When I opened the suitcase that contained the clothes I brought from school, I saw a document bag containing the property certificates related to Swan Community and 2 gate keys. Gu Nanfeng could hardly contain his inner excitement. If this wasn't a hospital, he would probably laugh out loud with excitement. Real. This is true. The system really rewarded me with a house. It is a fully furnished house, a house you can move into right away. How could he not be excited? He originally planned to buy a house and move in with Nan Ziyi and the babies in the future. But the housing prices in Dongdu are too high. Without the help of his family, it would probably take him some time to save up enough for the down payment. Now the system has given him a big surprise. Whatever you want comes true, the system is so considerate. System 666, long live the system. Gu Nanfeng cheered excitedly in his heart. Swan Community is one of the most famous real estate projects in Dongdu, located in Taoyuan District. Chapter 17, Man, you have successfully attracted my attention. Man, why are you ignoring me? Swan Community is one of the communities that Dongdu has focused on building in the past 2 years. The location is Lingjing Road, Taoyuan District. The average price is 25,000 yuan per square meter. I heard that it is very popular and many people cannot afford it even if they have money. Gu Nanfeng has seen videos shared by homeowners on Douyin several times, and the community environment is very beautiful. I didn't expect that the system would give me a house there. I was so excited. I was planning to save money to buy it slowly, but the system gave it to me directly. Newborn babies can recognize their mothers by sound and smell. The 3 little ones felt so safe in their mother's arms that they fell asleep without realizing it. Although he was reluctant, Gu Honglang knew the current situation of his son and Nan Ziyi. In order to make time for the 2 of them to spend together, he went home at noon. His wife and son are in the hospital, so he doesn't have to worry about the babies. After Gu Honglang left, the woman in the next bed asked Gu Nanfeng, "Handsome guy, is that Dr. Jiang really your mother?" Gu Nanfeng hummed softly. The woman was amazed. "Wow, this is too good to be true. Your wife gave birth to the baby and your mother delivered it. And the kids you gave birth to are triplets, so amazing." Gu Nanfeng smiled. The woman in the next bed had a good personality, but her mother-in-law seemed difficult to talk to. It was noon. John Yu walked into the ward with the baby's birth certificates. "It's time for lunch. Go buy some lunch for Ziyi. I'll stay here with you." Gu Nanfeng thought for a while and said, "Mom, I want to go back and make it. I won't buy it this time." John Yu looked at him in surprise. "You're going to do it? Are you sure?" Gu Nanfeng nodded seriously. "Okay, but let me have a taste first before Ziyi eats it." Gu Nanfeng. "How much does my mom think of my cooking skills?" In the past, Gu Nanfeng had no confidence in his cooking skills. But now, things are different. With the systematic cooking talent, he is confident that he can pass this test with his mother. Gu Nanfeng gave her a confident look. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that her son had changed a lot after having a baby. It seems that buying a house is on the agenda. I'll send a WeChat message to my husband later and ask him to go down and take a look at the property today. Gu Nanfeng wanted to try out the effect of his talent as a gourmet chef. After leaving the hospital, he ran straight to the vegetable market and then took a taxi to Swan Community. I arrived at the gate of the community and looked up. It is worthy of being a community that has been built with emphasis. The entrance of the community is very grand. This landscape flower embellishment is just right. Swipe your card and walk through the door, and you will be greeted by a pleasing sight. Gu Nanfeng was happy with every step he took. He never thought that one day he would own a house in such a high-end community. Find the elevator according to the house number. On the way, I met a young girl with short chestnut hair, wearing a vest and shorts, with a curvy figure and fair skin. The other party's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Nanfeng. Wow, when did such a handsome guy appear in the neighborhood? Oh, so excited. Even if we take a step back, what if he asks me for my WeChat ID later? Then do you want to give it? Unfortunately, the girl with short hair thought too much. Gu Nanfeng saw her, but he didn't intend to approach her and talk to her. His eyes seemed to be looking at an ordinary passerby and he didn't take it seriously. The girl got anxious and ran up to him and asked, "Hi, hello, little brother. Are you new here? Which building are you looking for? Do you need my help?" Gu Nanfeng stopped and said, "I'm looking for building 5, but I've already seen it. I can just walk there. Thank you." After saying that, he left. Girl. He actually ignored his own beauty. Oh, man. Interesting, you have successfully caught the attention of this princess. She chased up and asked, "Brother, I have lived here for half a year and I am very familiar with the surroundings. I can take you to familiarize yourself with the environment after you move in. Let's add WeChat and we can take a walk together when we have time in the future." With her figure and beauty, she didn't believe any man could refuse her advances. At least she had never failed before. This time, however, she was too confident. In response to her WeChat request, Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, "I don't think I will have much time in the future because I have to take care of the children." With children? Your brothers and sisters, help your family take care of them? No, it's my own child. I'm already a father of 3 children. The girl looked at him in disbelief. Is this a disguised form of self-rejection? How could he have 3 children when he is so young? He must be kidding. Gu Nanfeng smiled brightly and explained, My baby was born yesterday, triplets, so I probably won't have time to go out for a walk in the future. I'll just have to get familiar with the environment after I move in. Thank you. After saying that, Gu Nanfeng left without looking back. He has become accustomed to girls asking him for their WeChat accounts. After all, he has had this handsome face since he was a child, and even if he wants to keep a low profile, people around him will not allow him. Looking at Gu Nanfeng's leaving back, the girl felt a little sorry. Damn it! It was the first time she saw such a handsome man, and he actually had a baby. I'm so angry that such a charming man doesn't belong to me. When the other person talks about the baby, the happiness on his face cannot be faked. It seems that the other party did not lie to me and he really has a child. Ah, the girl is going crazy, what a pity. Gu Nanfeng didn't know what the woman was thinking. He found building 5 and started pressing the elevator button. The house is on the 7th floor. I found the house number 701 with excitement. High-end residential communities are different. The gate is equipped with 2 ways of opening, supporting fingerprint unlocking and key opening. Gu Nanfeng couldn't wait to try both of them. When he walked in and saw the decoration of the house, he was completely stunned. What a beautiful decoration style. The first impression it gives is very warm. The modern and simple decoration style and every color combination in the house make him very comfortable. His favorite is still the living room. The aesthetics of the sofa, carpet, decorative paintings, and coffee table stools in the living room are all to his liking. This is simply my dream room. With excitement in his heart, Gu Nanfeng walked around the place inside and out. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 large balconies. He roughly estimated the area, at least 150 square meters. The house rewarded by the system is so big. Each house has plenty of space. Master bedroom, second bedroom, and a children's room. Both the master bedroom and the children's room are equipped with dressing rooms, making it convenient for adults and children to change clothes. The second bedroom can be used as a guest room to entertain guests in the future. The area is larger than Gu Nanfeng imagined. Thinking that Nan Ziyi was still in the hospital, Gu Nanfeng calmed down and walked into the kitchen with the vegetables. The kitchen equipment is very advanced, and he only turned on the functions he knows how to use. The mind communicated with the system, can I use my talent for cooking now? Can. Use. The host has unlocked his talent as a gourmet cook. From now on, he can enjoy any kind of food. Chapter 18, The talent for gourmet food is unlocked, School Beauty, you should call me the god of cookery. After activating his talent as a gourmet chef, Gu Nanfeng had a magical feeling. It's like he was born to cook. The body reacts instinctively, and a lot of cooking techniques come into my mind. With the help of the system's capabilities, Gu Nanfeng instantly became a cooking expert. No matter what dish you cook. It's so easy. It was as if he had done it countless times before, the movements and techniques were already etched into his DNA, and he could do it naturally. Gu Nanfeng exclaimed that his talent was too abnormal. But he likes it. There are many things that a woman who has just given birth cannot eat. This time, Gu Nanfeng made stir-fried shredded radish, stir-fried black fungus and yam, and purple sweet potato porridge for Nan Ziyi. Gu Nanfeng finished these 3 simple dishes very quickly. In addition to hers, he continued to make another one for Jiang Yu and himself. It smells strange. After taking another bite, Gu Nanfeng widened his eyes. Damn, is this really a dish I made? System, I love you. Gu Nanfeng felt happy, thinking that Nan Ziyi would probably like this taste. After packing up quickly, Gu Nanfeng went straight to the hospital. When I returned to the ward, the woman next door who had just given birth was having lunch. Nan Ziyi was so hungry after smelling the fragrance. Seeing her son coming in with the thermos box, Jiang Yu asked him to quickly bring the dish over for her to taste. If the food doesn't taste good, don't give it to Nan Ziyi. As a result, the insulation cover was just opened. Oh my god, the tempting fragrance hits me and I can't help swallowing. The young woman next door sniffed, oh my god, it smells so good. She suddenly felt that her food no longer tasted good. Jiang Yu took a bite and widened her eyes, did you make this? Gu Nanfeng curled his lips, what else? Mom, when you've been away for 3 days, you should look at him with new eyes. I, your son, am no longer the wuxiaman I once was. The cooking skills I have practiced for so long are finally useful. Jiang Yu wondered if this was really the meal cooked by her son. Super delicious. Even she can't catch up. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, Mom, should I give it to Ziyi to eat? Oh, that's enough. Give it to Ziyi to eat. Is it true that your cooking skills have improved so much in such a short time? Jiang Yu muttered softly. Nan Ziyi's stomach was growling with hunger on the bed, but she was very reserved and didn't show it at all. She could already smell the aroma. It is no exaggeration to say that even though she was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, she had never smelled such tempting food aroma. Gu Nanfeng's cooking is so delicious? Nan Ziyi was quite surprised. Gu Nanfeng put the thermal box on the table and washed the dishes and spoons. You did all this yourself? Yeah, I only made 3 dishes. I don't know if they suit your taste. The smell was already intoxicating, and only after opening the thermos box did she realize what it meant to have a delicious taste. I was shocked that food could look so good. Nan Ziyi's appetite increased greatly. I'm not picky about food. Gu Nanfeng, the dishes you cook are so delicious. You are amazing. Gu Nanfeng pursed her lips. Try it. If you like it, I'll make a few more for you later. Okay. I'll be welcome then. Nan Ziyi nodded with a smile on her face. It smelled so good that she couldn't wait to taste it. Now she needs someone to feed her. Gu Nanfeng scooped a spoonful of purple sweet potato porridge for her and said, Drink some porridge to moisten your stomach. The fragrance and the handsomeness that came close to her made Nan Ziyi's heart beat like a deer. Ah! She opened her cherry mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Nan Ziyi suddenly widened her eyes and stared blankly at Gu Nanfeng, who was feeding her. Gu Nanfeng's heart tightened. How does it taste? Are you used to it? Nan Ziyi came back to his senses and said, It tastes great. Gu Nanfeng, this is the most delicious porridge I have ever eaten. It's delicious. After saying that, she opened her mouth and indicated that she wanted to continue eating. The porridge is so delicious, I don't want to stop eating it. Gu Nanfeng smiled. Okay, eat another bite. Try the fried shredded radish and fried yam with black fungus later. These are the most suitable foods for postpartum mothers. Nan Ziyi's eyes smiled like crescent moons. I'm looking forward to it. After taking another sip of purple sweet potato porridge, Nan Ziyi felt so satisfied with his life. It would be great if she could eat meals cooked by Gu Nanfeng every day. If possible, she would definitely be the happiest woman in the world. Jiang Yu watched this scene with satisfaction. The two of them get along very well. The only word in her mind now is perfect match. Ziyi, try this. It might be hot. Let me blow it on you. Thank you, it tastes delicious. Gu Nanfeng, this is the most delicious dish I have ever eaten. It's much better than what the chefs in 5-star hotels make. Really? I haven't eaten food from a 5-star hotel yet, but as long as you like, I can cook for you every day. Gu Nanfeng listened to Nan Ziyi's praise and said happily while feeding the baby. The system's talent is permanent, and he can do as much as he wants in the future. Gu Nanfeng, you were so nice to me. Thank you. Gu Nanfeng touched her head and said, Don't be polite, silly girl. I said I would take care of you. Seeing that the two were getting along so well, Jiang Yu also took her portion and started eating. I can't believe this was cooked by my son. It tastes many times better than what I make myself. The more Jiang Yu ate, the more she doubted it. Was it really made by her son himself? Or was it possible that he paid someone else to make it? Now she can't understand her son anymore. She thought about it and decided to wait until her son was cooking and then go and check it in person. Jiang Yu was concerned about Gu Nanfeng. While eating, she sent a message to Gu Honglang, asking him to go and see the house after lunch. On the other side, seeing Jiang Yu's message, Gu Honglang fell into deep thought. I thought about buying a house this morning. Now that they both have babies, they have to buy a house. But, wife, where do you think it's appropriate to buy it? Jiang Yu already had an idea in mind. You can go to Taoyuan district this afternoon. It has been well developed in recent years and the planning is good in all aspects. Although the house price is a bit expensive, it is comfortable to live in. I've looked it up online. The Xiaoguang Mansion, Rhine Lake, Shangtian Mansion, and Swan Residential Area in Taoyuan District are all very good. You can go there first to learn more about them. I'll go with you later. Okay, I'll go after I finish my meal. Gu Honglang had heard of the communities that Jiang Yu mentioned. The housing prices seemed to be very high, but he didn't know the exact price. He was thinking that since he was planning to buy a house, should he also buy a car for his son? Having a car will make it convenient to go anywhere in the future. After dinner, Gu Honglang drove his electric car straight to Taoyuan district. Based on the principle of proximity, the first property to be built was Lake Rhine. He originally thought that the real estate sales staff were taking a break at noon, but when he arrived at the sales office, he found it was very busy. There were quite a few people who came to see the house at noon, and the sales staff received them warmly. Chapter 19, Dr. Jiang and Lao Gu's secret action to buy a house for their son. The exterior walls of the Rhine Lake community are European-style buildings, very fashionable and popular among young people. As soon as Gu Honglang entered the sales office, a sales lady came to greet him. After some research, I found out that the house in Rhine Lake is 23,000 yuan per square meter. If you take out all the savings at home, you should be able to get it all at once. But if all the money was spent, he would still have to pay for his son's wedding in the future. Gu Honglang thought about it and decided to look at other properties. However, the prices of the added Shaoguang Mansion and Shengtian Mansion are similar, at 22,000 to 23,000 per square meter. The Swan community that we visited last time was even more outrageous, costing 25,000 per square meter. Although the price is high, Gu Honglang has to admit that it is expensive for a reason. Especially the Swan community, he has visited the existing houses and they are very beautifully decorated. The community environment and supporting facilities are the best he has ever seen. I heard from the real estate salesperson that there are only 2 available houses left and a lot of people are vying for them. If you want to buy it, you need to pay a deposit of 50,000 yuan first. If you can't buy it later, the money will be refunded. After reading it, Gu Honglang called Jiang Yu and told her the general situation. Jiang Yu frowned. You said the Tianyi community has the best environment and the most beautiful decoration? Yes, there are many people competing for this community. Now you need to pay a deposit and make a reservation. If you can't buy it in the future, you can refund the money. Unexpectedly, it was so popular. Jiang Yu asked again, how much is the house price there? 25,000 per square meter. Jiang Yu fell silent. Then she took out a pen and paper and started calculating something. Finally, she said, wait until I get off work this afternoon, and I'll go to Swan Community with you. Gu Honglang knew that his wife wanted to buy a house in Swan Community for their son. He has no objection to this. Even if it is a little hard, he wants to give the best to his children. Okay, I'll pick you up at the hospital when you get off work. Keep this secret from your son for now. We'll tell him after we buy it. After hanging up the phone, Gu Honglang bought 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes to visit his colleagues at work. When he arrived at the security booth in the park, Gu Honglang told everyone he met that he had become a grandfather and that his son had triplets. His colleague who was guarding the door lit a cigarette for him and asked in surprise, is Lao Gu real or fake? You haven't even mentioned anything about such a big thing as having a grandson? Does your son Nanfeng really have a child? Gu Honglang was full of pride. Of course not, my wife delivered the baby herself, how could it be fake? She just gave birth yesterday, and today is her 2nd day. She's so chubby and white, don't mention how cute she is. Seeing him smile so happily, the colleagues around him felt that it was most likely true. But he waited until the child was born to tell them. This was not like Gu Honglang's character. A security guard asked, what does your daughter-in-law do at home? Is she pretty? Gu Nanfeng and the others have met him before. He is a very handsome young man with a great figure. I don't know what kind of person he is looking for. Gu Honglang said cheerfully, very beautiful. My Xiaofeng has good taste. As for what it is for, you will know later. Now his son and Nan Ziyi were only close in fate, so Gu Honglang didn't dare to say anything for sure. He just laughed it off and dealt with it. Thinking of Nan Ziyi's speech and behavior, he became more determined to buy a house for his son. At the hospital, Jiang Yu was now carefully washing Nan Ziyi's face with hot water, and then she pulled down the bed curtain to help her wipe her body. While busying myself, I was amazed at how good my son's taste is. My daughter-in-law has great skin, so tender that you could pinch water out of it, and she has a great figure. Jiang Yu had already helped Nan Ziyi remove the pain pump. The pain she had imagined did not occur, which made Nan Ziyi surprised and happy. Gu Nanfeng brought a pair of dried pajamas, and Tu Jie brought a new thin blanket. The blanket provided by the hospital was stained with breast milk and sweat and was no longer suitable for use. Just as Gu Nanfeng was about to undress her, Nan Ziyi grabbed the quilt and turned her face away and said, Well, let Auntie change it for me. Gu Nanfeng scratched his head. Oh, sorry, I forgot my mom is here too. Nan Ziyi bit her lip and said nothing. Jiang Yu, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and thought to herself that if she had known this earlier, she would not have come. While Jiang Yu was changing Nan Ziyi's clothes and bedding, Gu Nanfeng was looking after the babies in the crib. It's only been less than 2 days since the babies were born, and they have already changed a lot. As white and tender as a porcelain doll. Gu Nanfeng knew that the children would become more and more beautiful as time went by. In a blink of an eye, it was time to get off work at the hospital. Jiang Yu rushed to the ward to get the thermal box and prepared to go back to cook. Auntie Ziyi is going back first. I'll bring you food later. Yang Yang, yeah, Xing, Grandma is going back first. Grandpa and I will come to see you later. Moi. After saying that, he left in a hurry. As a son, Gu Nanfeng always felt that his mother had something important to do. At the same time, Jiang Yu walked out of the hospital gate, found Gu Honglang and went straight to the sales office of Swan Community. An hour later, the two men came out of the sales office. Jiang Yu was very satisfied with the community environment, but the real estate salesperson also told them that even if they wanted to buy it, they might not be able to buy it. Because there are many people who want to buy it. Want to buy a house 100%, unless. Jiang Yu knew what the salesperson meant. She knew that they would only help her if she paid them a bribe privately. But how much the kickback should be, of course, depends on who offers the highest price. Jiang Yu didn't have the confidence to give more than others. She had just noticed that many of the people who came to see the house came from well-off families. There is a high probability that our own products cannot compare to others. Alas, it is such a depressing feeling to come across the house you want to buy when the conditions are average. Wife, why don't we look at other neighborhoods? Maybe we can find one with a good environment and low price? Jiang Yu sighed, I hope so. I looked back at the Swan Community. The houses here are really nice, but unfortunately they are so popular that it is difficult for ordinary people to buy them. Jiang Yu was in a bad mood and went back to cook. She had to go to the hospital later and couldn't let her son see the flaw. Another hour later, the couple came to the hospital ward carrying an incubator. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the humming of my little grandchildren. Jiang Yu handed the lunchbox to Gu Nanfeng, and then she and Gu Honglang coaxed the babies. Hey, little darlings, why are you crying again? Grandma and Grandpa are here to see the babies. Little darling, you're not cute if you cry. Come, let Grandpa and Grandma hold you for a while, okay? What's that warm thing? Erbao, you pooped, didn't you? It stinks. Jiang Yu said with an exaggerated expression while hugging him. But just when she was about to clean up Erbao's butt, the woman in the next bed let out a scream, followed by a very painful expression. Jiang Yu was startled and handed the second treasure to Gu Honglang. Press the call bell immediately and ask the nurse to come over. The pregnant woman in the next bed should be preparing to give birth. Chapter 20, The son has become bad. He said he bought a house and will fool his mother. The nurse came quickly, and Jiang Yu arranged the delivery room and pushed the woman away immediately. Her mother-in-law and son also followed in a hurry. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi looked at each other and saw each other's concern. Giving birth is a very dangerous thing, I hope women can be safe. The three little guys seemed to have heard the noise coming from the bed next door. The crying gradually became quieter. The second and third babies have both pooped, but the eldest has not yet. After feeding Nan Ziyi, Gu Nanfeng planned to go over and change their diapers. In the end, Gu Honglang did it all by himself. After taking care of the two little guys, Gu Honglang was extremely satisfied. She looked at them with a smile. Okay, Grandpa has fixed it for you, don't cry, Grandma will be back to accompany the babies soon. Can Grandpa stay with you for a while now? I'm your grandpa, your dad's dad. Call me Grandpa. The babies were silent, just sad. Gu Honglang guessed that the babies must be hungry, so he prepared milk powder for them. Milk powder and bottles are all available. Newborns don't have to be fed only with breast milk, it's also okay to feed them alternately with formula. The children must be starving, panting while holding the bottle. Natural birth is not as effective as cesarean section. About 2 hours later, Nan Ziyi saw the husband of the woman in the next bed coming back holding a swaddle. His wife came back sitting on a hospital bed pushed back by the nurse. My mother-in-law followed me happily, in a good mood. Nan Ziyi didn't expect the other party to give birth so soon. He seemed to be in very good condition, which made her very envious. Seeing the grandmother next door grinning from ear to ear, Gu Honglang asked curiously, "Is it a young prince or a princess?" The woman's eyes were filled with joy. "It's a little prince. It's a baby boy." "Mr. Gu, thank you, Dr. Jiang. Our grandson was born safely thanks to her." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yu and the nurse came into the ward. "You're welcome, this is what we should do. The babies are healthy, and mom is in great shape. Let's see how she recovers tomorrow. If you recover well, you can be discharged from the hospital the day after tomorrow. Give birth today, be observed tomorrow, and be discharged the day after tomorrow." Nan Ziyi became even more envious. She had a cesarean section and will have to stay in the hospital for at least a week. Oh my god, she really wants to be discharged from the hospital now. Staying in the ward every day is like being in prison. In short, she was very envious. The young woman was very happy and relieved after giving birth, so she asked her husband to give the child to her. It's so fun to hold the glutinous rice dumpling and rub his little face. You, the little rascal finally decided to come out, didn't you? Do you know how hard it has been for mom during this period? Hey, you kicked my belly. I'll see if I'll spank you next time. Oh, baby, be a good boy in the future and be a good son to your mother. Newborn babies are very small, with only tiny hands and feet. The woman kissed her son's little hand, her eyes full of love. Nan Ziyi, Gu Nanfeng and others offered their congratulations. The woman can now get out of bed and walk. She came over to say hello, holding her son. Mom will take you to see your brothers and sisters. Hi, brothers and sisters, hello, the baby was born not long ago. My brother and sister are so pretty and cute. I hope my baby can be as pretty and cute in the future. The well-fed triplets looked at the baby in front of them with confusion in the crib. As if they had sensed their own kind, the little cuties were dancing their hands happily. Although the woman had a normal birth, she had just given birth. Jiang Yu asked her to go back and rest first, and get out of bed and move around after she recovered. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, her mother-in-law hurriedly urged the woman to return to the bed. After having a grandson, her tone when talking to the woman became much softer. Jiang Yu told the other party, "The baby will probably be hungry soon, mommy, check if the milk has started. Give it to your baby directly after it's opened. If it still hasn't come out, you can try expressing it. You can find a lactation consultant or buy a breast pump. If you haven't, just drink powdered milk for now. Wait until mom has rested enough, and the child's dad will take her out of bed and move around when he has time. When the baby wakes up at night, he may cry. You need to take good care of him and don't be impatient. The baby doesn't know anything when he is just born. No matter what emergency happens, remember to go to the office to see the doctor or nurse as soon as possible." After Jiang Yu finished speaking, she examined the other baby again before leaving with the nurse. The ward has been bustling with joy ever since the woman next door gave birth. Not long after Jiang Yu left, the other party's relatives arrived. For fear of disturbing the triplets, Gu Nanfeng pulled down all the curtains of the hospital beds. Gu Honglang sat next to the crib and watched over them. When Jiang Yu came to check on them again, the babies were already fast asleep. She called Gu Honglang to the corridor and told him that she had to be on duty at night and asked him to go back first. Then I said something to him. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi pricked up their ears and vaguely heard the words "buy a house." Gu Nanfeng was puzzled. Could it be that his parents were planning to buy a house? When Jiang Yu came in, Gu Nanfeng asked her about the house. Jiang Yu neither admitted nor denied it. She just asked him to take good care of Nan Ziyi and the child, and leave other matters to her and Gu Honglang. When Gu Nanfeng saw the other person's expression, he knew that he had guessed right. He straightened his expression and said, "Mom, you and Dad don't have to buy me a house. I've already bought the house. When Ziyi is discharged from the hospital, I will take them directly to live in the new house, which is in Tiani community." The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. The brat never thinks twice before bragging. I told myself yesterday that I was saving money to buy a house in the future. Bought the house today. Is this how you fool your mom? You said you bought a house yourself, in Swan community? Yes. Do you know how much per square meter in Swan community costs? How come I didn't know after I bought it? It's only 25,000 per square meter. Keep fooling around. Nan knew what he meant, but Jiang Yu didn't want to expose him in person. Gu Nanfeng also remembered what he said to his mother yesterday and knew that she didn't believe it. After a pause, he said, "Mom, I really bought it. It's a fully furnished apartment. I can't tell you the details. When Ziyi is discharged from the hospital, I will take you there and you will know that I didn't lie to you. My son, you make it very difficult for me to say this. Look at my son's expression, it seems like what he said is true. If she hadn't been to Swan Community today, she would have believed it. How come this kid can talk without blushing or panting? Could it be that this is how Nan Ziyi was fooled by him? Jiang Yu refused to believe what her son said about buying a house by himself. Gu Nanfeng sighed, knowing that his mother would not believe anything he said now. He could only wait for Nan Ziyi and the babies to be discharged from the hospital and then take them to Swan Community in person. They won't believe it until they see it with their own eyes. But he has to think of a reasonable solution in the next few days. Otherwise, with such a large sum of money to buy a house, my mother would have reason to suspect that I robbed a bank. Chapter 21, The School Beauty Doesn't Want Face Anymore, and here comes another super reward. Jiang Yu was on night shift at night, so she told Gu Nanfeng to go to her directly if he had any questions. Nan Ziyi is now able to do some light activities. You can turn left or right while lying in bed, and as long as the amplitude is not too small, the wound will not be pulled. The effect of the anesthetic has worn off by now. Nan Ziyi was lying on the bed, frowning and unable to sleep. Suddenly, she looked at Nanfeng and said, that. Gu Nanfeng turned sideways and saw her with a red face. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Nan Ziyi had an embarrassed expression and hesitated, not knowing how to start. Gu Nanfeng noticed her eyes looking towards the bathroom, and seemed to guess something. Well, let me help you over there. The peeing tube has been removed, so new mothers can only go to the bathroom if they want to go to the toilet. Nan Ziyi hummed, okay, help me up first, I should be able to walk over by myself. As it turned out, it was impossible for Nan Ziyi to leave on his own for the time being. Just when she was about to fall, Gu Nanfeng caught her. Nan Ziyi instinctively covered the wound on her stomach, supported Gu Nanfeng with one hand, and slowly moved forward. Gu Nanfeng asked with concern as they walked, is the wound torn? Nan Ziyi nodded and shook her head, a little bit, but it doesn't hurt much. Gu Nanfeng nodded. Since her mother had removed the pee tube for her, it proved that there was no problem for her to go to the toilet. Seeing that she was struggling to walk, Gu Nanfeng put his arm around her waist and said, let me carry you over. After saying that, he carefully picked her up horizontally. Nan Ziyi's face suddenly trembled with embarrassment. Well, no, I can just walk there. There was someone in the next bed. How could she not feel shy about such an intimate act? But Gu Nanfeng insisted, be good, don't move, be careful not to tear the wound. Gu Nanfeng is 1.8 meters tall, and with his regular exercise, he is more than capable of holding Nan Ziyi. At this moment, Nan Ziyi was thinking, would he feel that he was heavy and fat? Women are very concerned about their weight. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Gu Nanfeng's stress-free expression. She gained a lot of weight during her pregnancy, and Nan Ziyi was not sure how much she weighed after giving birth. The bathroom was not far away for Gu Nanfeng, and he arrived there in just a few steps. He carefully put Nan Ziyi down and opened the door for her. Do you need my help? For example, taking off your pants. Nan Ziyi shook her head like a rattle. No, I can do it myself. Gu Nanfeng nodded and closed the toilet door for her. Nan Ziyi let out a long breath. She could no longer hold it in. Finally, she could. But soon she became flustered because Nan Ziyi was still in pain after the peeing tube was removed. It hurts even more now. He frowns and sits down, as if he has accidentally pulled the wound, and takes a deep breath. Gu Nanfeng had been standing outside the door. When he heard the noise inside, he quickly asked, what's going on? Do you really not need my help? Ah, you're still outside? With only a door between them, wouldn't Gu Nanfeng be able to hear everything I do? How embarrassing. Nan Ziyi's face felt so hot and embarrassing, but she couldn't hold it in any longer. If you don't want this face, just forget it. Nan Ziyi's heart was like a roller coaster. She didn't know how long it had been. Well, I'm fine. Gu Nanfeng opened the door and carried her back to the bed. Did you pull the wound? Nan Ziyi was too embarrassed to say anything and just nodded randomly. Gu Nanfeng sent a WeChat message to Jiang Yu to tell her what had happened. After a while, she and the nurse came over with iodine. Then he checked and disinfected Nan Ziyi's wound. It's no big deal. Just be careful when you get out of bed next time. Only then did Gu Nanfeng feel relieved. After applying iodine to Nan Ziyi, Jiang Yu continued her ward rounds. In the middle of the night, the three little ones woke up and started crying, and Gu Nanfeng woke up like a conditioned reflex. The baby in the next bed cries a lot. Every time he wakes up and wants to drink milk, he cries for a long time. The woman praised the triplets for being so well behaved, saying they just whimpered a few times and then stopped crying. The other mother has a relatively small amount of milk, so she is currently feeding her baby with a combination of breast milk and formula. It was a new day. Jiang Yu came over and saw Gu Nanfeng with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. How many times did the babies wake up last night? Gu Nanfeng yawned and replied, 3 or 4 times, Mom, don't worry, I always coax the children to sleep before I go to sleep. At this moment, Nan Ziyi was still lying down, sleeping soundly. Jiang Yu glanced at him and said quietly, I'm not saying that you didn't take good care of your baby. I just want you to go back and have a good rest later. Taking care of children is very hard, especially taking care of 3 at the same time. I hope the baby is well, and you also need to take care of your health. You are the father of 3 children now and you can't afford to make any mistakes. Gu Nanfeng rubbed his eyes. Okay, Mom, I got it. I'll go back and rest for a while and come back later. Jiang Yu nodded. Go ahead. Alas, young people nowadays are like this. They think their mothers are nagging after she hasn't said a few words. Take a taxi back later. Don't ride a ride-sharing car if you don't get enough rest at night. No. Jiang Yu thought her son had gone back to school to rest and didn't think much about it. Little did he know that after leaving the hospital gate, Gu Nanfeng took a taxi to Swan Community. Ding, the host has diligently taken care of the triplets for the second night of their lives. In view of the host's good performance, a nanny car will be rewarded. Note, after the baby is discharged from the hospital, the nanny car will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. As soon as Gu Nanfeng got into the taxi, the system's voice rang in his mind. I was just doing my job and it was my duty to take care of the babies. I didn't expect this would have a reward. Nanny car? Gu Nanfeng was excited. With a nanny car, it will be convenient to take your children anywhere. He was curious and communicated with the system in his mind. System, what brand of nanny car will be the reward? Can you tell me in advance? It's kept secret for now. The host will know the specific brand after taking the baby home. Gu Nanfeng curled his lips. Boring, system, you were so boring. Although, Gu Nanfeng was still very happy. Strictly speaking, now I own a house and a car. Oh my god, this is in Dongdu. A college student who hasn't even graduated yet actually owns a house and a car. Who would believe this if I told anyone? Gu Nanfeng was in a good mood and gave the driver an extra 50 yuan tip when he got off the car. Return home happily. The vegetables bought yesterday are still there, so Gu Nanfeng organizes the ingredients before going to bed. I can prepare lunch for Nan Ziyi when she wakes up. Inside the hospital. Nan Ziyi hadn't woken up yet, but the triplets woke up first. After they recovered for a while, Jiang Yu started to tease them. Today is the 3rd day since my grandchildren came into the world. The little ones are different every day. Jiang Yu felt that the little ones seemed to be better looking than yesterday. Hearing the children's crying, Nan Ziyi subconsciously opened her eyes. Auntie, you are here. Chapter 22. The triplets were frightened and cried by their grandfather. Jiang Yu hummed, I'll come to see you after I finish checking the room. I just asked Nanfeng to go back and rest for a while. I'll bring you lunch later. After saying that, he picked up the 3 little ones and let them feed. The little kids become very well behaved when they smell their mother's scent and they are quiet after eating. After putting the children back in the crib, Nan Ziyi wanted to go to the toilet, the large one. Jiang Yu couldn't carry her, so she could only help her move towards the bathroom little by little. She took off Nan Ziyi's pants and said, Auntie is a doctor, relax and don't be embarrassed. After going to the bathroom, Jiang Yu continued to help her lie back on the bed. There was sunshine on the porch, so she pushed the stroller outside and took the children out to bask in the sun. Sunbathing for newborns can help eliminate jaundice, promote the absorption of vitamin D and calcium, promote the baby's bone development, and improve resistance. The 3 little guys looked at Jiang Yu in confusion. I don't understand why Grandma wants to take them there. Jiang Yu looked at the 3 little candies with a smile. Why are you looking at Grandma like that? Come, Grandma will bring the babies to bask in the sun. Oh, our eldest son is also called Yang Yang, right? Well, Yang Yang is basking in the sun with his brothers and sisters. It is best not to expose your baby's eyes to the sun. Jiang Yu opened the cover on the crib, covering the babies above the neck, and then slowly took off their clothes, leaving only diapers. The temperature outside is just right, and you won't catch a cold even if you take off your clothes. It is best to expose the child's body to the sun from all directions. The newborn's skin was so pink that Jiang Yu couldn't wait to give it a few kisses. The little ones were not used to having their bellies exposed and were moving around in their cribs. Babies who are just 2 or 3 days old are very strong. When they are tired, Jiang Yu turns them over to the other side and continues to bask in the sun. The best time to sunbathe is from 8 to 9 in the morning and from 4 to 5 in the afternoon. The ultraviolet rays during these two time periods are not so strong and will not sunburn the baby's skin. If it is sunny, you can sunbathe once or twice a day, and 15 to 20 minutes each time is best. The triplets are all so warm and cozy, their expressions look so happy. Jiang Yu took the time to turn them over, then walked into the ward and said to the grandmother next door, "When you have time, you can also take the children out to bask in the sun. It only takes 15 to 20 minutes." The woman nodded quickly. "Okay, thank you Dr. Jiang for reminding me. I'll take the baby out to dry in the sun after he finishes feeding." Jiang Yu nodded and continued to look after her grandchildren. Belle is enjoying himself kicking his little feet in the crib. Jiang Yu was teasing the little cuties while expressing her feelings. "It's so magical that I'm a grandmother now." The 15 minutes passed quickly and Jiang Yu helped them put their clothes back on. The little ones still wanted to bask in the sun and used their little strength to stop their grandmother. Jiang Yu's heart softened. Okay, let's sunbathe here in the morning, and Grandma will bring the babies here to sunbathe in the afternoon, okay?" Grandma promises not to lie to the babies. She smiled as she carefully dressed her little grandchildren. As soon as I returned to the ward, Gu Honglang came in a hurry. My little grandson missed him so much after not seeing him for a whole night. Leaning forward to take a closer look. But from the children's perspective, a huge monster suddenly appeared in their world. The triplets were so frightened that they cried and whimpered, looking so pitiful. Gu Honglang touched his head, not understanding why she suddenly started crying when she was fine just now. Jiang Yu pulled him away and rolled her eyes at him. A big round face suddenly appeared before our eyes. It would be strange if the babies were not scared. "Be good, don't cry, Grandma is here." Didn't the stinky grandpa scare the babies? Grandpa is bad. The babies won't play with him anymore. Grandma will protect the babies. Jiang Yu quickly hugged the little ones to comfort them. Gu Honglang suddenly realized that it was his sudden appearance that scared his grandchildren. I really deserve to die. How could I scare such a cute little baby to tears? I am guilty. Fortunately, Jiang Yu is very good at coaxing children, and the cute babies soon stopped crying. Gu Honglang straightened his expression and continued to tease the 3 little cuties. "Where is Nanfeng?" he asked while interacting with the baby. "I told him to go back and rest. He should go back to school and sleep." "Oh, then I'll take care of the babies here. You worked the whole night last night, so you should go back and get some sleep." Jiang Yu yawned. She was indeed sleepy, but she felt she could still hold on a little longer. "I'll go back after my son comes." Gu Honglang was clumsy in his work, and she was worried that he wouldn't be able to take care of his grandchildren alone. Besides, it was Nan Ziyi who wanted to go to the bathroom, and it would be inconvenient if she was not there. So she continued to stay. On the 3rd day after giving birth, Nan Ziyi recovered better than the day before, and Jiang Yu helped her get out of bed and move around. Nan Ziyi felt uncomfortable feeling the kindness of Gu Nanfeng's family of 3 towards herself and the babies. She doesn't know what to do in the future. Should I be with Gu Nanfeng? What will happen to the children if they are not together? If we are together, how should I tell my parents in the future? Alas, Nan Ziyi sighed deeply in his heart and decided to take it one step at a time. Jiang Yu seemed to notice that Nan Ziyi was worried, but she didn't say anything. She just quietly helped her move. Finally, it was noon and Gu Nanfeng appeared in front of Nan Ziyi again with the thermos box. "Ziyi, you must be hungry. I made something delicious for you. Come and try it later." Gu Nanfeng's smile is very beautiful, like sunshine, so bright that it gives people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Nan Ziyi felt extremely happy when she saw him. She nodded with a smile on her face. "Yeah, I'm hungry." Gu Nanfeng walked briskly to the bed, sat down and opened the thermal cover. Jiang Yu joked, now that he has a wife, he doesn't care about his mother anymore. He doesn't even ask me if I'm hungry when the meal is ready. I'm so sad. What kind of son did I raise? Gu Nanfeng sweated profusely. Mom, I also brought yours and Dad's. They are in the insulated box. You can eat them yourself when you are hungry. Humph, what a perfunctory son. Nan Ziyi was amused and envied their mother-son relationship. Unfortunately, there is no such atmosphere in my home. Gu Nanfeng laughed. Ziyi, ignore my mom. She's like this sometimes. Come and try the dish I made today. In addition to the stir-fried shredded radish, stir-fried yam with black fungus, and purple sweet potato porridge I made for you yesterday, I just went to the market to buy new ingredients and made you purple sweet potato egg drop soup and shrimp and broccoli. As soon as you open the lid, an enticing aroma wafts out. Gu Honglang's eyes widened. Is this dish made by my son? Why does it smell so good? Is that really what he said? Like Jiangyu, he wondered why his son's cooking skills suddenly became so good. Chapter 23, Parting, Sad New Mom. Wow, it smells so good. Smelling the tempting aroma again, the new mother next door burst into tears of greed. How can there be such delicious food? I want to eat it. I want it so much. This time, Gu Nanfeng made 2 more dishes. Nan Ziyi couldn't finish her meal, so she said to the new mother next door, I have 2 dishes left here that have not been touched. Do you want to eat some? She had just given birth, and the woman's mother-in-law was superstitious and didn't want her daughter-in-law to eat other people's food. But before he could say anything, the woman said cheerfully, Thank you, mom of triplets. Nan Ziyi smiled, You're welcome. Nanfeng made too much for me. I can't finish it. After saying that, she glanced at Gu Nanfeng. She took the initiative to share the food with others. Would he be angry? Gu Nanfeng gave her a look. He was not so stingy. The other mother-in-law complained to her daughter-in-law in dissatisfaction, All you do is eat and eat all day long. Jiangyu spoke for the new mother, You just gave birth, so you need to eat more to get enough nutrition for your baby. There's no need to be so particular about eating. As long as you can eat it, it's a good thing. The grandmother next door didn't dare to show Jiangyu her face and quickly said, Yes, Dr. Jiang said that the child should eat more to supplement nutrition, otherwise the milk will not be enough. Look at Dr. Jiang's daughter-in-law, she can more than feed 3 children. What about your own? One alone is not enough. Hey, nothing. The new mother next door snorted, pretended not to hear what her mother-in-law said, and started to enjoy the food. Oh my God, this is so delicious. The woman screamed as soon as she took a bite, it must be so delicious that it made her cry. Wow, how can someone else's husband be so outstanding? Not only is he handsome, he's also a great cook. Oh, it's delicious. So delicious. The woman gave birth naturally, recovered quickly, and had a great appetite. She finished the food Nan Ziyi gave her in a short while. He burped and expressed his gratitude to Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng. Your food is super delicious. This is the first time in my life that I have eaten such delicious food. I feel so lucky and happy. Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng both laughed. The other person's mother is easy to get along with and has a carefree personality. The life of a new mother is very simple. Apart from feeding the baby and getting out of bed to move around, she spends most of her time resting in bed. Not long after finishing the meal, Nan Ziyi felt sleepy. Gu Nanfeng asked Jiangyu to go back and rest. Mom, go back to sleep, leave this to me. Jiangyu didn't refuse. Okay, your dad and I will go back first. Ziyi, your uncle and I will go back first. You should have a good rest. If you need anything, just tell Nanfeng. Nan Ziyi nodded sleepily. The couple went to take another look at the crib before leaving reluctantly. After Jiangyu and Gu Honglang left, the ward suddenly became much quieter. The new mother in the next bed had eaten and drunk her fill and fell asleep. Her mother-in-law was taking pictures of her grandson, and her husband seemed to be playing games. After Gu Nanfeng covered Nan Ziyi with a quilt, he also took the time to take a nap. When Nan Ziyi opened her eyes again, she found Sanbao eating in her arms. The baby must be hungry, so Gu Nanfeng brought him to feed him. The little guy seemed to realize that his mother had woken up. He stopped and stared at her blankly with his big watery eyes. Nan Ziyi smiled and said, It's Xingxing. Sorry, Mom just woke up. When the little guy heard what his mother said, he arched his back happily and started to eat happily again. Nan Ziyi asked quietly, Have Yan Yang and Yaya eaten? Gu Nanfeng replied, He has already eaten milk powder. I brought him here because he didn't want to eat milk powder. After saying that, he glanced at the little baby. Xingxing looked so cute with her soft feet. Although it was very busy taking care of the children in the hospital, Gu Nanfeng felt more fulfilled than ever before. The babies usually wake up 2 or 3 times at night, and every time Gu Nanfeng will get up first to take care of them. Zhang Yuequi is becoming more and more adept at taking care of children. A new day. The new mother in the next bed recovered well and her baby was healthy, so Zhang Yu informed them that they could be discharged from the hospital. The woman came over holding the baby and said goodbye to the triplets. My little brother will go home first. Goodbye, brothers and sisters. Brothers, sisters, and brothers, please grow up safely and healthily. The 3 little guys stared at the baby in the woman's arms. Nan Ziyi smiled, goodbye, little brother. My brothers and sisters will be safe and healthy. Little brother should be safe too. Bye. The babies don't know yet that they are experiencing the first separation in their lives shortly after they were born. It is easy for women to become emotional after giving birth. Although he had not spent much time with the woman next door, Nan Ziyi felt uncomfortable when she left. She didn't like the feeling of separation. Gu Nanfeng observed her expression and comforted her, maybe we will meet again in the future. We should be happy for them when they are discharged from the hospital. They came in safely and will go back safely. Ziyi, the babies, and I will always be with you. Nan Ziyi sniffed and asked, will we meet them again in the future? Gu Nanfeng affirmed, yes. If there is destiny. But what if there isn't one? If I hadn't forced you to have it, you'd have forgotten that my mom delivered their baby, and they added her on WeChat. Yes, Nan Ziyi's eyes soon lit up again. Her emotions come and go quickly. One day after the new mother next door was discharged from the hospital, another pregnant woman who was about to give birth moved in. Many people came to the other party's house this time. After staying in the hospital for a day, the expectant mother gave birth the next day. Got a daughter. Nan Ziyi noticed that the other party's husband had a smile on his face after having a daughter, but his parents-in-law were not so happy. Obviously the couple wanted a boy. The woman also noticed something unusual about her parents-in-law and told her husband about their daughter. The other husband comforted her, saying that their lives were their own and they should not worry about the elderly, and that he just liked the little princess. Hearing her husband's comfort, the woman smiled happily again. 2 days later, the woman returned happily with her daughter. Nan Ziyi was extremely envious of them seeing them being discharged from the hospital so quickly after giving birth naturally. Finally she made it to the 7th day. Zhang Yu completed the formalities for her and said, Ziyi, you and the babies can be discharged from the hospital today. It's not convenient for you to take care of the child by yourself, why don't you move into your aunt's house first? Aunt and uncle have already chosen a house. After they pay the money in 2 days, you can move into the new house. Don't worry, aunt won't go to live with you. Only Nanfeng will go to take care of you. In the past few days, she and Gu Honglang have already selected a property in the community, which is also a fully furnished house. Although it is not as good as Swan Community, the environment is not bad either. Originally, Nan Ziyi planned to move back to her rented house after being discharged from the hospital. But after Jiang Yu said that, she didn't know what to do, and looked at Gu Nanfeng for his advice. Gu Nanfeng was shocked, Mom, you guys have already found a house? Fortunately, you haven't paid for it yet. I told you that you don't need to buy a house, I have one. No need to take Ziyi back to our house. I'll take her to the new house I bought. It's also fully furnished and ready for her to move in. Chapter 24, $1 million luxury car is in hand, and my parents are hallucinating. Fully decorated house, ready to move in. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang widened their eyes, Nanfeng, are you serious? Gu Nanfeng looked at them seriously and said, Mom, I really bought it. It's in Swan Community. Not to mention Jiang Yu's doubts, even Gu Honglang didn't believe it. He has been to Swan Community no less than 3 times in the past few days. There are only 2 houses left, each priced at 25,000 yuan per square meter. Even if you have money, you may not be able to get one. How could my son buy a house there? Did he rent it there? Lie to Nan Ziyi and yourself and tell them that you bought it? The more Gu Honglang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But his son had already said it. What could he do now? Should he expose it in person and embarrass his son? I can only continue to cover for him. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang thought of the same thing. I hope I can buy a new house and move in before Nan Ziyi sees through it. Gu Nanfeng knew from the expressions of his parents that they didn't believe it, so he had no choice but to take the child over first. When they got to the house, they believed it. The discharge of Jiang Yu's daughter-in-law and grandson from the hospital was a big deal in the obstetrics and gynecology department, and all the nurses who had no work on hand came to see them off. Little darling, listen to your parents when you go back and grow up obediently. We'll see each other again in a while. Auntie will be waiting for you to get the injection. There will be many more fights in the future. Auntie will miss you. Wow, in just 1 week, the babies have become so beautiful. When they become celebrity babies, remember to buy a big house for Auntie. Miss Nan, go back and have a good rest. Confinement is very important for women. I wish you all the best. A group of people gathered around Nan Ziyi and the babies and gave them all their blessings. Jiang Yu frowned cheerfully. You talk so much, but you don't have to do any work? Go back to your posts. It's not good to be seen by the leaders. The nurses said that they just saw it, and they had finished the work at hand anyway, so shouldn't they be given a break? Her colleagues were so enthusiastic that Jiang Yu had no choice but to let them do what they wanted. Come on, babies, Grandma will get your things. Say goodbye to the aunties. Thanks to the aunts for taking care of me during this period. Jiang Yu spoke for the babies while packing up. The 3 little guys were infected by the surrounding atmosphere and looked around curiously. Gu Honglang held up his phone and said, I'll call 2 cars. Nanfeng, you and Ziyi will take one, and your mom and I will take the babies. We'll take another. Jiang Yu had no objection. It was impossible for so many of them to go back in one car. You can also take Didi and find a nanny car, but there are very few nanny cars running for Didi. Gu Nanfeng stopped him and said, Dad, there's no need to take a taxi. I have my own car. I can just take it when I get out of the door. Oh, you called in advance? That's fine. Gu Honglang nodded. My son was very thoughtful this time. Gu Nanfeng didn't explain. He knew that even if he told his father that he bought a car, his father wouldn't believe it. After packing up their things, the nurse escorted the family out. Gu Nanfeng originally wanted to carry Nan Ziyi away, but how could she do that with so many people around? She refused to do so and insisted on leaving alone. The 3 little ones lay in the stroller and looked around curiously. This was the longest distance they had walked since they were born. When they arrived at the hospital gate, Gu Honglang and Jiang Yu looked around but didn't see any taxis. Could it be that it hasn't arrived yet? He looked at Gu Nanfeng with a questioning look. Gu Nanfeng was also looking around. The system says that as long as you wait for the babies to be discharged from the hospital, the rewards will be delivered to you in a reasonable manner. How come I haven't seen it even after I've already exited the gate? Did the system let me down? Just when Gu Nanfeng was confused, a black nanny car drove towards them and finally stopped in front of them. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang blinked. Could this be the Didi my son took? The car in front of you is a Lexus LM, with an official guide price of 1.199 million to 1.55 million. Are nanny cars used for Didi these days? And this one looks like a top-of-the-line new car. What is going on? Or maybe the car was not here to pick them up, it just happened to stop in front of them. Well, that's possible. After all, this is Dongdu People's Hospital, and many rich people come here for medical treatment. If we talk about an old couple, their thoughts are based on tacit understanding. But the next second, the driver's words made their eyes widen. A middle-aged man got out of the nanny car, walked up to Gu Nanfeng and asked respectfully, Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Nanfeng? Gu Nanfeng was delighted when he heard this, thinking that this must be the system sending him a car. So I gathered my composure and said calmly, I am. Great, I finally found it. Mr. Gu, I'm delivering the nanny car you bought to you on behalf of the 4S store. The relevant documents and all the formalities have been completed. You can drive back after you sign and confirm. You can take a look at the car first and sign after confirming that there is no problem. The car sent by the system should not have any problems. He waved his hand and said, I won't look at the car. Just sign it directly. After saying that, he took the paper and pen and quickly signed his name. The middle-aged man smiled and respectfully put away the signed document. Mr. Gu, I have delivered the car, so I will not bother you anymore. I wish you peace and happiness. After saying this, he walked into the crowd in a casual manner and soon disappeared. Nanny car. All the documents and procedures are complete, signed, purchased, Lexus LM, for more than 1 million. What a niche word. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglong's pupils dilated. Nanfeng, what did that person just say? Did you buy a car? Did you buy this car? Did you not order a Didi? Gu Nanfeng didn't expect that the system would give him such an expensive car. He would never dare to imagine more than 1 million. Facing the incredulous looks from his parents, Gu Nanfeng gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, Mom, Dad, I recently bought a house and thought I wouldn't have a car, so I bought one too. No way. No way. Son, you bought a house and a car. How are you so capable? Jiang Yu and Gu Honglong's heart skipped a beat. Is this still my own son? Or maybe they weren't dreaming. Old Gu, pinch me, my son said he bought a car worth more than 1 million yuan. Jiang Yu had not recovered from the shock. Wife, please pinch me. I think I'm hallucinating. Gu Honglang also felt that he was dreaming. Nan Ziyi beside him was also nervous. Nanfeng, did you really buy this car? She is not unfamiliar with Lexus LM because her family has one, and the top configuration costs no less than 1.5 million. Gu Nanfeng's mood had almost calmed down. He smiled and nodded, saying, yes, the documents and vehicle-related paperwork are all in the car. How could it be fake? After the babies come home, it will be convenient to have a car to go out, and I think this car is suitable for our family. Chapter 25, the babies are out of the hospital, and we have a house and a car. You can lie to your parents. Nan Ziyi is increasingly unable to see through Gu Nanfeng. He is obviously still a student, but his cooking is extremely delicious and his cooking skills surpass those of all chefs. Although his family was not well off, he bought a house and a car without telling his parents. She doesn't know the price of the house yet. But according to her understanding of housing prices in Dongdu, no matter which community she buys, the price will definitely not be low. Where is the car? It turned out to be a million-level nanny car. Ordinary people certainly can't do it without the financial support of their parents. How did Gu Nanfeng do it himself? Nan Ziyi was extremely surprised. The nurses around were also very observant and recognized the brand and price of the nanny car just like Jiang Yu. Incredible. They must have seen it right. Gu Nanfeng actually bought a car. A car worth more than 1.5 million. Is Dr. Jiang's family so rich? But it doesn't look like that normally. Dr. Jiang must have more than 1 million in savings. But no matter how you look at it, this money is more suitable to be used to buy a house, not a car. How did Gu Nanfeng get this money? Xiaohu screamed, Nanfeng, are you sure this car is yours? Am I seeing things? Yes, Nanfeng, you must have made a fortune secretly, this car costs more than 1 million. Fuck, you bought $1 million luxury car just like that, how did you do that? Take us flying now. The other nurses couldn't help but scream out. $1 million luxury cars are simply too far away for these nurses. Gu Nanfeng simply nodded without elaborating. The system is very considerate and has specially installed a safety seat for him on the seat of the nanny car. Just put your baby on and buckle them up, and you don't have to worry about their safety. Wow, it's worthy of being a million-level luxury car, the interior is extremely luxurious. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang were secretly surprised. The three little guys looked around curiously in the safety seat, taking in the unfamiliar environment. Jiang Yu introduced them with a smile, Yang, yeah, Xing, do you know what we are riding? It's a car. Dad is driving the car to take the babies and Mom home. We're back home with the babies. We won't have to come to the hospital anymore. Look at the car. Isn't it beautiful? This is a window. You can see the scenery outside through the window, right? Yang looked again and again with his little mouth, looking like a curious baby. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang felt soft in their hearts. The little grandchildren are home. Nanfeng, can you drive? Jiang Yu looked at Gu Nanfeng worriedly and asked. Although my son has passed the driving test. But she didn't have enough confidence in Gu Nanfeng's driving skills. Gu Nanfeng fastened his seatbelt and smiled, Mom, I'll drive slowly, it's okay. Okay, drive slower. There are 7 of us in the car. Safety is important. After saying goodbye to Jiang Yu and the nurses, Gu Nanfeng slowly started the car and left. The car rewarded by the system is easy to drive. Gu Nanfeng turned on the navigation and drove towards Swan Community with full concentration. After more than 20 minutes, we arrived at our destination. There is a very beautiful and elegant swan statue at the entrance of the community. Nan Ziyi looked at the gate of the community and couldn't help asking, Nanfeng, is this the house you bought? Well, Ziyi, this will be your and your baby's home from now on. A home for myself and my babies. Hearing Gu Nanfeng's words, Nan Ziyi felt an indescribable warmth and sweetness in her heart. Gu Nanfeng didn't know whether the babies would get carsick, so he picked them up immediately after parking the car. Zhang Yu and Gu Honglang looked at the community environment with mixed feelings. They are no strangers here. The house that they couldn't afford, but their son really bought it? The couple were confused all the way. Nan Ziyi has difficulty moving around, so there are not so many people around her this time. After getting off the car, Gu Nanfeng picked her up and walked towards home. The babies are taken care of by Zhang Yu and Gu Honglang, so he can concentrate on taking care of Nan Ziyi. Nan Ziyi exclaimed unexpectedly, buried her head in Gu Nanfeng's arms, her face flushed. Gu Nanfeng could feel the rapid breathing of the Nanjing University beauty. Open the door. A modern and simple decoration style appears before your eyes. Gu Nanfeng said, Ziyi, this is your and your baby's new home. The house is only 150 square meters, a bit small. When I have money in the future, I will buy you a bigger house. He put Nan Ziyi down in front of the sofa in the living room. Nan Ziyi took a breath. 150 square meters. This area is still small? She thinks a house of 100 square meters is enough for her. Gu Nanfeng actually bought 150 square meters, he is so rich. After putting Nan Ziyi down, Gu Nanfeng poured her a glass of water and then went to the stroller to look at the babies. Maybe it's because I don't feel safe in the new environment. Soon after they entered the door, the three little ones started crying rhythmically. Crying loudly, his little expression looked so pitiful. Zhang Yu and her husband and Gu Nanfeng were so distressed that they quickly picked the baby up and comforted him. Okay, we're home, baby. Don't cry, little fool, why are you crying? This is the baby's home. We are home now. Come on, Grandpa and Grandma will show the babies around our new home. Let's see what it looks like. Wow, what a beautiful new home. Can the babies let Grandpa and Grandma come and live with us in the future? Oh, there's a crib too. It's so pretty. Yeah, look, isn't this pattern as cute as you? With the gentle coaxing of the three people, the babies gradually regained their sense of security, and followed the adults to observe the surrounding environment while crying. Zhang Yu and Gu Honglang were both stunned. Oh my god, the decoration of this house my son bought is even better than the two houses they saw a few days ago. The better the decoration, the more expensive the house will be, right? For a 150 square meter house, the total price is 3.75 million. This is still the cheapest house price in Swan community. This house is so well decorated that you might not be able to buy it even for 3.75 million. What happened today had a huge impact on them. At this moment, Nan Ziyi was also looking at the decoration of the house. Well, that's her favorite style. The house has good lighting and ventilation, and the layout is perfect. Gu Nanfeng bought this house specifically for himself and his babies. He is so good to himself and the babies. The suite has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a study. After Zhang Yu and Gu Honglang held the babies and coaxed them for a while, the adorable babies gradually stopped sobbing. But when I returned to the living room and saw my mother, the little kids started playing a trio again. Zhang Yu guessed, the babies must be hungry. Xiaofeng, where is the hot water? I'll make some milk powder for the kids. Nan Ziyi called Gu Nanfeng back, Auntie, Nanfeng, you don't need to prepare the milk powder. I will feed the babies. The 3 little ones wanted to drink milk and their faces turned purple from crying. Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng carried them back to the master bedroom and started feeding them. Outside the living room, Zhang Yu and Gu Honglang looked at each other. The house is so beautiful. Did my son really buy it? Is it true? Why does it feel like a dream? It's so dreamy and unbelievable. Chapter 26 Tell the truth, are the house and car rented? The babies have a good appetite and are very energetic when feeding. There is a crib in the master bedroom, where you can put the baby after feeding, making it convenient to take care of the baby. The crib is cute. The babies blinked their big eyes and looked left and right. After settling the triplets, Gu Nanfeng checked the time and said to Nan Ziyi, I'll go out and make you something to eat. Nan Ziyi was about to say something but stopped. Gu Nanfeng smiled, if you have anything to ask, wait until you are full before you ask. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was pulled into the study by Zhang Yu and Gu Honglang. Jiang Yu closed the door stealthily and looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. Tell me the truth, are the nanny car and the person who delivered the car just now actors you hired? How much did it cost to rent the car and the actors? Gu Nanfeng. As expected, my parents were skeptical and didn't believe it. But he didn't expect that the two of them would actually suspect that he had rented the car for the actors. Mom, Dad, do you think I asked the actors to rent the car? What else? The more Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. There is no way my son can afford such an expensive car when he hasn't even graduated from college yet. There is only one possibility, that is renting. And this house, you probably rented it to fool Ziyi, right? You, kid, we don't even know how to say hello to you. Houses here in Swan community are so expensive, it must cost a lot to rent them every day, right? Tell me the truth, how much did you spend on renting the car and the house? How long can your money last? Your father and I will find a way to buy you a house and a car this morning. Gu Nanfeng. What a huge misunderstanding. Good guy, in their eyes, the house is also rented. Mom, I didn't rent it. I really bought it myself. They are not actors. The car is real, and so is the house. Jiang Yu stared at him with sharp eyes. How can you still lie to others, kid? How can you fool your parents like this? Not only did he lie to Nan Ziyi, he also didn't tell the truth in front of his parents. Dad, you don't believe me either? Gu Honglang looked at him. What else? Gu Nanfeng spread his hands helplessly. Wait for me. After saying that, he walked out of the study, and when he came back again, he was holding a file bag in his hand. Inside are relevant documents regarding the property and the nanny car. Mom and Dad, the property ownership certificate, the car green license, and various insurance documents are all here. You can see for yourself. I paid for both the house and the nanny car in full. If you still don't believe me, you can take them to have them authenticated. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang opened the file bag. Sure enough, there was a property certificate, similar to the one at home. There is relevant information about Gu Nanfeng on it, and it is stamped with a seal. It's real no matter how you look at it. The green certificate and insurance information of the nanny car are also there, and they don't look fake. The couple looked at each other. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, Mom and Dad, take these materials first and take them for verification at any time. Then you will know that what I said is true. Your son is now rich. Oh? So confident. Gu Nanfeng's actions made Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang helpless. Could it be that the brat is trying to retreat in order to advance? Jiang Yu snorted, the appraisal is certain. If we find out that you rented it with a swelled face, you will be in trouble. Mom, your son's handsome face is still handsome even if it's swollen. You are welcome to take it. Jiang Yu frowned, you said you bought it, and paid in full, a total of 4 or 5 million, where did you get so much money? Gu Honglang also wanted to ask. Judging from my son's attitude, it seems that he really bought it. So if you really bought it, where did the money come from? Could it be that it was given by Nan Ziyi? Nan Ziyi knew at first glance that she was not an ordinary woman. She should be able to come up with the money. But judging from her reaction, it doesn't seem like that. The more the couple thought about it, the more confused they became. Gu Nanfeng waved his hand and said, Mom and Dad, you can take it for appraisal. I really bought the garage myself. Come on, I'm going to cook for Ziyi. After saying that, he left in a cool manner. Hey, come back, kid, we can still. Jiang Yu wanted to say something, but Gu Nanfeng had already gone to the kitchen. She exchanged glances with Gu Honglang. Do you think what your son said is true or false? Originally, Gu Honglang thought that his son was renting a house and a car to fool Nan Ziyi. Now he wasn't sure. Seeing how confident he looks, it must be true. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we find someone to confirm it. Jiang Yu had no objection. Okay, you take the documents out this afternoon and ask someone to identify them. I'll stay here with the babies to prevent them from seeing any flaws. But if what Gu Nanfeng said is true, he paid for the nanny car and the house in full. Where did he get the money? After the brat grew up, he never told his mom anything and was not obedient at all. Jiang Yu grumbled in dissatisfaction. She realized that her son walked so fast just now because he didn't want to explain where the money came from. The couple calmed down and decided to first find out whether their son's words were true, and then learn the rest later. In the kitchen, Gu Nanfeng turned on his talent as a gourmet cook. The dishes are cooked so smoothly. Nan Ziyi wanted to watch Gu Nanfeng cooking. Smelling the fragrance, she slowly moved from the master bedroom to the kitchen door. Following the smell, I looked towards the kitchen. I saw a straight and handsome figure standing in front of the stove. He was holding a shovel, and the flames reflected his handsome and perfect profile. Nan Ziyi took a breath. Oh my god, cooking can be so cool. Gu Nanfeng in front of the stove does not look like he is cooking, but rather like he is completing a fine work of art. The movements are smooth and flowing, and every gesture is full of unique charm. Nan Ziyi can't cook, but that doesn't stop her from appreciating it. The way he cooks is so pleasing to the eyes. The taste is super fragrant. Is this what Gu Nanfeng looks like in the kitchen? Nan Ziyi's eyes widened. Gu Nanfeng noticed someone at the door, turned around and said, Ziyi, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. The kitchen is full of fumes, which is not good for pregnant women. Find a place to rest first. I'll call you when I'm done. My god, he looks so good when he smiles. The smile seems to bring sunshine. Suddenly Nan Ziyi came back to his senses and said with a smile, I won't go in. I'm not afraid of the fumes. Gu Nanfeng, thank you for your hard work. Gu Nanfeng smiled and shook his head again, it's not hard. For you and the babies, everything is worth it. He smiled again, and it seemed even better. Nan Ziyi felt her cheeks burning. What's wrong with me? It's a bit like being a crazy fan. On the other side, Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang also came out of the study. I came to the kitchen door and quietly watched my son who was cooking. The couple were extremely surprised when they smelled the fragrance wafting out. My son's cooking skills have really improved. He didn't lie to himself, the meals he took to the hospital were cooked by himself. Chapter 27, Investigating Quietly, my son is good at it. My cooking skills improved rapidly in a short period of time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang wouldn't have believed it was true. Gu Nanfeng was taught how to cook by himself. Good guy, although I don't want to admit it. But Jiang Yu has already faced the fact that her son's cooking skills are far better than hers. I have to say that her son has given her so many surprises during this period. Just as several people were watching intently, Gu Nanfeng put out the fire in the kitchen. Ziyi, Mom and Dad, get ready to wash your hands and eat. Nan Ziyi sniffed and said, wow, it smells so good. Gu Nanfeng, your cooking skills are really good, amazing. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, it's okay. It's fine as long as you like it. This time, in addition to making purple sweet potato porridge for Nan Ziyi, Gu Nanfeng also made her fried cauliflower with meat, stir-fried lotus root, kelp and shrimp soup, and lettuce and pork slices. Gu Nanfeng made it according to the recipe for pregnant women. After the mother returns home, nutritional balance must not be neglected. At the dinner table, Nan Ziyi praised it highly. Now she can eat by herself, but Gu Nanfeng still insists on feeding her. Nan Ziyi is a very shy person, with a very red face. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang pretended not to see and ate in silence. When Nan Ziyi was in the hospital, she only ate until she was 70% to 80% full. After she came back, she said she wanted to eat until she was 90% full. Because the food cooked by Gu Nanfeng is so delicious. If you don't eat more, you'll feel sorry for the suffering you've endured in the hospital. Phew, I'm so full. It's a pity that I can't eat it anymore, it smells so good. Putting down his chopsticks, Nan Ziyi touched his stomach with an unsatisfied look. It would be great if I could give birth naturally. Then I wouldn't have to worry about the wound and I could eat more. Jiang Yu smiled, just stay in confinement for a while longer, and you'll be able to eat more. When the time comes, just let Nanfeng make as much as you want. It is very important to take care of yourself after giving birth. If you don't pay attention during this period, you can easily develop a disease. Nanfeng, you need to be more careful when taking care of Ziyi. She did not forget to give them instructions while eating. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi nodded and said they would pay attention. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang focused most of their attention on the triplets. After dinner, the couple happily went to the room to see them, leaving the two of them in the living room. Gu Nanfeng looked at her and said gently, Ziyi, you and the baby should live well here from now on. I will take good care of you. I've already bought the house, you can just live there and leave the rest to me. But, you. Nan Ziyi wanted to say that it was very hard for him to take care of himself and the babies alone. Besides, he still has studies to attend to at school. If he stays here, it will affect his future. Gu Nanfeng said seriously, "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about my studies. My grades are pretty good, and I have fewer classes now. The teacher won't say anything if I don't go back to class. I'll just go back after the exam. As long as I don't miss any exams, I will definitely graduate successfully with my usual grades. I wasn't able to be with you when you were pregnant with the babies. Now that the babies are born, I don't want to miss their growth." Feeling the sincerity in Gu Nanfeng's eyes, Nan Ziyi's eyes became sore. All the suffering I once endured alone now seems worth it. "Hey, Ziyi, why are your eyes red? Come, be good, don't cry. I said I won't leave you. You suffered alone before. I'm sorry I showed up only now. I'm late." The more Gu Nanfeng looked at the weak woman in front of him, the more distressed he felt. He held her in his arms and gently comforted her. The triplets fell asleep shortly after they finished feeding. Jiang Yu and Gu Hongling sat quietly beside them. The sleeping little grandson is still so cute, the couple can't get enough of looking at him. If Nan Ziyi hadn't wanted to go back to her room to rest, they would have been reluctant to leave. When Gu Nanfeng helped Nan Ziyi back to the room, the couple made room for them. Jiang Yu winked at Gu Hongling. The other party understood, said something to Gu Nanfeng and left. Nan Ziyi yawned in the room and soon fell into a deep sleep. Gu Nanfeng had been taking care of the children for some time and now he suddenly had some free time. He felt drowsy and wanted to sleep. There was a lazy sofa in the room, and Gu Nanfeng lay down on it and planned to take a nap. Outside, birds are singing and flowers are blooming. The breeze blows the curtains and casts mottled shadows of the trees. This is the first day the babies have been home, and their sleep quality is pretty good. In the middle of the night, Jiang Yu opened the door and walked in quietly to check on the triplets. Seeing that they were sleeping soundly, she covered her son on the lazy sofa with a thin quilt and then walked out quietly again. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The door opened and Gu Honglang ran back in a hurry. He raised the document bag in his hand in surprise. "Wife, the appraisal results are out. I went to see a professional. He also used his connections to help me check at the Housing Authority and the Vehicle Administration. They are all genuine. The documents for the house and the car are all real. Our son really bought the house and the car, and he paid in full. It's not rented and it's not fooling us." Jiang Yu stood up in a flash. "You said that the property certificate and the nanny car certificate that Nanfeng gave you are real. The house and the car are not rented, he bought them all." Gu Honglang nodded vigorously. "I bought them all." Jiang Yu's face was full of disbelief. "Are you sure?" Gu Honglang said affirmatively. "I didn't believe it at first, but there's no reason for him to lie to me when he works in the company. Also, when I come back, I can go to the community sales center to inquire. The girl who sells the building helped me check and found that our son is indeed the owner of the community and bought it in full." Jiang Yu stayed where she was. "It's all true. Everything my son said was true. He bought a car worth 1.5 million and a house with a minimum price of 3.75 million, all of which he paid in full. How is this possible? It's incredible. Old Gu, am I asking you again? Didn't you team up with your son to fool me?" Gu Honglang didn't believe it at first. "But the facts are right before our eyes." Facing his wife's doubts, Gu Honglang felt wronged. "If you don't believe me, go check it yourself." Jiang Yu curled her lips. "It seems to be true. Otherwise, how could my son be so confident to ask them to check and identify it? The nanny car and the house cost a total of 5.25 million. How on earth did he make so much money?" After learning that what Gu Nanfeng said was true, the couple was even more shocked. The two of them sat on the sofa, unable to calm down in disbelief for a long time. Another half hour passed. Hearing the cry of a baby coming from the master bedroom, Jiang Yu knew that her grandchildren had woken up. Ever since becoming a father, Gu Nanfeng's subconscious mind would remind him to wake up and take care of the baby as soon as he heard the baby crying, like a conditioned reflex. This time was the same. Not long after the little crybabies woke up, Gu Nanfeng opened his eyes. "Cheer up and turn into a gentle dad, baby. Why are you crying? Daddy is here. Come, let Daddy see if the babies have peed or stink." Chapter 28. You don't know how to take a bath. Did you forget about your mother? It turns out that when a baby wakes up, it doesn't necessarily mean he has peed or pooped. It may also be that he lacks a sense of security and misses his parents. Gu Nanfeng comforted them softly. Gu Nanfeng brought the milk powder and saw that the babies didn't seem hungry, so he planned to feed them later. Mom is still sleeping. Babies, can Daddy take you to the living room to play? There is a balcony in the living room where you can enjoy the sun. And Grandpa and Grandma are here too. Gu Nanfeng said this as he carefully carried them out of the door. John Yu couldn't wait to see her grandchildren. I heard crying just now and knew they woke up. How was your pee? Where's Ziyi? Have you woken up yet? Gu Nanfeng shook his head. She's still sleeping. I brought her out because I was afraid the kids would wake her up. Mom, Dad, didn't you sleep at noon? John Yu smiled and said, we are not sleepy. We took a nap on the sofa for a while. It is best not to disturb the baby who has just woken up. If they don't actively seek out an adult, let them play on their own. John Yu said that this will help cultivate the baby's character stability and concentration, and will also help with intellectual development. The three little guys were well behaved. Some were studying their hands, while others were looking at them. After a few more minutes, the babies finally had other reactions. Gu Nanfeng carried them to the balcony to bask in the sun. He found that basking in the sun was one of the baby's favorite activities because it was warm. Normally, if Gu Nanfeng hadn't taken them away, the little cuties would have said they wanted to be exposed to the sun all the time. Gu Honglang wanted to ask him about the house and car, but before he could say anything, he was pulled away by Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glared at him and said, it's not convenient for him to tell you if you ask him now. Let's wait until he comes home next time and ask him then. Gu Honglang was itching to get to the bottom of the matter. But he also knew that Jiang Yu was right, and now was not the time to get to the bottom of things. On the balcony, Gu Nanfeng found a soft cushion and placed the babies on it. Children's eyesight is better than when they were just born, and they can see things more clearly within their field of vision. They could see bees and butterflies outside the balcony, and Debeo stretched out his little hands and pointed randomly. Every time at this time, Gu Nanfeng would cooperate with his son with an exaggerated expression and praise him for being so awesome. Jiang Yu said that praising babies frequently can help build their self-confidence. When interacting, your expressions and tone should be exaggerated to attract their attention. Sure enough, when Debeo heard his father praising him, he waved his little hands happily. Gu Nanfeng interacted with them while watching Erbao and Sanbao. Seeing Yaya pouting and wanting to cry, Gu Nanfeng knew what she was going to do and quickly took the bottle and handed it to her. The little princess soon started eating from the bottle with a slurp. Jiang Yu likes babies like this the most, babies who can eat and sleep well, so healthy. Halfway through, Gu Nanfeng asked Xiaobao if he wanted to eat, but the little guy turned away, and it was obvious that he just wanted to concentrate on basking in the sun. Jiang Yu came over and turned Xiaobao over. The sun shone on his chubby pink back, and the little cutie looked very comfortable. Laughing and teasing him, you, with such an expression, you like to bask in the sun at such a young age, I'm afraid you will become an old man in the future. The stars don't understand. Grandma continued to talk to herself, pooh, our sweet star is not an old man, Grandma, take back what you said. Xingxing will definitely be a quiet and handsome man when he grows up. A super handsome guy. Handsome boy, Xingxing, do you think what Grandma said is right? Jiang Yu has been helping people deliver babies for many years and now has her own grandson. She feels so happy. The other side. In the bedroom, Nan Ziyi woke up and did not see Gu Nanfeng. Looking towards the crib, the babies were gone too. She was startled. The babies 1T disappear. I walked out of the room with a nervous heart and came to the living room. When she saw the figure on the balcony, her heart finally settled back into her stomach. Ziyi, wake up. I took the babies out to bask in the sun. The moment the door was opened, Gu Nanfeng noticed Nan Ziyi. However, he was feeding his second baby at the time and it was inconvenient for him to go over and help her. Nan Ziyi smiled sweetly, I just woke up, and when I didn't see you and the babies, I couldn't help but come out to see. The triplets seemed to be in sync with each other. Hearing their mother's voice, they all looked in the direction of Nan Ziyi, staring at their mother with sparkling eyes. Xiaobao was babbling something with a very excited look on his face. Jiang Yu quickly stepped forward and helped Nan Ziyi over. Babies need sunlight, and mothers also need to carry out photosynthesis properly. So, Nan Ziyi soon joined the babies in sunbathing. Jiang Yu turned the children over and said, the sun is shining brightly now. We can give the children a bath later. After the baby goes home from the hospital with his mother, the task of bathing him naturally falls on the shoulders of his parents. Gu Nanfeng didn't have confidence because he had never bathed the babies yet. Jiang Yu gave him a look. When I'm not here? Gu Nanfeng then remembered. Yes, my mother is an obstetrician and gynecologist, how could taking a bath be so difficult for her? The sun feels warm on the little body. The little ones were still unhappy when Gu Nanfeng carried them back to the living room. They cried reluctantly, and Jiang Yu coaxed them with a smile. To bathe a baby, you need to prepare a bathtub, water thermometer, bath towel, hand towel, massage oil, diaper cream, facial cream, baby bath gel, etc. Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang had prepared these things for their grandchildren in advance. The best time for babies to take a bath is 10 to 15 minutes. The weather in Dongdu is quite hot now, so you can wash your hair once a day or every other day. The room temperature should be kept between 24 and 30 degrees, and the air should not be directed towards the vents. The water temperature should be kept between 36 and 38 degrees. Jiang Yu prepared bathing supplies for the babies while instructing Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi. New parents who have no experience in putting water in their baby can use a thermometer to check the temperature. When they become more experienced, they can directly check the temperature by hand pulse. Don't add hot water during the process to avoid scalding your baby due to poor water temperature control. Jiang Yu asked Gu Nanfeng to bring Belle over to demonstrate to him. The little guy didn't know what was about to happen and kept moving around in his grandmother's arms. Jiang Yu asked Gu Honglang to bring the children's diapers and small clothes and put them aside. Next, start adjusting the water temperature using a thermometer. After making all the preparations, start undressing the little cutie. The little baby was pink and chubby, waving his hands around and being very uncooperative. Jiang Yu coaxed him cheerfully to distract him. Grandma Yang Yang is going to give you a nice bath. After the bath, you will become a fragrant baby. Be good, look at what that is. Is it water? When you were in the hospital, didn't you and your brother and sister like the nurse to wash you and give you a nice shower? Chapter 29, Is Dad a primary school student? Have you remembered everything? Jiang Yu said this as she undressed Belle, revealing his little arms as white as lotus root powder. Her technique was very skillful, and Belle just groaned twice and stopped resisting. Gu Nanfeng kept his mother's actions in his mind throughout the process. After taking off clothes, Yang looked sunny. Jiang Yu's movements were very gentle. She first covered Belle's belly with a small square towel to prevent him from catching a cold. The moment Belle touched the water, he felt uncomfortable and kicked his calves twice. Jiang Yu smiled and comforted him. Come on, Yang Yang, don't you like taking a bath the most? Did you get wet? Oh, Belle is really strong. The water splashed up. The baby is awesome. Jiang Yu's smile was very contagious, and she put Belle's feet in the water. Then slowly soaked the pee-pee. The little cutie had half of his body submerged in the water, looking at his grandmother in amazement. The human cub felt that this time's bath was different from usual ones. When you wave your hands, the water next to you will move. This made Milkball very excited. Nan Ziyi beside him said with satisfaction, Yang Yang is enjoying it very much. He is not afraid of water at all. He is so brave. Gu Nanfeng laughed, of course not. It doesn't matter whose son he is. He's just a good boy. Jiang Yu was annoyed. You are so proud of Ziyi praising your baby, aren't you? My dear baby, Ziyi gave birth to him with great difficulty. Your task now is to remember my steps carefully. You will wash the second and third babies later. Gu Nanfeng said oh and continued to concentrate on studying. Yang Yang was interested in the water around him and stopped making any noise, which made washing much easier. The second step was that Jiang Yu took a small towel to wash Yang Yang's face. The skin of a newborn baby is super tender and chewy, making people want to take a bite of it. Belle pouted and turned away, looking very uncomfortable. Jiang Yu's hands and voice were particularly gentle. Wash the baby's face. Wash the eyes, nose, and ears. Rub gently. It doesn't matter if you move slowly, as long as you don't scratch their skin. Gu Nanfeng looked at it very seriously. Mom, what if the baby doesn't cooperate? If he doesn't cooperate, try to coax him. If that doesn't work, just go slower. After washing your face, start washing your limbs, then your neck. Belle cooperated very well in the first few steps, but when it came to the neck, the little guy whined and was very uncomfortable. Jiang Yu asked Gu Nanfeng to bring bubbles from the bathtub to attract his attention. She took the opportunity to wash her neck. The children use baby-specific shower gel for bathing, which is different from the one used for adults. This baby's unique scent. Gu Nanfeng smelled it and it smelled strange. He wondered if adults could use it. After washing the neck, Jiangyu squeezed out some shampoo and gently applied it on Yang Yang's hair. The baby's fontanelle is not fully developed yet, so be careful when washing their hair and don't use too much force. If parents use too much force, they might pull the baby's scalp off. Gu Nanfeng was startled and took to heart what his mother emphasized. The babies were only 7 days old and didn't have much hair yet, so I washed them quickly. Jiangyu turned her little grandson over on his back, picked up a small towel and poured water on his back, while washing his butt at the same time. After doing all this, Jiangyu continued, now the bath is over, the baby can be out of the bath, wrap the baby in a scarf, like a newborn. Gently dry your baby with a bath towel. Gu Nanfeng thought that all he had to do was wipe the baby dry. It turned out that he thought it was too simple. After wiping off the moisture, Jiangyu began to apply massage oil to the baby. Massage oil can better assist adults in massaging babies. Jiangyu rubbed the baby's skin back and forth with her hands. The stratum corneum of newborns is thin and needs to be lubricated by massage oil to reduce friction. Generally, plant oils are highly moisturizing and have the effect of moisturizing and locking in moisture, which can relieve the phenomenon of dry and flaky baby skin. Gu Nanfeng was extremely surprised. He didn't understand the effect of massaging the baby. Jiangyu smiled and introduced the benefits of massage to him. It can relieve the baby's gastrointestinal discomfort and intestinal bloating, improve the baby's sleep quality and promote the baby's behavioral development and coordination ability. Not only that, it can also promote blood circulation and enhance immunity. Many parents will do massage exercises for their babies. Only then did Gu Nanfeng realize that massaging the baby has so many benefits. Belle was very well behaved during the massage, not at all like those babies on the internet who were like pigs being slaughtered and could not be held down. Jiangyu praised Yang Yang as a quiet and handsome man. Finally, apply body lotion and diaper cream and it's done. Come, put on Belle's diaper. After finishing, Jiangyu waved to Gu Nanfeng and left the rest of the task to him, the new father. The human cub smelled delicious after just taking a bath, so changing its diaper was not a problem for Gu Nanfeng. He put them on for his eldest son with ease. Kissing his sweet-smelling son, Gu Nanfeng put the little guy back into the stroller. Next, it's the second baby Ye's turn. Although he had watched the whole process, Gu Nanfeng still couldn't help feeling nervous when it was his turn. Pour out the water in the bathtub and disinfect it with boiling water. Refill with hot water and adjust the water temperature. Gu Nanfeng followed suit and carefully undressed Erbao. As expected, Ye did not disappoint him. She started crying before she even took off her clothes. Gu Nanfeng's heart was pounding with nervousness, and he forced himself to relax. Ye, don't cry, don't cry. Daddy will give you a nice bath. Brother has just finished washing. Brother, be good. Ye should also be good and do a good job, okay? Nan Ziyi next to him couldn't help but want to laugh. Although it's a bit corny, this man is so gentle. Judging from the way he has taken care of his father during this period, Gu Nanfeng is a good father. Erbao said that he didn't want to think about Princess Shangxiang and moved his little arms in resistance. Gu Nanfeng smiled brightly, baby, are you sure you don't want something fragrant? If I don't take a bath, I'll become a stinky baby. It smells really bad. If I smell bad, I'm not cute. He coaxed his daughter while carefully taking off her clothes. After a lot of effort, I was finally able to carry her into the water. Like his brother, Gu Nanfeng tentatively put his daughter's feet down and observed her reaction. To his and Nan Ziyi's surprise, Erbao actually found it fun. The little feet splashed in the water as if they were playing by themselves. Gu Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Then I took out a small towel and covered the baby's belly to prevent it from catching a cold. Yeah, do you want to swim? Oh, the water splashed on Daddy, his clothes are wet, and Daddy has nothing to wear. It's fake. How could a 7-day-old baby splash water? Gu Nanfeng was just teasing Ye. I raised my hand and gently sprinkled water on the small towel on Erbao's belly. The little princess was so excited that she moved her arms and legs in the water. Chapter 30, Bathing, Sizzling Face, Proud Sambo. Gu Nanfeng began to wash Erbao's face according to Zhang Yu's teachings. The little princess enjoyed it very much. Gu Nanfeng teased her while washing, and gradually began to gain confidence. Pay special attention when washing your hair. The newborn's hair is soft, and Ye can feel her father touching her head. He stretched out his little hand and touched upwards, wanting to see what his father was doing. It was a pity that she couldn't touch the top of her head yet. After trying a few times without success, I gave up. Gu Nanfeng laughed. Bao, are you giving up now? Don't you plan to try harder? Bao said that he was not that stubborn. Why make things difficult for yourself when you know it's impossible? Gu Nanfeng feels that massaging the baby is a bit like massage. But the force is much lighter than that of an adult. The baby's infantile muscles are very elastic, and Gu Nanfeng's movements are lighter than ever before. Finally, apply body lotion and diaper cream on Yeye and you're done. Another delicious baby fresh out of the oven. Bao started crying right after taking a bath. Jiang Yu quickly took the bottle and brought it over to feed the baby. The little cutie said that he had just taken a bath, and he needed to drink milk to replenish energy after such a large amount of exercise. The last of the three treasures is left. Look what the stars are doing. Oops, the glutinous rice dumpling is eating his fingers. After disinfecting and changing the water again, Gu Nanfeng picked up the little guy. Xiaobao was a little confused when he was suddenly picked up by his father. Then I was stripped naked and became even more confused. Gu Nanfeng was touched by his youngest son's expression. He came forward with a smile and was about to speak. A stream of water splashed towards his face. Oh my god, Xiaobao has peed. He also peed on his face. Now it was Gu Nanfeng's turn to be confused. Good boy, he gave his dad a big surprise before even taking a bath. Nan Ziyi screamed and was stunned. I think Gu Nanfeng won't be angry about Xingxing's behavior. However, Gu Nanfeng had a cheerful expression on his face. It's okay, boys' urine is nutritious. This is Xiaobao's love for me. Gu Nanfeng was cheerful and handed Xiaobao to Jiang Yu with a bright smile. Xingxing, Daddy will go wash your face and I'll wash it for you later, be good. This time Sanbao didn't pee, maybe he didn't even know what he had done. Maybe it's a matter of skill. When Sanbao was in the hospital, he liked to take a bath. When Gu Nanfeng bathed him, every cell in the little guy's body resisted. No matter how Gu Nanfeng coaxed him, the little guy just kept crying until his face turned purple, and he couldn't stop. Gu Nanfeng felt so distressed that he quickly washed him and took him out of the bathtub. Only then did his crying gradually subside. Xingxing, don't cry, I've finished washing. I'm sorry, Daddy is not as skilled as the nurse. Xingxing sobbed and cried in his arms. Gu Nanfeng wiped the moisture off his body, then quickly massaged and applied diaper cream, and finally put on a diaper and clothes. Hand the little guy into Nan Ziyi's arms. After finishing, he let out a long sigh. It was the first time for Gu Nanfeng to bathe the baby. He was very nervous and didn't dare to make any mistakes. He took the time to touch the baby's back and found that his clothes were already wet. Jiang Yu praised him. Well done, you are a little like your father now. It's okay if the baby is not used to it, just wash it a few more times in the future. Gu Nanfeng nodded. He was actually quite happy giving the babies a bath. After returning to Nan Ziyi's arms, Sanbao stopped crying. He raised his head and stared at his mother blankly with his big watery eyes. The human cub smelled delicious after taking a bath. Maybe taking a bath consumed too much energy. The three little ones fell asleep not long after taking a bath. Gu Nanfeng carried them back to the crib and stood by them with a gentle look. Ding, the baby's first bath after returning home was successfully completed. In view of the host's dedication and good performance, a cash reward of 30,000 yuan and one maternity lip balm will be given. Just as Gu Nanfeng was gently looking at the sleeping babies, the voice of the system rang in his mind. A cash reward of 30,000 yuan. Gu Nanfeng was surprised, and he calculated silently in his mind. Including the 80,000 yuan given by his mother and the system reward, his savings already amount to 280,000 yuan. Only 20,000 yuan left and it will be 300,000 yuan. He took a deep breath. If I had the nanny car and the house in Swan community, wouldn't I be a millionaire? Such a young millionaire. As he thought about it, Gu Nanfeng couldn't help but laugh. There is another prize. Maternity lip balm? Gu Nanfeng communicated with the system in her mind. System, are you sure that pregnant women can also use this lip balm? Replying to the host, this product can also be used by pregnant women without any side effects. The system's answer was simple and clear, and after replying, it disappeared silently. Ever since she gave birth to her baby, Nan Ziyi's lips had been white and even a little cracked. Gu Nanfeng felt that this lip balm was just right for her. At the same time, Nan Ziyi was lying on the bed, looking towards the crib out of the corner of her eyes. Gu Nanfeng looked at the babies tenderly, sometimes happy and sometimes smiling. Nan Ziyi stared at his profile blankly. The children's father is very gentle and warm. If he is with them, the babies will definitely be happy in the future. Nanziyi was thinking this when Gu Nanfeng suddenly turned around and saw that he was still awake. He was stunned for a moment. Ziyi, you're still awake? Great, I have something for you. Gu Nanfeng took out the lip balm rewarded by the system. Give yourself something? Nanziyi paused and looked at what he handed over. Lip balm? Did you buy it specifically for yourself? But I just gave birth to a baby, can I use these things? Gu Nanfeng smiled and explained, this is for new mothers only. It can also be used by mothers who are in confinement. I saw that your lips were a little chapped recently, so I bought this for you. Lip balm for pregnant women? He noticed her lips, and Nanziyi felt slightly touched. Come, let me apply it for you. Gu Nanfeng sat down on the bed and looked at Nanziyi tenderly. Well, thank you. Although Nanziyi's lips are now dry and pale, they are still very sexy. Her haggard appearance made Gu Nanfeng want to protect her. Nanziyi cooperated obediently, looking at him with a pair of star-like eyes. This was the first time Gu Nanfeng applied lip balm to a girl, and he was extremely serious about it. After he finished applying, he realized that he was very close to Nanziyi. Gu Nanfeng came back to his senses and met Nanziyi's eyes. Eyes met. Gu Nanfeng discovered that there seemed to be brilliance and beauty hidden in her eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul. What a beautiful pair of eyes, so bright and breathtaking. Well, okay, if you have time, apply it a few more times and it won't crack. Oh, thank you. Gu Nanfeng's words brought Nanziyi's thoughts back to reality, and she responded vaguely. Oh my god, the kid's dad's profile is so charming. There was a light in his eyes, as if there were stars hidden in them, mysterious and affectionate, which made people fall into it unconsciously. Chapter 31, Sharing a Bed, a Magical Reward. At night. Jian Yu was worried about them and decided to let them stay. Bedtime. See Gu Nanfeng walk into the second bedroom. She frowned and asked, why are you out here? Go to bed, Mom, I'm a little sleepy. You're sleepy, go back to the master bedroom and sleep. If you're not in the master bedroom with Ziyi and the babies, who will take care of them at night? Gu Nanfeng paused. What my mom said makes sense. Are you embarrassed? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's the same in the hospital as at home. Ziyi will understand. For the sake of the children's future, you should work harder to improve your relationship with Ziyi no matter what. Jiang Yu smiled and pushed him into the master bedroom. Without giving Gu Nanfeng a chance to speak, the door slammed shut. The corners of Gu Nanfeng's mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth and looked at Nanziyi lying on the bed. She heard the conversation between the mother and son just now. Just as Gu Nanfeng thought, the hospital is different from home. Nanziyi's heart was pounding as she thought about letting Gu Nanfeng sleep with her. Gu Nanfeng coughed and said, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight. Fortunately, the system is very considerate and provides a lazy sofa in the master bedroom of the house. Nanziyi said, sleeping on the sofa. What if my aunt sees me tomorrow? Will she think I'm not good to you? It's okay. I sleep here during the day. My mom won't tell. After a mental struggle, Nanziyi finally decided, you should sleep in the bed with me. The bed is big enough for two of us to sleep in. If you sleep on the sofa for too long, your neck might hurt. Gu Nanfeng looked at her in surprise, are you sure? Nanziyi nodded seriously, let's sleep on each side. Gu Nanfeng could feel the courage she had in saying this. Then he pursed his lips and nodded, okay. But aren't you afraid that I might not sleep well and crush you? Nanziyi shook her head. No, I saw you sleeping in the hospital. When you sleep, you are very... Well, how should I put it? Very honest? Or very handsome? Oh, I don't know how to describe it further, I feel so embarrassed. Well, Gu Nanfeng looks handsome even when he is asleep. There is heating in the room and you only need to cover yourself with a thin quilt to sleep. Nanziyi took the initiative to find a quilt. Here, make the bed yourself, you sleep over here, I'll sleep over here. Gu Nanfeng looked at her again to confirm, you were the one who made me sleep. Nanziyi nodded again, go to sleep. Her idea was very simple. From her observations over the past few days, she felt that Gu Nanfeng was a very good person. For the baby's future, it would be best for them to be with Gu Nanfeng. She can't always rely on Gu Nanfeng to sacrifice for herself and the children, she has to take the initiative too. It was already 11 o'clock. Nan Ziyi yawned, feeling very sleepy. I covered myself with the quilt and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Gu Nanfeng envied Bao Ma's sleep quality. It's better that he fell asleep, so that she won't be embarrassed later. He slept on his left side with his back to Nan Ziyi. He closed his eyes and fell asleep unknowingly. It was midnight. Gu Nanfeng, who was sleeping soundly, heard a baby crying, vaguely the voice of his second child Yeye. Before he completely woke up from his subconscious, Sanba Xingxing joined in the fun and started crying along with her sister. Wow, the duet of crying woke Gu Nanfeng up from his sleep in an instant. Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy is here. What's wrong, babies? Are you hungry or do you need to pee? Or do you have poop? Gu Nanfeng checked the second baby first. The little guy's crying was so contagious. If I don't coax her first, Debao might start crying too. Oh, Yaya has pooped. Daddy will clean it up for her. Be good and don't cry. Nan Ziyi woke up in a daze and remembered to help. You continue to sleep, I can handle it on my own. While he was cleaning her bowels butt, he spoke to Nan Ziyi in a coaxing tone. Be good, continue to sleep. When the baby wants to drink milk, I will make the milk powder and wake him up. Have a good rest. I will take care of the babies. Trust me. In the second bedroom, Jiang Yu also woke up. She seemed to hear the baby crying and came to the master bedroom door and knocked. Can I help you? Mom, no need. I can do it myself. The baby just pooped. I'm ready to change it. Mom, you go back and have a rest. You have to go to work tomorrow. With Gu Nanfeng's care in the room, the cries of the little ones gradually subsided, and it seemed that his son was successfully comforted. After confirming that her son did not need help, Jiang Yu returned to the room. In the second half of the night, Gu Nanfeng got up again and changed the children's diapers twice and fed them twice. It was just daybreak and Gu Nanfeng was exhausted, but these were his children, so it was worth it no matter how tired he was. Ding, it's the first night that the triplets have returned home. Congratulations to the host for successfully keeping watch for them. I will reward you with the talent of eternal sleep. Note, when the long sleep talent is activated, the quality of sleep will be doubled, which is equivalent to the host sleeping for 2 hours while others sleep for 1 hour. Gu Nanfeng probably understood. The talent that can improve sleep quality is exactly what I need. Although the name eternal sleep is strange. But it's fine as long as it works. There was still some time before he had to wake up, so Gu Nanfeng activated his talent and fell asleep in a second. After an unknown amount of time, Nan Ziyi slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and was startled to find a man next to her. But soon she remembered that the other person was Gu Nanfeng, and she felt relieved. Gu Nanfeng hasn't woken up yet. Nan Ziyi knew that he must have been exhausted last night. I couldn't bear to wake him up. I have to say, Gu Nanfeng looks really good when he is sleeping. Long eyelashes, chiseled facial features, even breathing, and especially his profile, which was simply stunning. He looked as handsome and breathtaking as the protagonist from a comic book. Suddenly Gu Nanfeng's eyelashes moved. Nan Ziyi quickly turned sideways and pretended that she was still asleep. Gu Nanfeng actually woke up just now. However, he knew that Nan Ziyi was secretly watching him, so he continued to pretend to be asleep. The baby's biological clocks are similar to Nan Ziyi's. Not long after Nan Ziyi woke up, the 3 little ones also opened their eyes. When I got up and walked to the crib, I saw the little cuties looking at Gu Nanfeng with their black grape-like eyes without crying or making any noise. No matter how tired he is, Gu Nanfeng will feel full of energy when he sees the babies. Full of motivation for life and the future. He greeted quietly, "Good morning, babies." The second child waved his little hands at him, the first child looked very calm, and the third child looked at his father and then at his older brothers and sisters. Jiang Yu was preparing breakfast for them in the kitchen with a look of satisfaction. How were the babies last night? Have you figured it out? Gu Nanfeng helped him and replied. Yang Yang and the others woke up a few times during the trip. They must have just returned and were not used to it. After I coaxed them to sleep after drinking milk, they fell asleep. Ziyi is awake, get ready, I'll take her downstairs for a walk later. Chapter 32. My son is so rich, did he rob a bank? Is there any hope? Jiang Yu took a morning leave to stay at home with Nan Ziyi and the babies. Gu Nanfeng knew that his mother was concerned about them, so he took a leave of absence to stay at home and observe the situation. Jiang Yu said as she cooked porridge, I don't know why the volume on my phone is so low. It was fine 2 days ago, but when I listened to the WeChat voice message last night, the volume suddenly became smaller. It's weird. Can you help me adjust it later? Gu Nanfeng thought for a moment and said, Mom, I'll buy you a new one. The Xiaomi Mi 15 Ultra has recently come out, and it's such a beautiful phone. Jiang Yu said to him, a new phone doesn't cost any money. My phone still works. Just adjust it for me, don't buy me a cell phone. Save the money for the babies. Gu Nanfeng said, where's your phone? I'll call it for you now. It's charging in the living room. Gu Nanfeng unlocked his phone to check and found that the voice of the WeChat voice message was indeed very low. He didn't know what the problem was. But fortunately, there is TikTok. If you search it, you should be able to find a solution. However, when you open the Douyin search, you can see the search history above. My son suddenly has millions of dollars. Did he rob a bank? Don't do bank robbery incident. How can college students quickly earn 5 million? If my son breaks the law, how can I save him from going to jail? Gu Nanfeng's face was filled with black lines. As expected, my mother was very worried when I suddenly became rich. He guessed that his father was in a similar mood, but he didn't show it. Gu Nanfeng calmly turned off TikTok and started searching on his phone. It is said that TikTok is very powerful nowadays. If the voice volume on your mobile phone is low, you can find a way to adjust it by just searching. After adjusting the sound to normal, Gu Nanfeng found Jiang Yu and said, Mom, I have adjusted it. You can try it later. Jiang Yu smiled, wait a minute, let me take a look, what's wrong? I usually don't press it randomly, why does it suddenly break down? I don't know how to put it, anyway, if you have any problems in the future, just give them to me. Mom, I won't tell you for now. I want to see if you understand. Go ahead and bring her out for breakfast later. Jiang Yu curled her lips, thinking that he had indeed forgotten his mother after getting a wife. I became impatient before I even finished speaking. But this brat has good vision. Nan Ziyi likes this child very much, and her little grandchildren are super cute. Thinking of the relationship between Nan Ziyi and her son, Jiang Yu frowned again. What should she do? When Gu Nanfeng returned to the room, Nan Ziyi was feeding Yang Yang. The little guy is the older brother and has enough energy to eat. Nan Ziyi frowned in pain because of his panting. Gu Nanfeng asked with concern, does it hurt? Nan Ziyi frowned and shook her head, it's okay, I can bear it, it doesn't hurt. In fact, the stronger the babies are at breastfeeding, the happier she is. Although it hurts, it means the babies are healthy. Perhaps he noticed someone coming in. Debao paused for a moment, holding the rations and looking at Nanfeng. The little dumpling is so cute. Gu Nanfeng smiled and tapped his rosy face, and Debao turned around and continued eating. His eyes fell on Ye and Xingxing. The brother and sister were playing with each other. Erbao's little hands were moving, and Sanbao's eyes were following the movement of his sister's hands. Gu Nanfeng did not disturb them and sat quietly beside them to observe. After they played for a while, Erbao suddenly looked up and stared at Gu Nanfeng blankly. This is the discovery of Dad. Want to play with Dad? Gu Nanfeng smiled, yeah, you are looking at Daddy like this, do you want to play with Daddy? As soon as he finished speaking, Erbao continued to play with his brother. Gu Nanfeng. Sad heart, my heart is hurt by my little cotton padded jacket. Jiang Yu used to be confident in her cooking skills. But these days she lost confidence in front of Gu Nanfeng. At the dinner table, she served Nan Ziyi a bowl of porridge. Come here, Ziyi. Auntie made pigeon porridge for you. If you don't like the taste, Auntie will ask Nanfeng to make it again for you. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie's cooking skills are great, how can I not be used to her food? As long as it's cooked by Auntie, I think it's delicious. Nan Ziyi was telling the truth, Jiang Yu's cooking skills were actually very good. Her cooking skills are as good as the nanny in their family. I have the impression that my parents have never cooked for me. She was deeply touched by what Gu Nanfeng and Jiang Yu had done for her during this period. Pigeon porridge is very suitable for postpartum mothers as it replenishes blood and qi. Jiang Yu also added cordyceps flowers, wolfberries and red dates, which looked quite good and had a strong aroma. Nan Ziyi took a bite, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but praise it. It's delicious. Auntie, you are such a great cook. Jiang Yu smiled, I'm glad you like it. Come, have another bite. Besides, Auntie also made you some crucian carp porridge. In order to make breakfast for Nan Ziyi, Jiang Yu got up early in the morning and went to the market to buy vegetables. Getting her affirmation is worth it no matter how tiring it is. After tasting the pigeon porridge, Jiang Yu served her a bowl of crushing carp porridge. Seeing that his mother treated Nan Ziyi better than himself, Gu Nanfeng sighed, "Mom, I've never seen you treat me so well. Please give me a bowl of porridge to balance it out. I also want to drink pigeon porridge." Jiang Yu was too lazy to raise her eyelids and said unhappily, "Don't you have hands? You are such a big man, can you compare with Ziyi?" Gu Nanfeng. "What should I do? It seems my family status has been reduced by one." But he was just expressing his emotion. His mother and Nan Ziyi got along well, and he was happier than anyone else. The air is good in the morning. After breakfast, Gu Nanfeng helped Nan Ziyi take a walk in the community downstairs. The two of them just officially moved in yesterday, so many people don't know them. There are many people coming back from shopping or exercising at this moment. They were so surprised to see Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi. "Hello, young man and young girl. You must have just moved in, right? Girl, look at your outfit, have you just given birth? Is it a boy or a girl? Why didn't you bring it down? Oh my god, this couple is so good looking. The parents are so handsome and pretty, their child must be very good looking and cute." The people in the community were very welcoming. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi responded vaguely and then went to where there were fewer people. "If we are surrounded by them, I don't know when I can escape." Nan Ziyi was wearing loose confinement clothes. Gu Nanfeng remembered that after she was discharged from the hospital, she moved directly to Swan Community with him. Her original clothes and luggage were still in the same place. It was not convenient for her now, so Gu Nanfeng decided to help her move the luggage over first. Nan Ziyi frowned slightly. "I have a lot of stuff, why not call a moving company?" Gu Nanfeng said that it was not necessary and he could just drive over and bring it back. He thought, how many things can girls have? After returning home from the event, Gu Nanfeng and Jiang Yu talked about helping Nan Ziyi move. "Can you do it alone? I'll ask your dad to help you." Gu Nanfeng shook his head. "No, if it doesn't work, I'll ask my roommate to help." Chapter 33 The worldview collapses. Brother Feng, look us in the eyes. Nan Ziyi rented a house in a residential area with 2 bedrooms and a living room, which was decorated very warmly. I originally thought that living alone wouldn't have much stuff. But when Gu Nanfeng pushed open the door, he was stunned. In addition to clothes, the store is filled with various 2-dimensional peripherals. I didn't expect that the campus beauty who looks cold and aloof is actually a veteran 2D player in private. Yes, Gu Nanfeng remembered that he met Nan Ziyi at a comic convention. At that time, she cosplayed as Mingming from Juwi. Nan Ziyi's room is also filled with baby supplies and cute clothes. These should have been bought by Nan Ziyi for the babies in advance. Phew, what should I do if there are more things than I imagined? Gu Nanfeng thought about it and called his roommate Lu Rong. "Hey, what's wrong, Brother Feng? Is there anything that can't be said in the group? You've called me. Is there something important that needs your help?" Lu Rong on the other end of the phone joked cheerfully. "Are you, Shi Tu, and Nong Xiao all in school?" Shi Wan and Nong Bei are Gu Nanfeng's other 2 roommates. Stone and Pesticide are their nicknames. "Yes, Brother Feng, why are you asking this suddenly? Are you calling for help because of a fight?" "Brothers, I'll take them and kill them right away." Gu Nanfeng rarely asked them whether they were in school. Lu Rong straightened his expression and asked quickly. "I'm not fighting. I just want you to come and help me move some things." Move luggage. The location is Wind Whisper Garden. Move place? The 3 roommates were all confused. Didn't Brother Feng just move out of the dormitory? Why is he moving again? Stop talking nonsense and come here quickly. I'll treat you to food when I have time. Although the 3 of them were confused, they still rushed over as quickly as possible. Moving again, maybe I can meet Feng Guo's girlfriend this time. Ever since Gu Nanfeng and Liao Yuyue broke up, they have been curious about who is the woman who can make Brother Feng's transition seamless. After all, gossip is not only loved by women, but men love to listen to it too. About 20 minutes later, Lu Rong and the other 2 hurried to Fengyu Garden. After entering the door, the 3 were stunned. Pesticide couldn't help but scream, "What a beautiful and lovely house! This is a girl's room, right? This is my first time entering a girl's bedroom. It's so novel. The three guys looked around as if they had never seen the world before. Gu Nanfeng pretended to wave his fist. Put away your eyes and expressions, and pay attention, this is where the mother of my child lives. Pesticide 3 people. They must have heard it right. Where does the child's mother live? Fuck, Brother Feng, what do you mean? Where does the kid's mother live? The roommates had surprisingly consistent expressions, staring at Gu Nanfeng in surprise. Gu Nanfeng coughed. As you can see, this is where my child's mother lives. You heard it right, I'm serious. I'm already a father now, a father of triplets. 3 people. Is this true? It's like a bolt from the blue. Brother Feng, you are kidding us, right? How could you possibly have a child? This is too sudden. Didn't you just break up with Liao Yuiwei? How come you have a child? We don't believe it. Having said that, the 3 of them kept their eyes on Gu Nanfeng's every move. Gu Nanfeng looked serious. Do I look like I'm joking? I asked you to come here today to help me move things. Please help me pack them and move them downstairs to the car. These are my child's mother's things. Brother Feng, look us in the eyes and swear that you are not kidding us. Are you really a father? Gu Nanfeng nodded. After repeated confirmation, the worldviews of the 3 roommates were almost shattered. How come there is a baby suddenly out of nowhere? It's not that fast to take over. The 3 roommates looked as if they were doubting their lives. Having a child before graduating from college, who wouldn't he be confused? Gu Nanfeng coughed and said, Don't just stand there, hurry up and pack up, my wife and children are waiting for me at home. Oh. The 3 of them were still at the stage where their worldview was about to collapse, and they mechanically followed the steps to clean up the house. Brother Feng, who is your sister-in-law? Didn't you say last time that we knew each other? Lu Rong asked curiously while packing. Suddenly his mind was startled and he thought of someone. South knows the meaning. The most beautiful girl in the art academy. I heard a few days ago that someone met her in the hospital and she was preparing to give birth. Moreover, that day happened to be the day when Feng Guo and Liao Yuiwei broke up, and he moved out soon after that. No way. Could it be that Brother Feng is dating the school beauty? The school beauty gave birth to triplets for him? Lu Rong was frightened by his own crazy thoughts. I must have been overthinking it. Well, how could they be together? I haven't even seen them date before. It's impossible. Nanzi's bedroom is a private space, so Gu Nanfeng asked Lu Rong and the other 2 to clean up the living room, dining room, and second bedroom. He cleaned the master bedroom himself. Open the wardrobe and you will see rows of all kinds of beautiful clothes. When he encountered those cloths that were very scarce, Gu Nanfeng looked left and right to make sure that there was no one there before he dared to pack them up with a blushing face. Although the fabric is very small, it feels exceptionally good, is fragrant, and exudes an alluring aroma. Gu Nanfeng shook his head and suppressed the urge in his heart. Even though Nanzi is the only one living there, Gu Nanfeng and his other 3 friends can pack 2 suitcases and a dozen luggage bags. A nanny workshop can't even finish the work. Gu Nanfeng thought about it and decided to call a Hualala. After moving the things downstairs and into the car, Lu Rong asked, Brother Feng, where is the address? Should we scan a ride-hailing service or take a Didi? Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, Let's go to Tiani Community. We won't take a shared car or a Didi. You can take my car. After saying that, he drove the nanny car over. Lexus nanny car. Although the 3 of them didn't know much about cars, they all knew that a nanny car was not cheap and could not be bought without hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brother Feng actually drove a nanny car over here. Where is he from? Rented or borrowed? Shirtu couldn't help but ask curiously, Wow, what a beautiful nanny car. Brother Feng, where did you borrow it? Such a nice car must be expensive, right? Nongya was also excited. Wow, I've never ridden in such a nice car in my life. I've only seen nanny cars on TikTok and TV, and those are only for rich people. Brother Feng is really nice. He treated us to such a luxurious car just for a move. I don't even dare to say goodbye. Gu Nanfeng rolled down the car window and smiled. It's not rented or borrowed, this car is mine. Ah? Did they hear it right? Brother Feng said this car is his? Although they don't know much about cars, the car in front of them looks like it will cost at least 3 or 400,000. Where does he get the money? Fuck, Brother Feng, you are kidding again. We are brothers, there is no need to. Chapter 34 Brother Feng really acts like a father, the school beauty is his wife. Gu Nanfeng smiled, knowing that they didn't believe it. But I didn't take it seriously. If it were him, it probably wouldn't work either. However, it is precisely this free and easy look of his. Lu Ron's eyes widened. Fuck, Brother Feng, are you serious? Did you really buy this car? Brother Feng, did you win the lottery secretly? We agreed to be poor together. How did you suddenly become rich? I feel so bad. Lu Ron pretended to cry loudly with an expression of great grief. Stone and Pesticide were also stunned. There must be something wrong with Brother Feng's carefree look. Did you really buy the car? Damn, my heart hurts so much. If this is true, my heart suddenly feels empty. Gu Nanfeng pursed his lips and said, "Get in the car and feel Dad's new car." Before getting in the car, Lu Rong and the other two took a photo of the nanny car and searched it on Google. Are you crazy? Lexus LM. The recommended price is 1.199 million renminbi to 1.55 million renminbi. And Feng Ji's car looks exactly the same as the top-of-the-line model. That would be 1.55 million. They are now driving a luxury car worth more than 1.5 million. Lu Rong touched his butt subconsciously. So comfortable and soft. Million-level luxury cars are just different. It feels like sitting on clouds. They are so comfortable. Shirtu took a deep breath and looked at the passenger seat in disbelief. Brother Feng, this car costs 1.55 million? Gu Nanfeng replied calmly while driving, probably. Hiss. The three of them widened their eyes. Brother Feng, tell us honestly, have you been hiding your identity all these years? You must be the son of some wealthy family, right? You're just pretending to be poor to mingle with us. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In TV dramas, there are often young masters who pretend to be poor to experience life. They tend to be low-key and extremely handsome. Low-key and handsome, these 2 points are right. Young master of the Chable, please accept us 3 sons, Daddy. Gu Nanfeng replied to them, get lost. These 3 guys must have read too many novels and watched too many idol dramas. Are there really Chable young masters in real life who pretend to be poor in a low-key manner? Even if there are they 1/10 as handsome as I am? Shirtu and the other 2 flattered him. No, how can they be even 1/10,000th as handsome as Brother Feng? Not even 1/1000th. Compared to Brother Feng, they are not even dust. Gu Nanfeng. With excitement in my heart, I followed Gu Nanfeng to Swan Community. The 3 roommates stared at the gate of the community with their eyes wide open. What a beautiful neighborhood. What a grand gate. Can they really enter such a luxurious community? Brother Feng, should we change our shoes before going in? What if we get the floor dirty? Do I have to pay to breathe in there? Gu Nanfeng. He remained silent and just led the way. After parking the car, Hualala had already arrived, and Gu Nanfeng asked his 3 roommates to help move things up. Although the 3 people of Shirtu are not very reliable sometimes, they are very dedicated in their work. On the way, Lu Rong looked around in the elevator and said, Brother Feng, I saw this community online. I heard it's a high-end community. How much does it cost per month to live here? Yes, Brother Feng, the view here is so great. It would cost at least 7,000 or 8,000 to rent it for a month, right? Nong Yao and the other man were also very curious. It's free here. I've already bought it and I can live here for free. Lu Rong and the other 2 said they were not hallucinating again, right? They looked at each other, unable to hide the horror in their eyes. Damn it! Brother Feng, you still say you are not a Chable son. The 3 roommates were completely numb. They were sure they heard it right. Brother Feng said he bought a house here. The 3 were about to say something when the elevator door suddenly opened. Gu Nanfeng said, we're here. It's on the 7th floor, 701. When the door opened and they saw the decoration inside, Lu Rong and his companions' hearts began to beat wildly. Oh my God, I cried. What a beautiful house. How could there be a house that is so beautifully decorated that it is so appealing to people? The decoration style is modern and simple, and every element is designed with them in mind. This is simply their dream room. Just as they were admiring the beautiful decoration of the house, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. Nan Ziyi walked out of the room wearing loose confinement clothes. Nanfeng, you're back. How are you? Do I have a lot of stuff? As soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned when she saw a few more people in the living room. Hey, why are there 3 more people? Lu Rong and the others' jaws dropped. Nan Zi. School beauty, Nan Zi. Why is the school beauty here? Isn't this Feng Ji's house? Suddenly, Lu Rong's previous guesses surged wildly in his mind. Is Feng He really together with the school beauty? The child of the schoolmate is Feng Ji's? No way. It's really crazy. School beauty Nan Zi is in Feng Ji's house. The stones and pesticides made people stupid. What on earth is going on? The one in front of me should be the school beauty. Nan Zi saw the surprised looks of the 3 people and seemed to have guessed something. He looked at Gu Nanfeng and asked, "Who are these 3? Gu Nanfeng put away his luggage and explained, "They are my roommates, from our school." Nan Zi indeed had such an expression. It must be that he had too many things and couldn't pack them all by himself, so the other person asked his classmates to help. Shitu was still in a daze. "Brother Feng, who is this person?" Gu Nanfeng nodded. "You are not mistaken, she is Nan Zi, the mother of my child. Last time I told you that she was from our school." Holy crap! Holy crap! Brother Feng is actually with the school beauty. Oh my god, the news that the campus beauty got pregnant and gave birth to a baby was widely circulated in the school a while ago. The child's father turned out to be Brother Feng. When did they get together? When did it happen? Shitu and the other 2 stuttered, apparently still digesting the information before them. Brother Feng bought a car worth more than 1.5 million yuan and a house in Swan Community. Now, the one who gave birth to his triplets was the school beauty Nan Zi. Any one of these pieces of news would be enough to shock them for 100 years. In such a short period of time, Gu Nanfeng has made them doubt their lives several times. Oh my god. You are not kidding. Is Fenga really not a Chable's son? Really? 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 Shitu pinched the pesticide hard. Fuck, Shitu, what are you doing? Shitu chuckled, "You're screaming in pain, so I guess we're not dreaming." Dog. No Niao instinctively wanted to say that word, but when he realized that the school beauty was standing in front of him, he quickly covered his mouth and glared at Shitu. Gu Nanfeng introduced them. "Zi, these 3 are my roommates LV Rong, Shirwan, and Nong Bei. This is the mother of my child, Nan Zi." Shitu and the others laughed. "Hello sister-in-law, I am Brother Feng's roommate, you can just call me Shitu, the one next to me is called Nongyao, and the one next to me is called Xiucai." Gu Nanfeng quickly said, "Zi, my 3 roommates are sometimes a bit mean, so don't take what they say to heart." Chapter 35, It's Hard. My friend married a beautiful, rich woman, drove a luxury car, and lived in a big house. Nan Zi smiled and said, "Your friends have very interesting personalities. It's great to have such good friends." Oh my god, is this the smile of the school beauty? Seeing it up close, it's absolutely beautiful. No wonder so many people in school like her. The 3 roommates think that the school beauty without makeup is much more beautiful than those female stars in the entertainment industry. Even though Lu Rong and the others were talkative when they were in the dormitory with Gu Nanfeng, they couldn't hold back a word even for 10 minutes in front of a beautiful woman. Shitu only dared to make the joke in front of Nan Zi. After staying with the school beauty for a while, he didn't dare to say much. Stunning beauty, stunning beauty. Oh my god, Brother Feng is a winner in life. The 3 of them looked at each other with envy. Just when they were at a loss, Jiang Yu came out of the room pushing a stroller. "It's Lu Rongshitu, you guys are here." Jiang Yu had met all 3 of her son's roommates. When she saw the 3 of them, she greeted them warmly. Lu Rong and the other 2 quickly replied, "Hello, Aunt Jiang. We moved things here with Brother Feng." As they were talking, the 3 people's eyes fell on the baby carriage at the same time. What did they see? There are 3 soft and cuddly babies lying in the stroller. "Aunt Jiang, these are Brother Feng's babies, wow. They are so cute." Lu Rong had seen many babies, but this was the first time he had seen one so cute and adorable. She is pink and cuddly, just like a little angel. They have indeed inherited the genes of Brother Feng and the school beauty. When I saw them for the first time, I couldn't help but feel the urge to steal them home and raise them. Stone and Pesticide were also touched by the cuteness and looked at it with shining eyes. Jiang Yu smiled and said, "Yes, Nanfeng is now a father of triplets. He just came home yesterday." "What are you looking at, babies? These 3 uncles are not bad people. They are daddy's good friends. shall we go say hello to Uncle? The little cuties in the stroller looked at their three roommates with sparkling eyes. Curious eyes flickered, and Lu Rong's heart melted. This is the child of Brother Feng and the school belle. If anyone in the school knew about this, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire school. Feeling that their mom, dad, and grandma are all there, the human cubs feel safe. Dabeo is very brave and stares at the stone. Erbao seemed a little timid and looked at his brother timidly. Sanbao was more interested in his mother. He glanced at the three of them and his eyes finally fell on Nanzi. The little boy can already accurately find his mother in the crowd. Shirtu waved to them softly, "Hi, hello, babies. I'm Uncle Shirtu, you guys are so cute and beautiful. Can you tell Uncle what your names are?" When adults talk, babies listen carefully. Although they don't understand yet, they will show a thoughtful expression. Jiang Yu smiled and replied for them, "It turns out to be Uncle Shirtu. This is Dabeo. Dabeo is my older brother, and his nickname is Yang Yang. The second treasure is our little princess named Yeya, and the third treasure is our little brother, little Star Xing." Shirtu exclaimed, "Sun, moon, and stars, what nice names. Master Yang Yang, Master Xing, and Princess Yeya. Who came up with such a nice name?" Shirtu used a tone like he was teasing a child. The babies were indeed attracted and looked at her with their grape-like eyes. Jiang Yu answered on behalf of the babies that it was their mother who named it. The triplets are emotionally stable and in high spirits at the moment. After putting the luggage away, Gu Nanfeng asked the three people, "Would you like to hug the kids?" Lu Rong and others' eyes lit up, but they were soon frightened and took 2 steps back. "Brother Feng, forget it. We don't dare to hug. The babies are so soft and tender, and the three of us are big and strong. What if one gets hurt?" Lu Rong and the other two waved their hands repeatedly. The cuter the babies are, the less they dare to hold them. Gu Nanfeng was amused by their panicked look. He looked at them with disdain. "They can't even hold a child, they are nothing." Stones and pesticides scratched their heads and fled in panic. Babies have delicate skin and tender flesh, they really don't dare to do that. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said that they didn't understand the fun of children. The three roommates were extremely curious about the babies. While Gu Nanfeng wasn't paying attention, Lu Rong secretly took a few videos of the babies. While Gu Nanfeng invited them to drink water, he took them around the house. Jiang Yu invited them to stay for lunch. The three guys shook their heads. It looked like Feng Ji's family was very busy today, so they decided not to stay and cause trouble. Gu Nanfeng sent them down the elevator and said, "I'm quite busy these days and don't have time to entertain you. I'll treat you to a meal later. Thank you for today." Lu Rong patted his chest and said, "We are all brothers, why are you talking about this? Let's meet again some other day. Brother Feng, let's go." Arrived outside the community gate. The three of them stopped at the same time and looked back at the luxurious swan community with emotion in their eyes. "I'm not dreaming. Brother Feng might really be the son of a wealthy family. He has been pretending to be poor and lurking around us all these years. Damn it, Brother Feng hid it so well that I couldn't even see any flaws." Lu Rong snorted, "What a chable! If it were a chable, Aunt Jiang would still work in the hospital, and Uncle Gu would work as a security guard in the park." Shirtu frowned, "Then how do you explain that Brother Feng suddenly bought a million-level luxury car? There are also houses in Tianyi community. I just checked and the internet says the lowest price here is 25,000 per square meter, and many people are fighting hard to buy one." Lu Rong showed a wise look. "I guess the problem lies with Brother Feng. Brother Feng must have suddenly become rich. When I first met Brother Feng in my freshman year and just entered the dormitory, I knew he was definitely not an ordinary person. Now I see that my judgment was correct." Nongxiao gave him a look of disgust and said, "Damn it, everyone can make a wise decision after the fact. Besides, with Brother Feng's breathtakingly handsome face, who would think he is an ordinary person? The handsome guy is shining, okay? But to be honest, they knew something about Gu Nanfeng's family background. My mother works in a hospital and my father is a security guard. We own a house in Dongdu. Our family is not wealthy and our conditions are similar to theirs. My conditions were similar to theirs and we often played together. The other party suddenly bought a house and a car. The gap is obvious from this comparison. My good friend suddenly became successful, but I am still a mortal. The feeling is so complicated." Lu Rong and the other two were ordinary people, so it was normal for them to feel a little uncomfortable for a while. Fortunately, they are all optimists. Lu Rong adjusted his attitude and became cheerful. Great! Brother Feng has become rich. We are wearing the same pants as him. It's hard not to take off. Clinging to Brother Feng's thigh? Ha, spineless man, can't you have a little backbone? I despise you. What the hell are you pretending for? Ha, you figured it out. Hugging someone's thigh is a good choice. Hee, Brother Feng now has a house and a car, and his total assets are worth at least several million. Ha, that woman Liao Yuyue is blind. She wanted to hook up with a rich man and broke up with Brother Feng, but she didn't know that Brother Feng was the tall, rich and handsome one. Chapter 36. Thank you for leaving Brother Feng. Now he has a school beauty wife and is living a good life. Liao Yuyue broke up with Gu Nanfeng because she despised him for having no money, and the three of them, as roommates and brothers, have been feeling resentful about it. In this day and age, if you don't have money, do you not deserve to be in a relationship? The three of them walked back to school while chatting. Back to the school, passing by Starbucks. Lu Rong stopped. He usually only drinks Mishue Bingcheng and can't bear to drink such expensive Starbucks. But at the moment he was in a good mood, and he turned his head to look at his two roommates. Would you like some coffee? I'll treat you to being the best. Stone and Pesticide's eyes lit up. What? Godfather, you said you would treat us to Starbucks? Is this true or false? Lu Rong really enjoyed the feeling of being a godfather and nodded seriously. I'm not drinking Mishue Bingcheng today. When I walked into Starbucks, my three roommates straightened their backs and felt like successful people. Coincidentally, just after they placed their order, they ran into Liao Yuyue and her bestie who came for coffee. There were two fashionably dressed men around them, who looked to be a year older than them. As soon as I found a seat and sat down, I heard the sound of Liao Yuyue and her best friend chatting over tea. Oh, I won't drink today. I just had 1 cup this morning. If I drink more, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. That's right, insomnia at night is bad for our skin. Staying up too late can easily cause acne. Lu Rong got angry when he thought of Liao Yuyue dumping Fengge, and groaned, hey, isn't this Liao Yuyue who loves Xiaomi 15 Pro the most? These two handsome guys are your new targets. They look very rich. Yes, Liao Yuyue, you are so materialistic, they can't sit at the same table with you if they don't have money. Hearing Lu Rong's sarcastic voice, Liao Yuyue's expression changed slightly. Lu Rong, what do you mean by being so sarcastic? Her best friend also spoke up for her. For eyes, what nonsense are you talking about? You're crazy. Lu Rong laughed, he was not nearsighted. The glasses I wore just now were decorative so that I could look refined when entering Starbucks. I didn't expect Sister Liao Yuyue to be so strong in fighting, and she was able to defeat the bespectacled guy right away. The idea is difficult. But Lu Rong also had helpers. Sure Tu stood up and said, you are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Then he looked at the two men who were traveling with Liao Yuyue. Brother, are you dating Liao Yuyue and the others? I advise you to be careful with your wallet if you want to pursue this woman. At first, she was attracted by my brother's looks and pursued him for several months. My brother gave in and ended up being with her. Guess what happened? He kept asking my brother to buy this and that all day long, and in the end, he was so poor that he dumped him in front of her. She also said that poor people are not worthy of dating her, and that those without money have no right to talk to her. Liao Yuyue was very anxious. You farted. Her best friend knew the inside story, and when she saw that she couldn't win the argument, she quickly asked for help. They bullied us two girls like this, and you just watched? The two boys next to them were completely confused. They never expected that something like this would happen while they were having a cup of coffee. One of the men wearing a famous watch asked Shertu, you said Yuyue had talked to your brother before? Didn't she say she had never been in love? It is obvious that the two of them should have known Liao Yuyue not long ago. Seeing that Liao Yuyue was pretty, had a good figure, and spoke well and generously, they decided to pursue her. The fact that they had no experience in love made them even more excited. Never been in love? Lu Rong sneered, ha, I'm dying of laughter. Liao Yuyue, you dare to say that you have never been in love? I don't know how attentive and proactive you were when you were pursuing my brother Feng. As expected, a woman like you only knows how to play with feelings. From the conversation between Shertu and Lu Rong, the two men drew the truth. That is, Liao Yuyue is not as perfect as she appears. She had clearly been in a relationship before, but she lied to them and said she had no experience in relationships since she was single. The conversation also formed a sharp contrast with the elegance and grace of their conversation. Is this the real her? It's understandable that some girls love money, and it's normal for them to pursue a better material life, but they absolutely cannot tolerate deception. All the good feelings I had for Liao Yuyue disappeared instantly. Still drinking coffee? Drink a ball. Liao Yuyue is such a dishonest and dangerous woman, that's why they don't want to be the victim. The two men stood up and turned away. Liao Yuyue got to know them in the past 2 days. Seeing that they were wearing famous brands and driving luxury cars and looked very innocent, she and her sisters wanted to develop a relationship with them. Maybe I can catch a big fish in the future? Of course, it doesn't matter if it fails, Liao Yuyue has a lot of backup plans in his fish pond. She originally wanted to show off this time, but she didn't expect to run into Lu Rong and his 2 companions. She was so angry that her face was twisted when such ugly words were said to her face. After the 2 men left, she simply stopped pretending. What? Is it wrong for me to leave him? Is it wrong for me to pursue a better life? I can only blame Gu Nanfeng for being a poor idiot. Can I be happy with him? I want a Xiaomi 15 Pro, but he can't even afford it. Do you know how many sisters laugh at me? This is the reality now. Without money, there's no point in having a romantic relationship. Lu Rong said with disgust, it's you people who put a price tag on love that have changed the meaning of love. Do you know that there were so many people chasing Fenggu at the beginning? Why did he choose to agree to be your boyfriend? He feels sorry for you, and pesters you like a lapdog every day, afraid that you will jump off the building because you can't figure it out. Otherwise, with your plastic surgery stained face, you want to chase brother Feng, huh? As expected, ugly people are more likely to do weird things. Lu Rong is the king of talking in the Canyon of Kings. He cannot win the game, but he has never lost when it comes to scolding people. He just kept scolding Liao Yuyue. Liao Yuyue couldn't find any way to fight back, which made her very angry. The little sister next to her was equally furious. When Lu Rong was finally caught taking a breath, Liao Yuyue began to fight back. You guys are Gu Nanfeng's roommates, so you must be speaking up for him. And you're trying to hurt me, huh? You're a bunch of losers, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend, you probably haven't even touched a woman's hand in your life. So what if Gu Nanfeng is handsome? Then what, is being handsome useful? Can it make a living? Can you buy me an Hermes bag? You can't give me anything, so you're still a loser. Noniao stood up angrily, are you the poor idiot? Our Feng brother is the winner in life now. My brother Feng recently bought a car worth more than 1.5 million yuan, and also bought an apartment in Tiani community, which is nearly 4 million yuan. It adds up to more than 5 million. Can you come up with more than 5 million? Oh, by the way, now brother Feng's wife is Nan Ziyi. Do you know who Nan Ziyi is? Lu Rongdong raised his eyes and said, do you know who it is? Compared to her, you are just an ugly duckling. Shirtu was very proud, Nan Ziyi is the school belle of our school. The school belle Nan Ziyi is now the wife of our brother Feng. Chapter 37 Gu Nanfeng has a house and a car? Is he bragging? Everyone can brag. Who doesn't know that the school beauty Nan Ziyi is at Dongdu Art College? How could Liao Yuyue not know? Lu Rongha and the other 2 snorted, the school beauty is now my brother Feng's wife. She is 10,000 times prettier than you, a plastic surgery freak. Liao Yue's face turned into a color palette because of anger. She did have plastic surgery, but it was just a slight shave on her chin, not a major one. Besides, which girl doesn't apply foundation when putting on makeup? It's just that these 3 single poor losers are ignorant. Liao Yuyue sneered, when Gu Nanfeng and I were dating, Nan Ziyi was nowhere to be seen. How did they get together? It's so funny. Please, if you want to get back at his expense, you should come up with a decent reason, you pig brain fool. Her bestie echoed, it's just, pig brains, you are all pig brains. It is obvious that her eye-holding technique is very stiff compared to stone. Shirtuan is saying with passion and emotion, which could make people angry. Her best friend could only stand there with uncoordinated limbs. Lu Rong chuckled, because the school beauty was pregnant with brother Feng's baby at that time. If you want to see her, go eat your ass. The school beauty has given birth to a pair of triplets for brother Feng. Do you know about the triplets? Shirtu cooperated, triplets. 3 babies at once, both boys and girls. This is something that many people would envy. Lu Rong's expression was full of admiration. The school beauty went through so much trouble to give birth to Brother Feng's baby, she must love him so much. Sure too was full of envy, of course not. If it wasn't for love, who would risk their life to give birth to 3 babies? As expected of a school beauty, she has given birth to more babies than others, and they are cuter than others. Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng are together? She also gave birth to a pair of triplets? Liao Yuyue laughed. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. She didn't believe it. The little sister next to her sneered, "Ha ha, Nan Ziyi gave birth to a child for Gu Nanfeng. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. Please, if you want to lie, can you find someone more senior? This really makes you look stupid." Liao Yuyue glanced at her bestie with approval. Exactly, what does Nan Ziyi want from him by being with Gu Nanfeng? A car? A house? Does he have any? No Miao, who had been silent all the time, took out his cell phone. Hey, is this Brother Feng's car? Look carefully. This is a top-of-the-line Lexus LM. This is a house in Swan Community, beautifully decorated. This is a video of foam in the babies. The videos and photos in the phone were taken while helping with the pesticide move. The houses and cars in the video are real. Listening to the conversation between their 4 roommates, it didn't sound like they were acting. Liao Yuyue wondered how Gu Nanfeng had both a house and a car? This is too weird. She had met Gu Nanfeng's parents several times, and their family didn't seem to be rich. She had never seen Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi have any interaction, so how could they suddenly have a child? Liao Yue's bestie curled her lips and sneered. Didn't they say Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng were together? Where are they? Did you find someone to act in the film? In the next few videos. Sliding back, I saw a girl bending over and standing next to the stroller. Although only half of her face was exposed, it still couldn't conceal the woman's stunning beauty and the tenderness in her eyes. Liao Yuyue had met Nan Ziyi, so she was sure that the woman in the video was Nan Ziyi herself. Oh my god, how could this happen? How did they end up together? It's unbelievable. Liao Yue's younger sisters have also met Nan Ziyi. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the video. No way, it really is Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng. Then the house and car that Lu Rong and the other 2 mentioned, couldn't they be real too? No Miao took the phone back, looking intoxicated. See, my brother Feng is now a winner in life. Sure too shook his head. Some people are vain and superficial. Now Brother Feng has a house and a car, a school beauty is his wife, and a pair of cute triplets. Lu Rong smiled and said, I envy Brother Feng. Your life will definitely get better and happier in the future. Pesticide nodded, I think so too. Lu Rong stood up with the coffee in his hand and said, let's pack it up and drink it back home. Don't let someone affect your fortune. Shitu's expression was exaggerated. Let's go, hurry up, I want to cling to Brother Feng's thigh and reach the pinnacle of life in the future. Pesticide echoed, go away. The fortune teller said that if you stay with this kind of person, you will be plagued by bad luck and nothing you do will go well. Liao Yuyue looked unhappy. After the 3 of them left, the little sister comforted her, Yuyue, don't listen to them. They are Gu Nanfeng's friends and they will definitely speak up for him and save his face. So what if there are videos and photos? Maybe they are photoshopped? You know Gu Nanfeng's family situation very well. How can they afford $1 million luxury car, let alone a house in Swan Community? Maybe they rented these just to fool Nan Ziyi. That woman Nan Ziyi is so pitiful. She didn't even know she was fooled and even gave birth to 3 children. She can't get out of this pit anymore. After listening to my bestie's analysis, it seems to make sense. That's right, considering Gu Nanfeng's family conditions, how could he buy such an expensive house and car? They must be rented. Damn it, I was really pissed off at the pace led by Lu Rong and the other 2 just now. Now I really want to call them back and trample them in front of me. Liao Yuyue was furious. Seeing that she was in a much better mood, the little sister continued to say, this kind of situation is very common online now. Many losers don't have money to marry, so they rent cars and houses to get married and trick women into having children. Yuyue, do you think that when we find Nan Ziyi and expose Gu Nanfeng's true identity in person, will they tear each other apart and fight? I really want to see the miserable end of the school beauty after she finds out she's been cheated. Liao Yuyue. I didn't expect the little sisters to be so vicious. But it sounds exciting. Liao Yuyue got excited when he thought of the scene where Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng fell out and Gu Nanfeng was separated from his wife and children. Now, after listening to the sisters' analysis, she concluded that their guess was most likely true. But even though it's rented. But it's amazing that Gu Nanfeng got together with Nan Ziyi not long after they broke up. She felt uncomfortable because the other person was prettier and more elegant than her. I feel like something that originally belonged to me has suddenly been taken away by someone else. The sisters advised her not to think too much. So what if Nan Ziyi and Gu Nanfeng were together? It only proved that she was blind. A poor stupid woman, is there any need to be jealous of her? Liao Yuyue thought about it and agreed. She's just a stupid woman. There's no need for me to waste my emotions on her. My main task now is to find a tall, rich and handsome man. After this commotion, many people in Starbucks noticed them. Liao Yuyue put away her thoughts and quickly left with her sisters. However, on the way, she made up her mind that she would find an opportunity to find Nan Ziyi when she had time and expose the fact that Gu Nanfeng rented a house and a car to deceive her into marriage. It will definitely be exciting then. Humph, she would not allow Gu Nanfeng to live better than her or have a partner prettier than her after the breakup. Chapter 38 The babies are sick. The panic of new parents. At the same time, Gu Nanfeng had no idea what happened in Starbucks. In the Swan community, Gu Nanfeng packed Nan Ziyi's luggage. The cosplay clothes are neatly hung in the cloakroom. The three babies were full of curiosity and watched their father's every move quietly. They are sensitive to colors and their attention is all on their mother's colorful and strange clothes. Nan Ziyi's face turned slightly red. I like cosplay, and I wonder if Gu Nanfeng will laugh at me. Gu Nanfeng noticed from the corner of his eye that the child's mother's face turned red again, and his movements became slow. Very cute. After moving Nan Ziyi's luggage over, Gu Nanfeng tidied the house again. With some cute elements, it looks different. Jian Yu expressed her liking for this. The more Nan Ziyi's things there are at home, the lower the chance that she will leave her son and babies in the future. A new day. Jiang Yu went to work at the hospital, and Gu Nanfeng stayed at home to take care of Nan Ziyi and the children. Babies are hungry when they wake up in the morning. The two have clear division of labor. Those who need to feed the baby, and those who need to change diapers do so. After all the tossing and turning, Nan Ziyi, who had just woken up, started yawning again. Gu Nanfeng put the babies in place and went into the kitchen to make breakfast. Breakfast was still a standard postpartum meal, which he made according to the recipes he saw on Zaya Hongshu. However, Jiang Yu still needs to check it before doing so. With his talent for systems, he could cook faster than most people, and breakfast was ready in no time. Nan Ziyi fell asleep again just now, so Gu Nanfeng kept the food warm so she could eat it when she woke up. Gu Nanfeng took this opportunity to organize clothes for the babies. Now Nan Ziyi feels that being able to eat food cooked by Gu Nanfeng every day would be the happiest thing in the world. At the dining table, Nan Ziyi was enjoying the breakfast made by Gu Nanfeng. Well, it's easy to lose your figure after having a baby. Nan Ziyi touched her belly. Will she gain weight if she keeps eating like this? She tilted her head in thought. Alas, sometimes food that is too delicious can also be a nuisance. After giving birth to her baby, Nan Ziyi felt that life was a little different. I used to think that being quiet was boring. Now is the time of peace and tranquility. The sunlight shines through the treetops onto the balcony, and Nan Ziyi takes the babies to bask in the sun. She undressed the babies and suddenly cried out. What happened to the babies? Gu Nanfeng, come over here and take a look. Nan Ziyi's sudden panic startled Gu Nanfeng, who quickly ran over and asked, What's wrong? What happened to the babies? If you look closely, you can see small red dots on the pink arms of the little kids. Not only does the eldest baby have it, but the second and third babies also have it on their arms. The new parents were heartbroken. Gu Nanfeng checked the children's clothes. Every time I take a bath, I always apply body lotion and diaper cream. Why is this happening? No wonder the three little guys were whining and looking very uncomfortable when they were feeding just now. What about Gu Nanfeng? Are the babies sick? Nan Ziyi asked anxiously. Gu Nanfeng asked her to calm down, relax, I'll call mom and ask her. Jiang Yu answered the phone immediately after seeing it. After listening to Gu Nanfeng's description, he made another video call out of concern. This little red dot is heat rash, commonly known as prickly heat. It's probably because the babies were sweating last night and you didn't have time to clean it up. This is easy to handle. It's not a big problem. Don't worry. Go find a pharmacy near the community and buy some calamine lotion or zinc oxide ointment. Apply it to the baby's heat rashes. Keep their clothes loose and breathable, and don't let them wear tight clothes. After applying the medicine, the heat rash will disappear quickly. Mom, are there any specific brands for the two medicines you mentioned? Any brand will do, the efficacy is similar. After hanging up the video, Gunanfong quickly got up and went out. I'll be back as soon as possible. The babies are in your care. Calamine lotion and zinc oxide ointment are inexpensive. Gunanfong bought them all for just 50 yuan. We rushed home as soon as possible, and the three little ones moved their bodies in discomfort. Nanzi was so heartbroken that she was about to cry. Gunanfong thought about it and decided to try the effects of zinc oxide ointment. My dear, are you feeling uncomfortable, babies? I'm sorry that Daddy didn't take good care of you. Come, Daddy will apply some medicine to the babies so they won't feel uncomfortable. The babies stopped and looked at their father sadly. Gunanfong took the opportunity to gently apply the ointment on their arms. Xiaobao pushed his hand away uncomfortably and cried. Gunanfong kissed his hand. Don't feel uncomfortable, it will be fine after Dad applies the medicine. Xingxing still refused to cooperate, so Gunanfong could only find an opportunity to take action. After a battle of wits and courage, Gunanfong finally applied medicine to the babies. I don't know if it's because of the effect of the medicine, but the babies stopped crying soon after I took the medicine. Nanzi finally breathed a sigh of relief with red eyes. She felt very guilty. If she had discovered the baby's abnormalities earlier, the children wouldn't have suffered so much. Gunanfong told her not to blame herself, that this is how taking care of a child is, just solve problems in a timely manner when you discover them. Aren't the babies fine now? Besides, if anyone is to blame himself, he should be the one. This wouldn't have happened if he had noticed the babies were sweating last night. But it's too late to say anything now. Gunanfong realized his shortcomings. I will definitely find a way to take better care of the babies in the future. The cute babies were in a very stable mood at the moment. Gunanfong and Nanzi quietly accompanied them in basking in the sun. It is said that twins have a telepathic connection with each other. If one is hungry, the other baby will be hungry too. Just look, after coming back from basking in the sun, the baby started crying because of hunger. As soon as the brother's voice rang out, the sound of Yeye and Xingxing snoring also rang out. It is impossible to feed three babies at the same time. Often at this time, only the two children who cry the loudest can be fed first. Why can you feed two at the same time? Because Nanzi is very strong, she can breastfeed two children at the same time. But Gunanfeng's assistance is needed, one person at a time. Nanzi was shy when she first started breastfeeding, but now she has gotten used to it. What else can I do? I can't let the babies stay hungry just because I'm shy. After Yang Yang was full, he turned his little face away to indicate that he didn't want to eat anymore. Gunanfong was quick to act and quickly held the rations, otherwise they would have splashed all over the baby's face. He took the milk storage bottle and placed it underneath to catch the milk. Only when it stopped flowing out naturally did Gunanfong withdraw. Next, burped a bao with the milk. After this period of exploration, Gunanfong has found the fastest way to make babies burp. After taking care of Yang Yang, there is still the poor little Xingxing who has been crying until now and still hasn't had any food to eat. Chapter 39 Dr. Jiang, why don't you go get the certificate? Finally it was Sanbao's turn. Xingxing has been crying for so long, she must be hungry. As soon as the little guy was placed in Nanzi's arms, he sucked hard, causing the new mother to frown in pain. On the other side, Yeye was also full. The little mouth turned away. Gunanfong was quick to hold the food down and continue to take the milk bottle. After that, I burped the second baby. Soon the little princess burped slowly. Sanbao was still concentrating on eating like a starving piglet. Nanzi discovered that Xiaobao had a strong personality. Every time he was 50% full, he would slow down and stop to look at his mother. Holding the ration in both hands, he would look at his mother or father for a while, and then continue to eat slowly. After Xingxing was full, Nanzi burped him with the milk. Now her wound has healed well and she can do some simple exercises. Burping your baby is a piece of cake. After packing up the little ones. When Gunanfong looked at the time, it was already noon. As soon as he walked out of the room, he ran into Jiang Yu who was coming back from get off work. The other person was holding a basket with vegetables, pork liver, pig blood, and other things in it. They are all used to replenish Nan Ziyi's blood after childbirth. Some people don't like to eat organs and blood. You are a better cook, so you can do it. There are other things besides these. You can do them later. Jianyu works in the obstetrics and gynecology department and often meets mothers who refuse to eat offal. She wasn't sure whether Nan Ziyi could accept the taste, so she made 2 preparations. I also bought beef, lamb, black chicken, spinach, carrots, and pumpkin. Seeing that Gu Nanfeng was busy again, Nan Ziyi followed him. I want to see if I can help in any way, do what I can. It was already hard to take care of the babies. Gu Nanfeng was busy running around every day, and she felt sorry for him. At the same time, seeing Jianyu consider everything for him so carefully. She was so touched. In fact, just as Jianyu worried, Nan Ziyi usually doesn't like to eat internal organs or blood. But Gu Nanfeng is such a good cook, the food he makes must taste great. Gu Nanfeng has actually been paying attention to Nan Ziyi's eating habits. He had already discovered that the other party didn't seem to like eating offal. I have made a decision in my heart. He smiled and said, Mom bought beef, mutton, and black chicken. I will make you a black chicken soup with beef and mutton later. Everyone's eating habits are unique. If you want to live together in the future, these things will have to be adjusted. Jianyu enjoyed watching the 2 interacting. I'm going to go see how the kids are doing, you guys go ahead and do your work. When she learned that her grandchildren had heat rash, she flew back as soon as she got off work. I didn't dare tell Gu Hongling this news. If the other party knew, he would probably rush over during work hours. Pregnant women can eat more foods that contain protein, iron, calcium, vitamins, and dietary fiber. I'll ask Mom later if I need to prescribe you some elemental medicine. If there is, ask her to get it back from the hospital. I feel more comfortable with the hospital's medicine. Nan Ziyi, who was washing vegetables, felt sweet in her heart when she saw Gu Nanfeng's concern. Yeah, thank you. Gu Nanfeng smiled brightly, no need to thank me in the future. Come, I'm going to cook. Please leave the kitchen first to avoid the fumes. Nan Ziyi hummed, took a few steps back and walked out of the kitchen. Gu Nanfeng always turns on the system as cooking talent. Every time I cook, it feels like I have divine help. Heat oil in a pan, the flames rise and fall, and every movement is smooth and silky. Soon a delicious smell wafted from the kitchen. Looking at Gu Nanfeng wearing an apron and busying himself in front of the stove. Nan Ziyi leaned against the kitchen door and watched quietly. She had imagined this scene before, but she didn't expect it to materialize before her eyes at this moment. The main dishes this time are black chicken soup, beef stew, and lamb stewed with radish. In addition, Gu Nanfeng also fried 2 vegetables. Gu Nanfeng put red dates, yam, and mushrooms in the black chicken soup. The smell wafting out makes people drool. Nan Ziyi opened the door and walked into the master bedroom. Auntie, you can eat now. Now she wants to try her best to do what she can. For example, asking Jianyu to eat, serving rice and placing chopsticks. Jianyu smiled and walked out of the room quietly. At the dinner table, Nan Ziyi ate with gusto. While eating, I kept saying it was so fragrant and delicious. Jianyu joked, it's delicious, let Nanfeng make it for you every day. It's better to get the certificate. Nanfeng can cook for you for the rest of your life. Nan Ziyi's face flushed red. Suddenly talking about getting a marriage certificate or something, Nan Ziyi was not mentally prepared at all. Gu Nanfeng came to her rescue, eat slowly, don't choke. Mom, just enjoy your meal. We can talk after you finish eating. Jianyu glanced at her son speechlessly. The eyes seemed to say, Mom, isn't this for your own good? Gu Nanfeng pretended not to see it. He knew that Nan Ziyi was thin-skinned and that she was a very thoughtful person. If she hasn't figured it out herself, the more she talks, the more confused she will become. Gu Nanfeng changed the subject. Dad, is he working the day shift today? Yeah, he's on the day shift this week. Let me tell you, Lao Zhou said that your dad smiles so hard every day that his mouth is crooked. He tells everyone he meets that he's a grandfather and has 3 super cute grandchildren. Speaking of Gu Honglang, Jianyu couldn't help laughing. A few days ago, I was worried that he would be unhappy or not accept the babies if he suddenly had little grandchildren. Now what? My goodness, this old man wishes the whole world knew that he is a grandfather. Nan Ziyi felt very happy when she heard the conversation between Jianyu and Gu Nanfeng. Then she drank a bowl of black chicken soup with mushrooms. The taste was heart-stirring and unforgettable. Oh, wait a minute. Tap, tap, tap. Nan Ziyi moved back to the master bedroom in penguin-like steps, and then moved back slowly and quickly. But this time she had an extra bank card in her hand. Hand the card to Gu Nanfeng. Gu Nanfeng asked in confusion, Ziyi, what are you doing? Nan Ziyi pursed her lips. You recently bought a house and a car, bought clothes and baby supplies for the babies, and took care of me, so you must have spent a lot of money. I have some savings here, you can use it. Nan Ziyi's actions left him at a loss. Gu Nanfeng never thought of asking the other party to give him money to spend. First of all, he really wanted to take care of the babies. Secondly, as the mother of the babies and as a father, I naturally have to take care of her. Now that he has the system attached to him, there is no need to spend Nan Ziyi's money. Gu Nanfeng pushed the bank card back and said, I still have money now. I don't need it for the time being. You can keep it. But... Nan Ziyi frowned, hesitating to speak. She was afraid that Gu Nanfeng was not going to take the money out of his manly pride. However, before she could finish her words, Gu Nanfeng interrupted her. The bank card balance will then be displayed. Chapter 40 Magical Rewards, Luck Bonus. Gu Nanfeng has saved a lot of money now. When they checked the bank card balance, Zhang Yu and Nan Ziyi were shocked. After buying a house and a car, he still had 280,000 yuan in savings. How did Gu Nanfeng do it? Zhang Yu was shocked by her son's savings. No, he has spent more than 5 million on the house and car, how come he still has so much money? Gu Nanfeng stuffed the bank card back into Nan Ziyi's hand and said, keep your money for now. I still have enough money here, and I can still make some money. If I really have no money in the future, I will ask you for it. Don't worry, I won't be polite to you when the time comes. Nan Ziyi hummed. Originally, she thought that Gu Nanfeng didn't want it because of his man's pride. It turns out that they still have money. As soon as the three of them finished their meal, Gu Honglang called Zhang Yu. Have you had lunch? Were your grandchildren good today? So good, just eat your milk and sleep well. I bought some clothes for the babies. I'll bring them to them when I get off work. I didn't know what Ziyi liked, so I didn't buy her anything. When you have time, go buy her some gifts. I'll pay for it. While Zhang Yu was talking to Gu Honglang on the phone. On the other side, the system's voice sounded in Gu Nanfeng's mind. Ding, the host discovered and treated the baby's skin abnormality in time, and took another step forward on the road of dedication and responsibility. A bonus of luck once. Luck bonus, what is this? The system responded, under the luck bonus state, the host's luck will skyrocket, and luck will accomplish what you want. Gu Nanfeng was surprised. He probably understood what luck bonus meant. Use the luck bonus and good things will happen. I wonder what the effect will be if I buy lottery tickets with the luck bonus turned on. Gu Nanfeng thought secretly. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days passed. Zhang Yu had a rest that day. She and Gu Nanfeng took Nan Ziyi and the babies out for a walk. On the way home, Gu Nanfeng stopped when passing by the shopping mall. Nan Ziyi asked curiously, what's wrong? Gu Nanfeng pointed, there are so many people over there. Looking in the direction he pointed, Nan Ziyi discovered that the center of the square was indeed crowded with people. Looking closely, it turns out they are making a circle. The only difference is that the ring-tossing game here in the square is different from the usual 10 yuan 10 times game, in that the objects involved are ordinary small objects. You can use refrigerators, washing machines, and cars here. When Nan Ziyi saw the first prize, she was instantly attracted by the car above. Xiaomi SU7 Brilliant Magenta. What a beautiful car. Oh no, it's a heart-pounding feeling. She had seen similar games online before, but the prize car the stall owner offered was a 10-year-old Maserati. But the boss in the square took out the latest Xiaomi SU7 in Brilliant Magenta. This car is stunning in appearance. There are many people on the internet who like this car, but unfortunately, if you want to buy a car now, you have to wait for several months after placing an order before you can pick up the car. I didn't expect there was one here. As a ring-tossing prize, no wonder so many people gathered at the scene. Not to mention young people like Nan Ziyi, Dr. Jiang, who is already in his 40s, likes it very much. Gu Nanfeng noticed Nan Ziyi's liking and asked her with a smile, Ziyi, do you have a driver's license? Nan Ziyi nodded subconsciously, yes, what's wrong? Gu Nanfeng smiled, it's nothing, it's good to have it. I want to give it a try, maybe I can get it back from you if I'm lucky. Get the Xiaomi Su 7 Brilliant Magenta set back? Jiang Yu thought her son was just dreaming. It looks like the stall owner has been here for several days, but not a single sale has been successful. She didn't think her son was so lucky. She noticed the person who came forward to put the ring on. It was 100 yuan per ring, and the car was so far away, how could he possibly put the ring on? This is clearly throwing money into a puddle. It would be better to save this money to buy things for the babies. But seeing her son was so excited, she was too embarrassed to say anything. Nan Ziyi had the same idea as Jiang Yu. She felt that it was so difficult that it was impossible to win. Gu Nanfeng was full of confidence. You and the babies are so lucky for me, maybe I will win. After saying that, he pushed the stroller forward. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi are very good looking, the kind that shines brightly when walking in the crowd. And now that they have a pair of adorable triplets, it's even more eye-catching. Before they even arrived, the crowd in the square cast astonished glances at them. Oh my god, what did I see? A family of 5 straight out of a comic book. Is that a character from a comic book? Is that Dad? He looks so young and handsome. Mom is also super beautiful. Her figure and temperament are amazing. Love it. Ah, what a perfect couple. Much better than the celebrity couples in the entertainment industry. Wow, are those their babies? 1, 2, 3. They're triplets. They look almost exactly the same. What a cute human cub. Wow, this is the most beautiful human baby I have ever seen. I wonder what color sacks they like. I really want to steal it and take it home. Seeing Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi walking towards them with the babies, the people watching in the square started talking about it. Wow, they're coming over here, do they want to circle too? Brilliant Magenta is so difficult, I wonder how their luck is. Nan Ziyi has become accustomed to being praised since childhood. But when she heard others praising her and Gu Nanfeng for being a good match and the babies for being adorable, she felt extremely happy. Jiang Yu followed beside him with a smile. Whenever she heard others praising her son and Nan Ziyi for being a good match, the smile on her face never disappeared. Gu Nanfeng handed the stroller to his mother and then went to consult the stall owner. Boss, if I get a Xiaomi Su 7, can I really take it away? The stall owner was happy. Of course you can, as long as you can get it, drive away immediately, I will arrange for someone to handle the formalities for you. But young man, I have to tell you in advance that it's not that easy to get Brilliant Magenta. I charge 100 yuan for a ring here. Once you buy it, you can't regret it. Gu Nanfeng smiled, as long as you don't regret it. Seeing Gu Nanfeng so confident, the stall owner smiled. Ever since he put out the Brilliant Magenta, he has seen many people who are blindly confident. But it is precisely this kind of people who make him earn a lot of money every day. He also didn't expect that the Xiaomi SU7 Brilliant Magenta would be so popular. Lots of people spend thousands to buy traps here. But what in the end? Ha ha ha, no one succeeded. On the contrary, the money he earned from whooping was enough to buy 2 Brilliant Magenta cars. Gu Nanfeng thought to himself that even if others couldn't do it, he might be able to do it. It's a good time to try out the System's luck bonus. Even if he fails, he will only lose 100 yuan, which he can afford. Chapter 41, Incredible Luck, 100 yuan in exchange for a car. The 100 yuan ring is slightly larger than the 10 yuan one. The stall owner fixed a bottle that looked like a large bottle of fresh orange juice on the bright magenta roof of the car. Just put the bottle on top and drive away immediately. Nanji noticed that someone bought 30 hoops and threw them up. In the end, no shadow was seen. A full 3,000 yuan wasted. Do you really want to play? Nan Ziyi looked at Gu Nanfeng unconfidently. Fortunately, I saw that he only bought 1 ring, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Even if you fail, the loss won't be too big. Gu Nanfeng smiled. With you and the babies by my side, I feel like my luck has never been better. Ziyi, watch me bring this car back to you. After that, he came to the stroller and looked at the 3 little ones with a smile. Babies, isn't that stroller above very beautiful? Can daddy help mommy put it on and take it home? The cute babies don't know what the word cheche means yet. They were interested in lively places and were looking around curiously. Many people in the square were attracted by them and were touched by their cute looks. These little cuties' eyes are like gems, there is no one who doesn't tea like them. After hearing what their father said, the little kids withdrew their gaze and looked at their father straight. See the circle in his hand. Yaya thought it was a toy and reached out to grab it. Gu Nanfeng touched her and smiled. Baby is still young, you can't hold it steady yet. Wait until Yaya grows up. Daddy will let you play with it, okay? Their bones are not fully developed yet. If they lift something too heavy, it will be bad for their bone development. Bao waved his little hands to show that he wanted to continue grabbing. Yang Yang and Xingxing were attracted by Bao and their eyes also fell on the circle. Gu Nanfeng stood up and spoke to Nine Ziyi and Zhang Yu in high spirits. Ziyi, Mom, look carefully, I want to order this car. Go for a spin when you're ready. When people around heard Gu Nanfeng's words, they talked about it, and many people thought he was too confident. Haha, okay, here comes another one. Who does he think he is? He wants to take the brilliant magenta home just by buying a circle. The mushrooms he ate in the morning are not cooked yet, right? My goodness. This car is worth more than 300,000 yuan, and he wants to take it away for only 100 yuan. Is he crazy? Most of the people who don't think highly of Gu Nanfeng are boys. Of course, there are also people who have confidence in Gu Nanfeng. I don't think so. If others don't win, that little brother may not win. It would be great if the kid is handsome. And he's so confident, maybe he's an expert at hooping. Most of the people who have confidence in Gu Nanfeng are girls. It's hard not to support such a handsome guy. Even though the man is already a married man, it doesn't stop them from admiring him. Nan Ziyi noticed that many girls were looking at Gu Nanfeng with starry eyes, which made her very unhappy. Who are you looking at? Don't you even look at whose man this is? On the other hand, Jiang Yu has always lacked confidence in her son. If it were so easy, the people who set up stalls to sell rings would have gone bankrupt long ago. Gu Nanfeng thought to himself, with the system's luck bonus, the probability should be much greater. Mom, if my son fails, you can't laugh at me. Jiang Yu. Where's your confidence from before? Are you looking for a way out before you even start throwing? Goose goose goose. Nan Ziyi was amused by Gu Nanfeng's contrast. Come on, Gu Nanfeng. I believe you can do it. And the babies believe it too. Although the hope was slim, she still cheered for Gu Nanfeng. Well, plus a portion for the babies. After receiving Nan Ziyi's encouragement, Gu Nanfeng gained more confidence. Communicate with the system through thoughts. System, use the luck bonus for me. Return to host, the luck bonus has been used. As the system voice fell, Gu Nanfeng found that there was no change at all. He was a little curious about the effect of the bonus. System, honestly, can I hit the car in front of me with the bonus of luck? Return to the host. You will know whether you can succeed or not later. Come on, new dad. Try it bravely. Gu Nanfeng. Damn it, he is still keeping us in suspense. The system must have learned bad things. The car ring tossing game was very popular, so Gu Nanfeng calmed down and started to queue up. Wait until the guy in front of you finishes throwing the circle in his hand. It's finally his turn to take action. Gu Nanfeng, come on. Outside the court, Nan Ziyi once again gave an encouraging smile. Gu Nanfeng smiled brightly and then threw the ring in his hand away. Under the gaze of everyone at the scene. The next second, the circle he threw landed on the water bottle on the roof of the car with incredible precision. Precisely hit the target. Everyone opened their mouths wide, he actually got it right. Brilliant magenta is about to be taken away. Everyone around was stunned, and then bursts of incredible screams broke out in the square. Oh my god, he really got me. What kind of shit luck is this? Why is it so? I'm so heartbroken. I threw more than 3,000 yuan and it didn't even make a splash. That guy took away 100 yuan. The little brother really did it, he's so accurate. I said he would definitely win, my vision is right. I give up. Is that your vision? It's obvious that your worldview is influenced by your senses. Gu Nanfeng's good luck makes people around him jealous and crazy. They said, why aren't they the ones in the bright magenta color? It's so sad to watch your dream car being driven away by someone else. It's so crazy. Among the crowd, the stall owner was also annoyed. He never thought that Gu Nanfeng actually did it. He used 100 yuan to steal his car, which was worth more than 300,000 yuan. It's not that I can't afford to play, it's just that it's too incredible. It's obviously so difficult. How did he succeed in one try? Could he be an expert? Just when he was wondering, Gu Nanfeng walked up to him and asked with a smile, "Boss, I've won now. Does that mean the car belongs to me?" As his voice fell, everyone's eyes were focused on the stall owner. The other party has been setting it up here for several days, and this is the first time someone has successfully hit the brilliant magenta. I don't know if the boss will cheat. If the other party cheats, they will definitely ask for the money they spent on buying the circle back. The stall owner naturally knew how powerful it was, and forced himself to smile. "Of course it counts, handsome guy, since you won, then this brilliant magenta car belongs to you. Look, I have the green license with me. I can have someone take you to the vehicle management office to handle the formalities at any time." Gu Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction. "That's good, I can open it today." Sure. The stall owner couldn't smile anymore. Although he was very reluctant, he still nodded generously for the sake of future business. He had earned back the money he had invested in brilliant magenta a long time ago, but it was taken away from him so soon that he felt like his heart was being cut. On the other side, Nan Ziyi and Zhang Yu looked excited. Oh my god! Gu Nanfeng really got the chance to take away brilliant magenta. What kind of luck is this? Chapter 42 Winner in Life, Dr. Zhang, my son is a mystery. Nan Ziyi and Zhang Yu couldn't believe their eyes. Gu Nanfeng really got the brilliant magenta. So many people have tried, but no one has succeeded. However, he spent 100 yuan and got it done in one circle. Gu Nanfeng, you are so amazing. Great, you are so lucky. Nan Ziyi's face turned red with excitement. Gu Nanfeng pursed her lips and said, "Because you and the babies bring me good luck. I just had a very strong feeling, but I didn't expect it to be true." "Ziyi, thank you and the babies." Nan Ziyi blushed slightly. Why should she thank herself and the baby? It was obviously his lucky one. This car is now priced at more than 300,000 yuan online. It's hard to imagine that Gu Nanfeng got it so easily. Yang, yeah, Xing, did you see that? Daddy really won the car back. Is Dad super awesome? The triplets in the stroller had no idea what was going on, but they were infected by their mother's emotions. They waved their little hands and hummed happily to Nan Ziyi. Gu Nanfeng smiled. "Ziyi, I'll finish the formalities later, and you can drive this car from now on." He could see that Nan Ziyi liked this car very much. Nan Ziyi was touched that Gu Nanfeng had done a lot for her. She really likes the Xiaomi SU7, especially the brilliant magenta color. But in the end she shook her head and said, "I won't open it. I haven't driven a car since I got my driver's license. You can drive this brilliant magenta car for Auntie. Many girls like this brilliant magenta." She could also see that Zhang Yu liked this car very much. Hearing Nan Ziyi's words, Zhang Yu suddenly became anxious. "I won't drive. I usually drive an electric car when I go out. I'm not used to driving a small car. Ziyi, this is Nanfeng's gift, don't refuse it, keep it for your transportation. It's okay if you haven't driven for a long time. Just practice more and drive out a few times and you'll get the feeling back." Gu Nanfeng thought so too. Nan Ziyi felt that her hands were not used to it, so she thought that she would just need to practice for a few days outside after she was out of confinement. He left this car for her to use as a car, and he would buy one for his mother later. Nan Ziyi didn't want Gu Nanfeng to pay too much for her, so she shook her head firmly. "I really don't dare to open it. There are so many cars on the road now. I'm scared. Let Auntie drive the south wind. From now on, you can just take me wherever I go. We have a nanny car at home. Nanfeng, I know you're good to me, but this time you have to listen to me and walk for your aunt." Nan Ziyi looked at Gu Nanfeng sincerely. Gu Nanfeng felt the firmness of her attitude and decided to take a step back. "Let my mom open the brilliant magenta." Zhang Yu exclaimed. How can things still develop like this? Although she likes this car, she would rather Nan Ziyi drive it. She wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Gu Nanfeng the next second. "Mom, just listen to Ziyi. You can drive it to work or buy groceries in the future. From now on, I'll take care of Ziyi whenever she goes out. Didn't you hear her just now that we have a nanny car? Don't refuse. Don't drive that electric car anymore." Gu Nanfeng emphasized the three words "our family." Zhang Yu was overjoyed when she came to her senses. When Nan Ziyi said this, she subconsciously regarded them as a family. It would be ugly if you were to refuse. "Okay, I'll drive this car first. If you want to drive it, just tell me." Nan Ziyi then put on a smile again and said with a smile on her face, congratulations, Auntie, you got a new car. While taking the babies out for a walk, I unexpectedly found a car. Moreover, this car is a new car that has become very popular online recently. Worth more than 300,000. The car that countless girls dream of, now I have it? Jiangyu felt as if she was dreaming. Son, this manipulation. This works too. At the same time, she deeply felt Nan Ziyi's kindness. If it were another woman, she would be eager to transfer the property to her own name. But she obviously liked it very much, but finally chose not to have it. Jiangyu didn't know what to say. Such a good woman, I just hope my son can hold her tightly. Hearing the conversation between the three people, everyone around was stunned. Oh my god, such a beautiful car. Gu Nanfeng just gave it to this beautiful mother like this? The key point is that the beautiful woman doesn't want it, so she gives it to her mother-in-law. I cried. Is this the gap between me and others? If it were me, I'm afraid they would have jumped for joy when Gu Nanfeng just told them to open it. I envy their family's affection so much. Not only are they good looking, but they also have a good relationship. Wow, where can I find a man as handsome and loving as Gu Nanfeng? The girls around her were so envious of Nan Ziyi that they cried. Except for the girls present. The boys around looked at Gu Nanfeng with envy and jealousy. Damn it. Not only is he lucky, but the key is that he has a goddess wife with a good personality. With such a wonderful wife, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of the family. They said, where can they find a wife like this? Damn, what should I do if I feel more jealous the more I look at Nanfeng? It seemed as if all the good things were taken by him alone. Brilliant magenta, goddess wife, cute triplets. After deciding who the car belonged to, Gu Nanfeng didn't care about the discussions of people around him. Find the stall owner and ask him to find staff to handle the transfer procedures. Since Jiangyu would run the stall in the future, Gu Nanfeng asked the stall to be transferred directly to his mother's name. The stall owner nodded and immediately arranged for staff to do it. It's still early now. If we go early, we may be able to complete the procedures today. As he was leaving, the stall owner asked the question he had always wanted to know, did you often play on the street? Gu Nanfeng replied, no, this is the first time. The stall owner. Damn, the other party took away my new car worth more than 300,000 yuan on the first try. This luck is too bad. Who can I complain to? The triplets didn't know what was going on, but they felt that their mother and grandmother were very happy. Even if you don't understand, just follow it and have fun. Nan Ziyi rubbed their little faces, his eyes narrowed into crescents. My little cuties, Daddy said you are his lucky stars. The babies are all blessed babies. Our family now has a new car. The babies are awesome. The glutinous rice dumplings were shaking their butts and interacting happily with their mother. The babies are still young and it is not suitable for them to go out for too long, so they decided not to go to the vehicle management office and let Jiangyu accompany the staff to handle the formalities. On the way back, Gu Nanfeng exclaimed that the system was so reliable. He likes this luck-boosting effect. On the other hand, Jiangyu still felt it was a little unreal. Is it so easy to own a car? She said she could no longer understand her son. Originally, my son's house and nanny car were still a mystery, and now suddenly there is a car worth more than 300,000 yuan. This is too easy. Could it be that his son was the chosen one? The kind of person with incredible luck? Chapter 43 Father Gu, who would believe this if it were so magical? Jiangyu took her wallet and ID card with her and went directly to the vehicle management office with the staff to go through the formalities. Her heart was pounding all the way. The procedures went smoothly. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work in the afternoon. In the security booth of People's Park, Gu Honglang prepared to go home. When he was about to get his electric car, he saw a magenta coupe driving towards him. I thought to myself, this car is really nice, and the color is so sexy. The car owner should be a young man in his 20s. Out of professional habit, Gu Honglang stepped forward and gestured to stop. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter the park. However, when the vehicle stopped and the window rolled down, Gu Honglang was stunned. Ah, you! How could it be you? Jiangyu smiled, why can't it be me? Seeing this, several security guards from the security booth also came over. How do you drive this car? Are you borrowing someone else's car? Gu Honglang asked in surprise. Jiangyu shook her head again, neither, guess whose it is? If it's not borrowed, then it's rented? Gu Honlang frowned. Is it possible that my wife is rented? But she is a doctor, why would she rent a car? Looking at his expression, Jiang Yu knew what he was thinking. Who rented it? This car is ours. Nanfeng opened it for me and said it would all be mine from now on. Gu Honlang? What is going on? Am I hallucinating again? Did I hear it wrong or did my wife say it wrong? Are you sure? The security colleagues around were also shocked. They all recognized that the car was the brilliant magenta Xiaomi SU7, which was worth more than 300,000 yuan. Did Dr. Jiang buy a car? Just when everyone was curious, Jiang Yu nodded seriously, sure. The car is in my name. No way. No way. Gu Honlang began to doubt his life. What happened during this period of time? First his son had triplets, then he bought a house and a car, and now his wife has an extra car too. A life simulation game? Who is controlling me? Are you sure that everything that is happening is not a dream? Jiang Yu threw the green car certificate to him. Gu Honlang's eyes widened. His wife's name was clearly written on the vehicle's owner's box. His pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The car is really yours. Wife, what's going on? You said Nanfeng gave it to you? Didn't he just buy a house and a car? How can he still have money to buy you a car? Xiaomi SU7 is very popular recently, how could he not know? He liked the appearance, but unfortunately the price was too expensive. How come my son suddenly has an extra car? Gu Honglang's colleagues' eyes widened and they all asked in surprise. Dr. Jiang, did your Nanfeng buy another car? Oh my god, this car costs over 300,000 yuan, it's so luxurious. Didn't your son just buy a house in Tianyi community with full payment recently? He also has a nanny car worth more than 1.5 million yuan. Why did he suddenly buy another car? The key point is that he bought a car worth more than 300,000 yuan for an elderly person to drive. Gu Nanfeng is such a filial child. There was envy in everyone's eyes. Jiang Yu smiled with pride on her face, I didn't buy it. Nanfeng won it back. Win it back? Gu Honlang and others were shocked. How did they win it back? This sounds so magical. Jiang Yu had tears on her face and she gave a brief account of what had happened during the ring putting process. After hearing this, several people opened their mouths even wider. You said that your Nanfeng took away this brilliant magenta car for 100 yuan? No way, this is also possible. Could this be the same car that was used to set up a stall at Tianyu Plaza to catch hoops? I passed by a few days ago and saw a lot of people there, spending a lot of money, but none of them were close to it. Nanfeng is such a lucky kid. Dr. Jiang is so envious of you guys. Gu Honlang couldn't believe it. My son got a car so easily. It's done for just 100 bucks. He wouldn't even dare to think so in his dreams. Could it be that just as he said, Nan Ziyi and the babies are very lucky for him? When they heard that Nan Ziyi gave the car to Jiang Yu, the people around them shed tears of envy. What a filial daughter-in-law. Dr. Jiang, your Nanfeng has found a good wife. She gave up such an expensive car without hesitation. This kind of filial piety is not something that ordinary people can have. Oh, I wish I had a daughter-in-law like this. One of the female security guards said with great envy. In comparison, it seems that their daughter-in-law only knows how to eat takeout and play games. He doesn't go to class and spends all day at home playing games and chatting with netizens. He always gives me a bad face. He is nothing. Wow, why are other people's daughters-in-law so good? Jiang Yu also felt that her son had good taste. When she first met Nan Ziyi in the hospital, she had a very good impression of her. I didn't expect that the baby she was carrying was my son. She was so happy that she couldn't sleep these past few nights. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Gu Honlang gradually accepted the reality. It turns out my son is so lucky. The ready-made brilliant magenta stopped right before their eyes, and everyone couldn't wait to go up and feel it. Jiang Yu was very generous and met their expectations. Oh my god, this is the most popular car on the internet recently, it looks so beautiful. As everyone was experiencing it, they exclaimed in their hearts that Gu Nanfeng was so lucky. The old Gu family is also getting better. Not only does my son have a house and a car, he also has a beautiful and filial wife, and a pair of adorable triplets. How did Mr. Gu and Dr. Jiang raise their son? It was so successful. The other side. In the Swan community. After returning home from Tianyu Plaza, the little cuties were in high spirits. In the stroller, Li looked around curiously. In order to maintain their curiosity, Nanzi pushed the stroller around the house. Finally, when they were tired from shopping, the three little ones fell into a sound sleep. Gu Nanfeng noticed that she was frowning and looked in pain, so he quickly helped her lie down on the sofa. What's wrong? Does the wound hurt? Nanzi nodded slightly. I was accidentally hit by the stroller's armrest just now, but it doesn't hurt much, it will be fine soon. It would be strange if it didn't hurt. My face turned pale. Gu Nanfeng quickly checked her stomach wound. Because of the surgery, Nanzi's wound is still wrapped with gauze. Gu Nanfeng untied the gauze, revealing her fair skin. There is a striking red line on it that ruins the beauty of the skin. The thin red line is the cesarean section wound, which will leave a scar in the future. Nanzi frowned and said, Is it ugly? Gu Nanfeng shook his head gently. Not ugly, very beautiful. Zi, if you hadn't endured so much, the babies wouldn't have come to us so smoothly. In my eyes, it is not a wound or a scar, but your love for your babies. Feeling Gu Nanfeng's sincere and loving gaze, Nanzi suddenly felt relieved. Chapter 44, When Zi comes out of confinement, you can go get the certificate. In Gu Nanfeng's eyes, this is not a scar, but Nanzi's medal. Gu Nanfeng sprayed iodine on the wound and wiped it gently, keeping an eye on Nanzi's expression. Does it hurt? Nanzi frowned, his expression solemn. A little bit, but it doesn't hurt much. Gu Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, just bear with it, Mom said it will be fine in a few days. After applying the iodine, Gu Nanfeng gently put down his clothes to avoid touching the wound. Okay, I'll help you go back to your room to rest for a while, and then I'll make dinner later. Okay, thank you. The man in front of her was as warm as the sunshine, and Nanzi felt warm and sweet in her heart. The staple foods for dinner are all nutritious meals suitable for postpartum women. With a systematic talent, Gu Nanfeng is adept at cooking. Snap. The door opens. It was Jiang Yu and Gu Honglang who came back, carrying a lot of things in large and small bags. As soon as the door was opened a crack, they smelled a fragrance. Oh my god, it smells so good. In the past, Jiang Yu could never believe that the food her son cooked could be so delicious. But in the past few days, the other party has refreshed her cognition time and time again, becoming more and more unfamiliar, and more excellent. It just so happens that I bought some chestnuts and a native chicken. You can make a chestnut stewed chicken for Z. Good. Mom, Z's wound was touched just now and it hurts a little. I applied iodine to her. Can you help me take a look? How do you take care of Z, kid? You're not careful at all. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu handed the bags in her hands to Gu Honglang and ran towards the master bedroom. Gu Honglang carried the ingredients into the kitchen to help Gu Nanfeng. Until now, he still finds it a little difficult to accept the matter of brilliant magenta. Did you really win that car by lap hooking? Yes, Dad, it's very easy. I hit it with one throw. Gu Honglang. If it were that easy, those in the ring tossing business would have gone bankrupt long ago. But my son is really lucky. Gu Honglang thought for a moment and said, after Zi is out of confinement, she will go to school, so give her the car. Having a car can protect you from the wind and rain, so you don't have to take a taxi or the subway. As for your mother, I'll buy her one later. Gu Nanfeng knew what his father was thinking and smiled and shook his head. Dad, no need. Let Mom drive the Xiaomi SU7. This is what Zi said. If you don't agree, go talk to her. Don't worry about her going to school. I'll buy her one later. Well, I'll buy you one too. Gu Honglang was startled. Bought again? Where did my son get so much money? He looked relaxed and didn't seem to be joking. Gu Honglang felt itchy and could no longer hold back, so he asked curiously. Where did you get the money to buy another car? You paid for this house and the nanny car in full. Your mother and I have always been curious about how you suddenly made so much money. Gu Honglang even suspected that his son had robbed the bank or was being kept by a rich woman. But there has been no news of any bank being robbed recently. Your son is being kept by a rich woman? It's not impossible, but after observing for a while, I didn't see anything unusual, so it doesn't seem possible. Where did the money come from? Gu Nanfeng. Yes, I knew my parents would ask. But he had already thought of an excuse. Dad, I made all this money from stock trading and lottery tickets because I was lucky. I don't know why, but my luck has been especially good since I met Z. You earn what you invest in, and the same goes for stocks. They go up as soon as you buy them. Is it that simple? Is it really that simple? Gu Honglang was skeptical. He had never traded stocks or invested anything, so he didn't know the twists and turns involved. But I heard that the risks of both are very high. You can make someone rich overnight, or you can lose everything overnight. Gu Honglang took a deep breath. He couldn't tell what was true or false. But after thinking about it, he finally reminded Gu Nanfeng, Dad doesn't understand these things. But I know that stock trading and investment are both very risky. If you're not careful, you can easily lose everything. You can't always be lucky. Now you have your own family, 3 babies, and Z to take care of. Stock trading is too risky. Dad advises you to do as little as possible. Gu Honglang is very satisfied with what his son has now. Having a house and a car in Dongdu is something many people envy. The older generation believes that stability is a kind of happiness. Gu Nanfeng knew that his father was good to him. He pursed his lips and said, Dad, don't worry, I know what's going on. I will work hard to give Ziyi and the babies a better life. You and Mom don't have to worry about me. Gu Honglang nodded with satisfaction. You just said you would buy a car for me and Ziyi, so just buy it for her. I don't need it myself. I'm used to taking the tram. There's no traffic jam and I don't have to pay parking fees. Gu Nanfeng smiled. Go on. With the system, it shouldn't be difficult to buy a car for Nan Ziyi and his dad. He hopes that not only himself but also his family members will live well. The father and son cooked while chatting. Soon, the meal was ready. Gu Nanfeng returned to the room to see his mother and Nan Ziyi. Mom, Ziyi can eat now. Zhang Yu happily helped Nan Ziyi out of the door. She had already checked his wound just now. After Gu Nanfeng gave her medicine, she recovered well and now she no longer feels the pain. I thought I could have a smooth meal. As a result, oh my god, they had just sat down. The sound of babies humming could be heard from behind. It turned out that the little ones had woken up. Just as Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi were about to stand up, Zhang Yu spoke first. You guys continue eating. Leave the kids to me and your dad. After saying this, the two of them left happily. Although the food was delicious, the old couple wanted to take care of the baby more. Human cubs can already recognize people and distinguish between their father and mother. The little ones cried loudly, and when they saw that the people who were summoned were not their father and mother, they cried even harder. As an obstetrician and gynecologist, I have experience in coaxing babies. I tried my best and soon the babies' crying stopped. Then, Gu Honglang and I changed their diapers and fed them. After taking care of the grandchildren, the two of them carried them to the living room. Place it next to the dining table and keep an eye on them while they eat. Feel the happy atmosphere of the family. Gu Honglang said shockingly to the two of them, Nanfeng, wait until Ziyi is out of confinement and then take her to get the certificate. Gu Nanfeng. Nan Ziyi. Get it. Get the certificate. It was such a surprise, Gu Nanfeng stared at his father with wide eyes. Gu Honglang frowned. Why, you don't want to marry Ziyi and make her your wife, and give her a name? Gu Nanfeng quickly shook his head. No, I do. Dad, I am willing, but I am afraid Ziyi will think it is too sudden. Chapter 45, Nan School Beauty. I am willing to marry Gu Nanfeng. How could Gu Nanfeng not be willing? During the time they spent together, he had fallen in love with Nan Ziyi. He was 100% willing to get the marriage certificate with the other party, whether for the sake of the babies or himself. But he didn't know what Nan Ziyi was thinking. Will it scare her? After all, her parents don't know about them yet. Nan Ziyi's heart suddenly flew to her throat. Getting the certificate, this is too sudden. She was not mentally prepared at all. Gu Honglang looked at her. Ziyi, what do you think of our Nanfeng? Are you willing to get married with him? Once you get the marriage certificate, you two can take the babies to register their household registration after the confinement period. Nan Ziyi panicked and looked at Gu Nanfeng, who was staring at him. She thinks Gu Nanfeng is super nice. He is considerate, gentle, caring, super handsome, and especially good at taking care of babies. She had thought about it during this time. Whether for the babies or her own future, she is willing to marry Gu Nanfeng. Nan Ziyi smiled as beautiful as a flower. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gu Honglang was overjoyed. The problem that had troubled him for a long time was finally solved. As long as Nan Ziyi agrees to get married with her son, she will never leave with the babies. Jian Yu's heart was pounding and she gave Gu Honglang an approving look. As if to say, "Great job, Lao Gu." Gu Honglang replied calmly, "Of course I will say that." Gu Nanfeng saw the eye contact between the couple. I silently gave my dad a thumbs up in my heart. In the stroller, it seemed as if it could sense that something good was happening. The three little ones were humming happily in their cribs. Gu Nanfeng shared excitedly, "Babies, you heard it too, right? Oh, Mom agreed to get the marriage certificate with Dad. Dad is going to marry a wife, a beautiful and pretty wife. Babies, have you ever seen a beautiful woman? Daddy will carry you to see Mommy, okay? Ha ha ha, are you impressed by Mommy's beauty?" Gu Nanfeng was as happy as a child. Nan Ziyi couldn't help but smile when she saw this scene. Nan Ziyi was still hesitating and conflicted. But when she spoke out the answer in her heart, she felt much more relaxed. Seeing Gu Nanfeng happily holding the child, her heart was no longer hesitant or entangled. The confusion and worry about the future disappeared in the interactions between Gu Nanfeng and the babies. Instead, there is warmth and happiness. Is this what family feels like? Once Gu Nanfeng and I get the marriage certificate, the baby will have a complete family. Return to the room. Gu Nanfeng asked seriously, "Z, are you sure you want to marry me and get a marriage certificate with me? If you don't want to, ignore what my dad just said." Nan Ziyi smiled and nodded. "You said you would always be good to me, is that true?" Gu Nanfeng looked sincere. "Of course, I swear to treat you well for the rest of my life, and only love you. As long as I, Gu Nanfeng, have it, I will definitely give you and the babies the best." Nan Ziyi continued, "Will you cheat in the future?" What women fear most is men cheating, and Nan Ziyi often sees this on Douyin. There are both men and women. If one spouse cheats, it will be difficult for the family to continue. Gu Nanfeng shook his head with a firm look in his eyes. "No, I will only love you forever." Cheating? Cheating is impossible. Since you have assumed the responsibility of the family, you must be responsible for your wife and children. Nan Ziyi smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, she is so happy. At the same time, in the second bedroom, Jian Yu was also chatting with Gu Honglang. At this moment, Jian Yu was happier than if she had won the prize, and she kept praising Gu Honglang. "Okay, Lao Gu, you solved the problem that I was most worried about. It's good to get the certificate. After that, I won't have to worry about Ziyi taking the child away. Although Ziyi's parents don't know yet, our actions are a bit selfish and we are sorry for their family. But if her parents are dissatisfied in the future, I will take responsibility for it for Nanfeng. For the sake of their children, parents know that some actions are selfish, but they still choose to do them. Just so that my children can live a better life." Gu Honglang was very pleased and enjoyed Jian Yu's flattery for a while. He thought for a while and asked, "My grandchildren are so young. We have 3 babies. I'm afraid Nanfeng can't take care of them all by himself. Should we hire a nanny for them? Or, you can take some time off to help them." Jian Yu is an obstetrician and gynecologist, so it is natural for her to take care of the mother and the baby. With her taking care of him, Gu Honglang felt more at ease. Jian Yu also thought about this question. Hiring a good nanny in Dongdu would cost at least 15,000 or even 20,000 yuan a month. If the other party lives there, it will be cheaper. Of course, there are also lower prices, but Jian Yu is not reassured. It is best to take leave and stay at home to take care of the child. But she didn't know if she could get enough vacation time. Jian Yu made a decision in her heart, but she soon frowned again. In the situation between Nanfeng and Ziyi, shouldn't we give them more private space to help them grow their relationship? They have a good relationship, and their lives will be better in the future. It was Gu Honglang's turn to frown. Give them some private space. What do you mean by that? Are we not going to take care of our grandchildren? Let them take care of them themselves? Jian Yu explained, "No, how about I take a day off to help with the babysitter and come back to our house in the evening? This way they can have a good rest during the day, and I won't disturb them when they rest at night." Chapter 46, Encountering Gossip. Schoolmates, School Beauty, is this your husband's child? If you take care of the children by yourself during the day and go back home at night, it won't disturb them. Jian Yu knows that many young people nowadays don't want to live with their parents after getting married. In order not to make Nan Ziyi feel uncomfortable, she decided to come and take care of the children during the day and go home at night. Gu Honglang thought about it and felt that it was feasible. Just as the two were about to make a decision, Gu Nanfeng pushed the door and walked in. He vaguely heard their conversation when he just passed by. Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry about the babies. You don't have to take time off to take care of them for me, and you don't have to hire a nanny for me. I can do it alone. Besides, I want to personally lead them and accompany them as they grow. Jiang Yu spoke up immediately. What about your studies? Don't you have to go back to study? Gu Nanfeng assured her, there are not many classes in school now. My grades are usually pretty good. I just need to wait until the exam time to go back. Jiang Yu was still worried, 1 adult and 3 children, how can you handle it all by yourself? Mom still has annual leave, so I'll take some time off. Gu Nanfeng said firmly, I'll tell you if I really can't take care of it. I won't joke about Ziyi and the baby's safety, Mom and Dad, trust me. Can you really do this alone? Haven't I taken good care of the babies since they were born? Jiang Yu was stunned. Indeed. My son has been doing very well during this period. Gu Honglang wanted to try again. Auntie, are you really not inviting me? Your mother and I will hire someone to help you sell vegetables, do housework, and take care of the children. Gu Nanfeng shook his head, I can do these things alone. Dad, babies, you really don't have to worry. The children will be fine with me. Just work hard and rest well. Gu Honglang wanted to say something, but was finally pulled away by Jiang Yu. After going out, Jiang Yu said in a deep tone, let Nanfeng try it himself. I guess my son wasn't around when Ziyi was pregnant, so now he wants to make it up to them, so he decided to take care of the baby himself. Our son knows how to handle things in moderation. If he really can't bring it here, he'll tell us. Since he has confidence in himself, let him try for a while. Come on, I'll drive you home. After the old couple left, Gu Nanfeng found Nan Ziyi to explain. My parents said they wanted to hire an auntie to take care of the baby, or my mom could take time off to come and help us, but I refused. I want to take care of the children myself. Nan Ziyi looked at him and asked, are you going to keep it with you in the future? Well, I want to stay at home with my children, be a dad, and accompany them as they grow up and spend every moment with them. But you don't have to worry about your financial resources. I can earn money to support you even if I stay at home to take care of the children. Ah, if that's the case. Nan Ziyi felt that Gu Nanfeng had sacrificed too much for her and the babies. Gu Nanfeng shook his head and said that he was willing to take care of the child. He loves babies and enjoys taking care of them. Gu Nanfeng touched her face and said affectionately, take good care of yourself and take care of the rest. His hands were very warm, and Nan Ziyi's ears felt hot from her touch. Damn, this man is so affectionate. I love his eyes. Originally, Nan Ziyi was still worried about his studies, but when she saw those eyes, she slowly fell in love with him. Midnight. Same as usual. The 3 little guys woke up several times intermittently. Fortunately, Gu Nanfeng has the systematic, long sleep, talent, and 1 hour of sleep is equivalent to 2 hours of sleep for others. Otherwise, if you are tormented by these little crybabies every night, you will get dark circles under your eyes sooner or later. Compared to Gu Nanfeng, Nan Ziyi felt much more relaxed. Most of the time she was only responsible for feeding the babies, while burping the babies, changing diapers, and coaxing them to sleep were all left to Gu Nanfeng. Therefore, with his care, Nan Ziyi recovered well. This morning, after breakfast, Gu Nanfeng took the babies downstairs for a walk as usual. As they were walking, someone suddenly called Nan Ziyi's name. Nan Ziyi. Classmate Nan, it really is you. Hearing someone calling him, Nan Ziyi stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. A familiar figure appeared before my eyes. Nan Ziyi frowned. The woman in her sight looked familiar to her, but she couldn't remember her specific name. The woman probably guessed something and quickly said, Nan, I'm Huang Yu. We were in the same class in our freshman year, but later I changed my major. Huang Yu? Nan Ziyi remembered it, but in her impression, the other person had short hair and a carefree personality like a boy. It doesn't match the long hair and exquisite makeup in front of me at all. Huang Yu observed his expression and said excitedly, Student Nan, I heard that you dropped out of school before. Some time ago, people in school were saying that you gave birth to a child in school. Oh, it's actually true. Is this your baby? Wow, 1, 2, 3 identical babies, are they triplets? Triplets, so awesome. Huang Yu's eyes fell on the baby carriage. At this time, the three glutinous rice balls blinked their grape-like eyes and looked at her curiously. Oh my god! What a cute baby! Huang Yu's heart melted by the baby's cute and adorable expressions. Faced with Huang Yu's enthusiasm, Nan Ziyi simply nodded. They are all my children. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled, and the fire of gossip burned fiercely. Her eyes fell on Gu Nanfeng again. Is this your husband? Wow, he's so handsome. No wonder the babies are so cute. It turns out their dad is such a handsome guy. If people at school knew that you have a husband and children, haha, I wonder how funny their expressions would be. Huang Yu felt that Gu Nanfeng looked familiar, but Gu Nanfeng was very low-key when he was in school. She just felt that he looked familiar, but couldn't remember his name for a moment. The word gossip was written on the other person's face, and Nan Ziyi really didn't like this feeling. Just replied with a faint yes. Then she signaled Gu Nanfeng to take her and the babies to other places. Gu Nanfeng saw that Nan Ziyi didn't want to have any contact with the other party, so he simply greeted her and left with her and the babies. What they don't know is, Huang Yu secretly took out his cell phone while they were not paying attention and took pictures of their backs. Then I excitedly sent it to the school communication group and at everyone. Family, school beauty. School beauty. I ran into the school beauty who disappeared for a year. Shocked. School beauty Nan Ziyi gave birth to a baby. The schoolgirl gave birth to triplets, and the father is a super handsome guy. As the picture was sent, the Dongdu Art College communication group instantly exploded. After seeing the news, everyone had asked whether the matter was true or not. Chapter 47, Exposed, Big Exposed. Can't hide it anymore, the school beauty's husband is Gu Nanfeng. After seeing the news in the communication group, everyone at Dongdu Art College went crazy. I don't know how many boys' dreams were shattered and their hearts were broken. Many people at Huang Yu in the group. Is what you said true, classmate? Is it really the school beauty Nan Ziyi? The school beauty really has a child? And the one next to her is her husband? Huang Yu kept staring at the group messages, and when he saw someone at him, he couldn't wait to reply. I swear, if this isn't true, I curse that my future boyfriends will all be quick-acting guys. I came to visit my relatives and ran into them in the community, right in the Swan community. Damn, you even dare to issue such a vicious curse. It seems that what Huang Yu said is true. The boys in the group cried when they saw the reply. Woo woo woo, my goddess is having a baby. Damn it. The goddess gave birth to a child, but it's not mine. Goddess. Goddess. My goddess, do you remember what you said to me in my dream? You said you would marry me. I'm crying. The last rumor is true. The school beauty really gave birth to a child. Damn it. I've been waiting for 3 years and someone got there first. Which bastard got the upper hand? Come out. Come out and see if I don't stab you to death. Someone was shouting angrily in the group. I don't know how many times they have enlarged and looked at the photos Huang Yu posted in the group. There was a photo that captured Gu Nanfeng's profile. A sharp-eyed classmate recognized his identity. Fuck, I recognized that guy's identity. It's from our school too. Did you recognize the identity of the school beauty's husband? You'd better stop joking. A classmate looked angry. Who are you kidding, you crazy? Hurry up and tell me. 3 seconds, I want all the information about that man. The sharp-eyed classmate replied seriously, that person seems to be Gu Nanfeng from our school. He's from the class next to mine, and he's usually quite low-key. But I have his photo. I'll post it in the group so you can compare and see if it's him. Soon, more than a dozen photos were sent to the communication group. Everyone was concentrating on the comparison. Damn it, exactly the same. Heartache, heartache. The school Belle's husband is really Gu Nanfeng. In addition to the heartbroken boys, there was also a large group of girls who just wanted to watch the fun. When they saw Gu Nanfeng's photo, they were all shocked. Ah, there is such a handsome boy in our school? Why didn't I know about it? He is Gu Nanfeng? He is more handsome than Yanzu, why is he not on the list of school idols? Damn it, are all the current school idols ranked on the list by paying money? Compared to Gu Nanfeng, he is simply a poor imitation. Who on earth selected the school idol list and caused me to lose such a handsome husband? Damn it, Nan Ziyi got there first. Seeing Gu Nanfeng's handsome photos, countless girls were heartbroken. It turns out that good men are not in circulation. The other party actually gave birth to triplets with Nanzi. I'm so jealous. Why wasn't I the one giving birth to a child with that handsome guy? At the same time, Gu Nanfeng's classmates also saw it, and they all posted it Gu Nanfeng in the class group. Brother Feng, is Brother Feng here? The group said you and the school beauty had a child, right? Come out and show off. When are you going to have a wedding banquet with the school beauty? Treat us to some wedding candy. Damn it, pictures speak louder than words. Brother Feng, come out and explain. Seeing that Gu Nanfeng didn't come out to show up, they also had Gu Nanfeng's roommates Lu Rong, Shirtu, and 2 others. Seeing that things can no longer be hidden, Lu Rong and the other 2 posted several videos of Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi talking to the babies in the class group. With the photos and videos leaked from the class group, an uproar was once again caused at Dongdu Art College. The video released by Lu Rong and the other 2 further confirmed the fact that Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi are together. On the other side, inside the girls' dormitory, Liao Yuiwei and her sisters were woken up by their roommates before they even got out of bed. She was about to curse. My roommate came over excitedly and showed the group message. Sister Yu, look at the big news. Big news. Your ex-boyfriend is actually dating Nanzi. Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi have a pair of triplets, so cute. I heard they even bought a house and a car. What a good-looking baby. Gu Nanfeng actually has a child so soon. Wait, Sister Yu, didn't you just break up with Gu Nanfeng not long ago? How come he suddenly has a baby? Could it be that? Could it be that Gu Nanfeng was already dating the school beauty before he broke up with Liao Yuiwei? Liao Yuiwei said that she and Gu Nanfeng broke up and she was the one who dumped him. But the truth is that Gu Nanfeng chose to break up with Liao Yuiwei for the sake of the school beauty and the child? When the roommate thought of this, his eyes suddenly widened. Well, the more I think about it, the more likely it is. However, due to Liao Yuiwei's usual arrogance in the dormitory, she didn't dare to say this out loud. Looking at the messages in the group, Liao Yuiwei's expression became more and more ugly. The affair between Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi was revealed. Damn it, the affair between me and Gu Nanfeng was also exposed. The most infuriating thing is that many people said that they were the third party who interfered with the relationship between Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi, and were ruthlessly dumped in the end. Liao Yuiwei gritted her teeth in anger. No, I have to find Gu Nanfeng and ask him clearly if he is the one behind this. Liao Yuiwei immediately removed Gu Nanfeng's WeChat from the blacklist and sent him a message to question him. As a result, she was dumbfounded when she sent the message she had just edited. Red exclamation mark. I have actually been blocked by the other party. How outrageous. Gu Nanfeng actually dared to block me. Liao Yuiwei was furious. If she can't get in touch via WeChat, then she'll call. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. Damn it, Gu Nanfeng also blocked my phone number. She had no choice but to borrow her roommate's phone. Called Gu Nanfeng again. Hello, you finally answered the phone. Gu Nanfeng, I'm. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Nanfeng, you are so great. You hung up on me. Liao Yuiwei gritted his teeth in anger. Damn Gu Nanfeng, he actually dared to hang up on me before I even finished talking. But no matter how anxious she was, Gu Nanfeng ignored her. This made Liao Yuiwei extremely angry and crazy. In the Swan community, I saw someone calling Gu Nanfeng, but he hung up before the other party could finish speaking. Nanzi asked curiously, does anyone want to see you? If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll take care of the babies myself. Gu Nanfeng's eyes were gentle. No one, it's just a harassing sales call, I blocked it. Nanzi said oh and didn't think much about it. After walking home, Gu Nanfeng saw many people at him in the class group. When I clicked on it, I found out that the photo of me, Nanzi and the babies was secretly taken by Huang Yu and sent to the school group. No wonder Liao Yuiwei called me. As for Liao Yuiwei, Gu Nanfeng has no feelings for her now. Since you are not the same kind of people, just live your own lives after breaking up. But if the other party dares to destroy the relationship between him and Nanzi, he will never show mercy. Chapter 48 Unimaginable Reward, Go, Buy the Ring. The affair between the two people was confirmed by the roommates of the parties involved and has spread all over Dongdu Art College. Nanzi didn't know what happened at school. She is changing clothes for the babies at home right now. Suddenly, she found a small bump on the baby's arms where they had been vaccinated. She quickly asked Gu Nanfeng to call Jianyu to ask what was going on. Jianyu smiled and said on the other end of the phone, "This is a normal reaction after the baby receives the BCG vaccine. It's okay. It will break and form a scar in a few weeks, leaving only a small scar on your arm." Gu Nanfeng rolled up his sleeves and found that there was one on his arm as well. It's so small that it's almost unnoticeable unless you look closely. Nan Ziyi's expression of sudden enlightenment. She said in a soft voice, "It will form scars and fall off later, so we have to be careful." As the babies grow up day by day, the three little cuties become cuter day by day. Gu Nanfeng became more and more adept at taking care of them. The days passed peacefully and warmly. In a blink of an eye, 42 days have passed. Looking back, the babies are already over a month old. At the same time, this day is also the day when Nan Ziyi comes out of confinement. Nan Ziyi smiled happily and decided to take a nice hot bath. Gu Nanfeng was worried about her, so he stood guard outside the bathroom so that he could help her up immediately if she slipped. Ding, the host has been protecting Nan Ziyi and the babies for more than a month. His performance is good. He will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan in cash and a shop in Chaoyang Commercial Street. Gu Nanfeng had just dried Nan Ziyi's hair after she had taken a shower when the voice of the system rang in his mind. Gu Nanfeng's heart was pounding with anticipation of a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. There is also a shop in the building. Chaoyang Commercial Street. No, I'm sorry. One of the most prosperous business districts in Dongdu. In a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, I actually own a shop there. System, I love you. System, you are so awesome. Gu Nanfeng was praising the system crazily in his heart. Although I don't know how big the area is yet. But he would be happy if he got a shop for free, even if it was only 1 square meter. Gu Nanfeng decided to find some time to go and take a look at the environment of the shop. Today, Nan Ziyi is out of confinement after giving birth, and the system has given her another reward. Double happiness. Jianyu couldn't wait to rush over from the hospital after get off work. While holding Erbao, he happily handed a bank card to Gu Nanfeng. "Here, this is what your father and I prepared for you. Ziyi is out of confinement now. I've checked the calendar and tomorrow is a good day to get the marriage certificate. Before you get the marriage certificate, take Ziyi to buy a ring. There's 200,000 in the card. If it's not enough, Mom will transfer it to you tomorrow." It would take a long time for an ordinary family to save 200,000 yuan. Gu Nanfeng felt that the bank card in his hand was heavy. They have already given themselves money, and now they are giving again. Gu Nanfeng's life is complicated. His parents have lived their whole lives for him. When he saves more money, he also wants his parents to live their own life for them. Nan Ziyi blushed when she heard Jianyu's words. "Auntie, I don't want a ring. I can just go get the certificate tomorrow." Jianyu said to her, "How can we do without the ring? We can't miss the sense of ceremony. Listen to Auntie. Let Nanfeng accompany you to buy a ring tomorrow. As for the hardware and gifts for your future wedding, our Gu family will prepare them for you." Jianyu said, "How could such a beautiful daughter-in-law not have a ring? Gold or diamond, you decide." After saying that, she took the babies for a walk with a smile on her face. Now the triplets know Jianyu and interact with her very happily. Nan Ziyi said that she had thought about having the shiniest and brightest ring before. But now, she doesn't want anything, everything is best kept simple. A new day. New parents should prepare their ID cards and household registration books in advance. Don't worry about the children. Jianyu has taken a leave of absence to stay at home and help look after them. The three little guys looked at their parents with twinkling eyes. They don't understand what their parents are doing. Jianyu hugged them and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad are going to get the marriage certificate. Do you know what it is to get a certificate?" The cute babies looked at their grandmother with curiosity. Jianyu explained amiably, "Getting a marriage certificate means getting married. Marriage means you are husband and wife." The babies still didn't understand, and their grape-like eyes were full of curiosity. Jianyu kissed them and said, "Oh, when the babies grow up, they will also get married. But my little darlings, don't be in a hurry. Don't grow up in a hurry. Stay with your parents and grandparents more." He looked up at Gu Nanfeng. Jianyu sighed, thinking that the baby who was in the cradle back then has now grown up and started a family. He has his own family and baby. Jianya suppressed the moisture in her eyes, forced a smile and continued to entertain her little grandchildren. The other side. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Zi sneaked out of the door while the little ones were not paying attention. Nan Zi's heart was beating fast on the way. Even if you have prepared yourself mentally in advance. But when the time comes to get the certificate, I still can't help but feel nervous. She stole a glance at Gu Nanfeng, who was driving from the passenger seat. I don't know if the other person is feeling the same as me, or if he or she will be nervous. Little did people know that Gu Nanfeng was also very excited and nervous, but he hid these emotions very well. Gu Nanfeng had already found a jewelry store online in advance. Take her to the largest gold shop in Dongdu. From a distance you can see the splendor and the endless stream of customers inside. This store online has the highest rating and the best reputation. Nan Zi felt uneasy, and Gu Nanfeng took her hand and smiled. Zi, let's go in. After we buy the ring and get the marriage certificate, you will be my wife. If you don't want to, it's not too late to regret it now. Nan Zi shook her head quickly. No regrets, I have decided, we will get the marriage certificate today. After saying that, she took a deep breath and said, let's go buy a ring. Gu Nanfeng smiled brightly, and the two walked together hand in hand. They are very good looking and they are walking together at the same time. Wow, it's the most eye-catching thing on the whole street. As soon as they entered the jewelry store, everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the new parents. Oh my god! Is this the legendary golden boy and jade girl, a handsome man and a beautiful woman? They are such a good match. The people around couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Why are other people as partners so handsome and beautiful? Woo woo woo, I'm so envious and jealous. Just when everyone was mesmerized by the looks of the two, a jewelry salesperson was the first to come back to his senses. He walked up to her with a smile and asked, excuse me, sir and madam, what are you planning to buy? Necklace or ring, is it given to boyfriend and girlfriend? Gu Nanfeng smiled and replied, let's buy rings. Do you have wedding rings? Chapter 49, Buying a Ring. Ha, does he have money? A few $100s at most. Buying a wedding ring? The salesperson congratulated with a sweet smile, Mr. and Ms., you are going to get married. Congratulations! We have wedding rings here. We have single men's and women's rings, and we also have couples rings, the same for men and women. Nan Zi looked at Gu Nanfeng. Gu Nanfeng didn't think twice and said, take us to see the wedding rings. Good. Sir, we have gold and diamond ones here. Which one would you like? I suggest you all take a look. Gu Nanfeng looked at Nan Zi with a questioning look. Nan Zi already had an idea, let's look at the gold ones, not the diamond ones. She knew that diamonds were just being hyped up online and had a very low value retention rate, far inferior to gold. Buying gold may even appreciate in value in the future. The salesperson looked at Nan Zi in surprise. Nowadays, most young girls generally like diamonds, but I didn't expect that the other party didn't choose it. Gu Nanfeng hummed, take us to see the gold. Ring display stand. Diamond on the left, gold on the right. There is a dazzling array of various shapes and patterns, which makes people dazzled. Gu Nanfeng had no experience in this kind of place as it was his first time. She whispered to Nan Zi, which pair do you like? Nan Zi glanced around and nodded without leaving a trace. There are so many styles of wedding rings, and the more exquisite and beautiful they are, the higher the price. The prices range from a few thousand to tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Nan Zi had a clear goal. She walked around and finally stopped in front of a display stand. Then she pointed and asked the salesperson to help her take it out. Gu Nanfeng came over to take a look and the price was $48.88. It is an ordinary style with a standard shape, nothing that makes people feel bright. Gu Nanfeng's eyes fell on another display cabinet. Say to the salesperson, please bring that pair over for me. The salesperson came over quickly with a pair in his hands. Look at the price, $188,888. Nan Zi's eyes widened and she quickly said, Nanfeng, this is too expensive, let me choose this pair. The pair of shoes chosen by Gu Nanfeng are very eye-catching. Women all like beautiful things, and she is no exception. But the price is also very high. Nan Zi feels it is not worth it. The ring is just a form of ceremony, a symbol, there is no need to buy something so expensive. Gu Nanfeng shook his head, I think this pair looks better. Zi, it will look great on you. Come, let me try it on for you to see if it fits. Nanzi hid her hands behind her back and said, "No, this is too expensive. Buy this pair for me." Gu Nanfeng smiled, "No, have you forgotten? I said I would give you my best. My ability is limited now. When I save enough money in the future, I will buy something more beautiful and shiny." Although she didn't want Gu Nanfeng to waste money, when she heard his deep affection, Nanzi felt as sweet as honey in her heart. Gu Nanfeng took her hand domineeringly, took out a women's ring and put it on her. The size is just right. Nanzi is beautiful, with slender hands, and her beauty is breathtaking. After putting on the ring, I couldn't help but compare it with others, and it sparkled under the light. So beautiful. Too beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. The salesperson has been working in the jewelry industry for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such beautiful hands in such a beautiful woman. Ah, I'm so envious. The biggest flaw of that face is that it's not on my face. Gu Nanfeng smiled, "It's really beautiful, Ziyi, you are so beautiful. Can you put it on for me? Maybe this is fate." The men's size is also very suitable. Nanzi put the ring on Gu Nanfeng's finger with a blushing face. He has long and slender fingers, and his every move touches people's hearts. Gu Nanfeng is already extremely handsome, and now with the embellishment of the ring he looks even more handsome. He was very satisfied with the results. "Say to the salesperson, let's get this pair." The salesperson smiled brightly, "Okay sir, I'll pack it for you right away. My lady, your fiancé dotes on you so much. May you live long and long." Oh my god, Gu Nanfeng's words are so sweet. I bought a ring worth 188,000 yuan just like that. I'll save money and buy a bigger and more dazzling one later. Who doesn't love such a doting man? Nanzi wanted to fight for it again, but Gu Nanfeng was firm. "Wife, just buy this pair. Look, don't we look perfect together? This is fate. But the price is so expensive." Jiang Yu gave Gu Nanfeng 200,000 yuan. Wow, they spent almost 190,000 in one go. Would she feel that she is being materialistic by buying such expensive things? Nanzi is worried that Jiang Yu will have a bad impression of her. Gu Nanfeng planned to buy other jewelry for Nanzi, but Nanzi said she didn't want any. After putting on the ring, she kept pulling Gu Nanfeng out of the door to prevent him from spending again. However, what they didn't know was, the two had just left the jewelry store. As soon as I stepped out of the front door, Liao Yuyue and her little sister came in from another door. The little sister had sharp eyes and saw the backs of Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi at a glance. Fuck, the road of enemies is narrow. Yue, I saw Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi. They seem to be here to buy jewelry. Damn it, why are they here? Does he have money? Liao Yuyue also saw it. Although it was only his back, the sisters could all recognize Gu Nanfeng. How could she not recognize it? Before we broke up, he never brought me to a place like this. Why did you bring Nanzi here? Liao Yuyue stomped her feet in anger. The little sister saw her displeasure and snorted, "It's nothing special to come here to buy jewelry. He must know that there is a promotion at the jewelry store today, 30% off everything, and he brought Nanzi here to show off. She definitely can't buy any expensive jewelry. At most, she can buy cheap stuff worth a few $100s. Yuyue, there's no need for you to be jealous of her. Didn't the old lady give you a red envelope of 10,000 yuan? Let's buy her an expensive one to piss her off to death." That's right, Gu Nanfeng must have known that the gold shop was holding an event today, so he brought that silly woman here. Ha, this habit of mine is very bad. Nanzi should be envious of me. What kind of expensive jewelry can a poor loser like Gu Nanfeng buy even if he comes to a jewelry store? 1 or 200? A few hundred? 1,000 at most? It's different for me. With 10,000 yuan in my hand, I can buy whatever I want. The salesperson saw the two people whispering, as if they were talking about Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi who had just left. Curious, he stepped forward and asked, "Two ladies, do you know the gentleman and lady who just left?" Liao Yuyue subconsciously wanted to shake his head. As a result, her little sister spoke first, "I know them. We are from the same school as them. Sister, we want to ask, what kind of jewelry did Gu Nanfeng buy just now? Is there 500 yuan? They are still students." The sales lady shook her head and said enviously, 500? No. They bought a wedding ring, 188,888. Is that little brother called Gu Nanfeng? What a nice name. This alumnus of yours dotes on his fiancée. Wedding ring, 188,888. Upon hearing the price, Liao Yuyue and her sisters were stunned. Chapter 50, Divorce is Impossible, We Must Be Together Forever. 188,888. How does Gu Nanfeng have so much money? Ordinary students don't have such a large credit limit when swiping their credit cards. The salesperson looked at the two stunned people and nodded again to confirm. It's 188,888 indeed. Mr. Gu's fiancé was originally planning to buy another pair for 4,888, but then Mr. Gu bought this pair. Mr. Gu's fiancé should be very famous in your school. She is so beautiful, with a great figure and temperament. She is a perfect match for Mr. Gu. Liao Youyue's mouth twitched. She never expected that Gu Nanfeng actually bought Nan Ziyi a wedding ring worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh my god, she thought the other party came for the event. I would have bought a few hundred or 1,000 at most, but I ended up spending so much. Where did he get so much money? Stolen or robbed? Here, the salesperson was still beaming with joy. Mr. Gu is so handsome, like he came out of a cartoon. He's handsome, and he treats his girlfriend so well. I wish I had someone like him. The more the salesperson talked, the more uncomfortable Liao Yuyue felt. She pulled the little sister beside her and said, "Come on, let's catch up with him and ask him where he got so much money." After saying that, she pulled her little sisters and ran out the door. Unfortunately, when they chased out the door, they only saw the taillights of a Lexus LM. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi had already got into the nanny car and left. Liao Yuyue looked at the taillights of the car and went crazy. Damn it, where does Gu Nanfeng get his money from? Since he could afford so much money to buy the ring this time, it definitely wasn't rented. It doesn't look like he had colluded with the salesperson in advance to fool Nan Ziyi. There is only one truth, that is, Gu Nanfeng really has 188,000 to buy a ring. Liao Yuyue is so crazy. How can Gu Nanfeng be rich? How can he be rich? If I leave him, he should become more and more of a loser. Can't you just lie down on the ground quietly? Why should you get angry at yourself? The better Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi lived, the more uncomfortable she felt. Even the 10,000 yuan that the old man transferred to her is not worth it now. At the same time, inside the gold shop, although Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi had left, people were still talking about it. Oh my god, is that little brother called Gu Nanfeng? What a nice name. He's actually still a college student, and he dotes on his fiancée. I wish I had a fiancé like this. I would wake up laughing in my dreams. He's so handsome, especially when he smiles. Hey, did you notice that his eyes are so sweet when he looks at his fiancée? Ah, maybe this is love. I'm 99% envious. Wow. He bought a ring worth 180,000 yuan just like that. The guy in my family even thought a sanitary napkin was too expensive. Damn, he is nothing compared to him. The big pig trotter in our family is the same. Not only is he not as handsome as others, but he is also very stingy. Oh, I won't say anymore. It's sad. All the good men belong to others. Liao Yuyue had just calmed down and walked into the gold shop with her sisters. Prepare to calm down by shopping. But when he heard the salesman's discussions, his face turned ugly again. The other side. In the nanny car. Nan Ziyi looked at the ring on her ring finger and felt uneasy. What a family. They actually bought a ring worth 180,000 yuan. Why did I get so hot-headed just now and let Gu Nanfeng make the decision on his own? Why can't I just keep persisting? If he dies, Gu Nanfeng's parents will definitely think he is materialistic. Gu Nanfeng seemed to know what she was thinking and said with a smile. Ziyi, money is earned to be spent. What we bought was gold, which is equivalent to exchanging money for gold and wearing it on our hands. We didn't spend money indiscriminately. Besides, I just spent my own money. I haven't touched the money my mother gave me yet. I'll pay her back when I have time. Don't feel pressured. Relax, your husband, am rich and will definitely be able to raise you and the baby to be plump and healthy. But Nan Ziyi thought that even if Gu Nanfeng spent his own money, spending nearly 200,000 at once was a lot, and she felt burdened. Ding, congratulations to Gu Nanfeng for giving the mother of the triplets a love ring. The cash prize is 200,000 yuan. While Nan Ziyi was still struggling, the voice of the system sounded in Gu Nanfeng's mind. Buy a ring and get a reward of 200,000. Is this also possible? The system is so considerate. Gu Nanfeng was very happy. With the savings he had now, he should be able to buy a car for Nanzi. I'll buy one for my dad later. The more Gu Nanfeng thought about it, the happier he became. I arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau in a happy mood. After parking the car, the two walked towards the gate. It was Nanzi's first time here, and she was shocked to see so many people queuing in the hall. Oh my god, so many people are getting married. Gu Nanfeng smiled brightly, took her hand and said cheerfully, "Now let's go, there's one more couple." There were unexpectedly many people in the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, Nanzi soon discovered the difference. Because she saw that some people had sad faces, and the people who followed her seemed to have a deep hatred with them. Gu Nanfeng secretly told him that these people were probably here to get a divorce. Nanzi's heart suddenly tightened. Looking at the profile of the man beside her, Nanzi subconsciously clenched his palm. He and I won't end up like this in the future, right? No, Nanzi believes that one tea happen. Gu Nanfeng is different from other men. Feeling Nanzi's uneasiness, Gu Nanfeng's expression was gentle. What's wrong? Are you scared? Nanzi looked at his charming eyes like stars and shook her head. No. Gu Nanfeng grabbed her hand and placed it in front of them and smiled. Zi, we will be together forever and ever. Forever and ever. Nanzi murmured to herself, and soon put aside all her worries. She nodded with a smile on her face. Yes, we will be together forever. Seeing that the two men had just arrived and didn't know anything, a staff member came forward to guide them. Following the staff's instructions, Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi began to fill out information and copy documents. We will also have to take a photo for the marriage certificate later. Okay, go take the photos, come back and fill in the information, and I'll stamp it. Both of them are very good looking, so there is no need for them to wear makeup. Even if you were shooting close up without makeup, there is no blind spot at all in 360 degrees. Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi sat on the bench, with the photographer directing in the front. Okay, sit closer, smile, and laugh a little more. Yes, that's it. Keep it up. Look at me. The ID photo was taken much faster than Nanzi had imagined. Within a few minutes, the staff asked them to sign and fill in the information. The staff looked at the two of them and asked in a serious tone. Mr. Gu Nanfeng, have you really decided to marry Ms. Nanzi as your wife? Ms. Nanzi, are you sure you are ready to marry Mr. Gu Nanfeng and make him your husband? I do. I've thought about it. Gu Nanfeng and Nanzi looked determined and responded almost in unison. Chapter 51. Dear Mr. Brain, are we getting married? Seeing the determined looks in the two people's eyes, the staff who processed the certificates were relieved. Once the seal is stamped, the ceremony is complete. When she walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding the red book, Nanzi had a feeling of unreality. Oh my god, I actually got the marriage certificate. Got married. I haven't even graduated from university yet. So magical. Nanzi tilted her head and asked excitedly, we are getting the marriage certificate now? Gu Nanfeng nodded brightly, yes. I've already got the certificate. Does that mean we are husband and wife now? It's a must, my dear wife. Dear wife? Ah, that sounds so weird. Is it strange, my dear wife? Dear brain woman. Gu Nanfeng smiled brightly, and Nanzi smiled with pursed lips. Gu Nanfeng, don't be like this, it's so corny. Is it corny, my dear wife? I don't think so. Nanzi burst into laughter and felt a toothache from the sourness. Then, shall I call you husband? What else? But you can also call me handsome, my dear handsome husband. You can call me your majesty, or your beloved, whatever. Nanzi laughed like crazy. It turns out that Gu Nanfeng has this side. Is this what it feels like to be married? It seems pretty good. Yes, my dear husband. Gu Nanfeng took her hand and said, Wife, I will hold your hand and grow old with you. Nanzi looked at him with a smile, yes. I will hold your hand and grow old with you. Nanfeng, let's hold hands and walk forward 99 steps. Nanzi extended the invitation in a happy mood. Gu Nanfeng had no objection. He held Nanzi's hand and walked forward 99 steps for a long time. 1, 2, 3, 99. It's over, honey, I love you. Handsome husband, I love you too. Wife, you look so beautiful when you smile. Let's go home. The babies are still waiting for them at home. Holding the red book, Nanzi's heart felt heavy and sweet. To celebrate getting his marriage certificate, Gu Nanfeng bought a lot of food on the way home. We have to make a big dinner tonight to celebrate. Ding, congratulations to the host and Nanzi for getting married, so that the triplets can have a complete family, and the reward is 1 million in cash. Just after coming out of the supermarket with Nanzi after buying groceries, Gu Nanfeng heard the system's voice again in his mind. 1 million. 1 million. Gu Nanfeng was shocked. This is the largest cash reward the system has ever given. Great, the deposit amount has increased significantly again. Return to Swan Community. As soon as the door opened, Nanzi couldn't wait to find the babies. Although she and Gu Nanfeng didn't stay out for long this time. But the babies have been with her since they were born, and she has missed them during this time away. Who would have thought that these 3 heartless kids didn't miss their mother at all? Jiang Yu is making them laugh happily in the crib. Perhaps it is the connection between mother and child. As soon as Nanzi entered the room, the little kids all looked towards the door. When they saw their mother, the 3 little ones looked at her blankly with their grape-like eyes. The next second, Erbo started crying loudly. Obviously, the little crybaby is thinking of his mother now. I want a hug from my mom. Yang Yang and Xingxing were also infected by the crying, and they cried to Nanzi with whimpers. Nanzi was relieved. Well, my little baby still misses mommy. The heart that has just been hurt is now bright again. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu was moved by the cuteness of her little grandchildren. Returned to mother's familiar arms. The 3 little guys automatically looked for milk to drink as if they were equipped with radar. Nanzi was amused. Why are you in such a hurry? If you don't know, you'd think your mom had been starving you for days. Yeah, stopped to look at her mother while eating. The little princess smiled at her mother, then continued to throw her rations and concentrate on eating. Nanzi asked about the baby's situation at home. Auntie, do the babies cry when I'm not home? Jiang Yu looked at the ring on her hand and joked, you still call me auntie? Don't cry, the babies are so good. If someone else were taking care of the babies, they might cry, but who is Jiang Yu? The obstetrician and gynecologist is great, and has a lot of experience in taking care of babies. Not to mention my own grandson. Nanzi blushed and forgot to change her words. She called out softly, Mom. Hey, good boy. Ziyi, it's a blessing for our Nanfeng to marry you. If he dares to bully you in the future, tell Mom and see how I'll deal with him. Jiang Yu liked her daughter-in-law more and more. Nanzi pursed her lips, Mom, Nanfeng won't bully me, he treats me very well. Jiang Yu smiled, don't speak for him. No matter what, remember that Mom will always make the decision for you. Nanzi was touched. She could feel that Jiang Yu was kind to her from the bottom of her heart. She used to worry about the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues. Now she just thinks, it's great to have a mother-in-law. With their mother around, the 3 little cuties feel safe and are even more excited than before. Jiang Yu didn't ask Nanzi how much the ring cost. Hearing the noise coming from the kitchen, she knew her son was cooking, so she went over to help. Where's the red book? Did you have a smooth trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau? It's in Ziyi's bag. If you want to see it later, ask her for it. It went pretty smoothly. Mom, I'm married. When Jiang Yu heard her son say that he had started a family, she looked at him blankly. She had an urge to cry. It's good to have a family. Now that you have a family, you have responsibilities. Ziyi is a good child. You should live a good life and treat her well in the future, okay? Mom, I know. Mom, I will treat you and Dad well. You and Dad worked hard to raise me, and I haven't had the chance to be filial to you yet. When I make a lot of money in the future, I'll buy you a big villa and take you to London for a trip. Mom, haven't you always wanted to go to London? I'll take you there when I have the chance. Jiang Yu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said unhappily, you little bastard, you're still making empty promises to your mother, aren't you? Mom doesn't need a big villa, and I don't want to go out to play, as long as you are safe and sound. People say that a son forgets his mother when he gets a wife. But he was very filial to his parents because this piece of flesh fell from his body. I still remember the places I always wanted to go. I still have my mother in my heart. This made Jiang Yu very happy. The mother and son chatted while they were busy, and Gu Nanfeng asked intentionally or unintentionally. Mom, working in a hospital is so hard, have you ever thought about changing jobs? Why, you want Mom to quit her job so you can support me? Gu Nanfeng smiled, sure. Mom, how about your son opening a shop to support you? Open a shop? Jiang Yu frowned and stopped washing vegetables. Are you planning to start a business, open a store? My son's sudden words proved that he must have an idea. The problem is that I've never heard him mention it. Chapter 52, Dr. Jiang is so worried. His son wants to start a business. What if he loses money? My son is becoming more and more opinionated now and he won't discuss anything with him. Starting a business is a high-risk project. He has worked hard to build up his current fortune. What if he loses all his money by mistake when starting his own business? Jiang Yu's heart was beating very fast. She is very satisfied with her son's current life. To be honest, she doesn't approve of starting a business. But since her son had this idea, Jiang Yu would not pour cold water on her in person. What kind of store are you planning to open? Didn't you say you had to take care of the babies? How do you have time to start a business? Gu Nanfeng could sense his mother's concerns and explained while picking vegetables. Mom, I'll still take care of the babies, but I can find time to open the store. You and Dad can help me manage it then, and I won't have to do it myself in the store every day. Me and your dad? Jiang Yu was suspicious. But they don't know how to manage. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, Mom, it's very easy. As long as one of you stays in the store and takes care of purchasing and cashiering, I will hire someone else to do the rest. Jiang Yu frowned even deeper. Tell Mom what you want to do? Based on her son's cooking skills, Jiang Yu thought he was going to open a restaurant. But she guessed wrong. Gu Nanfeng said what he was thinking. Mom, I plan to open a children's clothing store, what do you think? Children's clothing store? Are you sure? Sure, I've thought about it. But do you have a source of supply? Gu Nanfeng shook his head and said no, but these can all be found on the internet. And as my mother is an obstetrician and gynecologist, she should know something about this. The profit margins on children's clothing are notoriously high. Children's clothes are only the size of a palm, but they can even be more expensive than those for adults. If it is children's clothing plus milk powder sales, the profit will be even greater. Seeing that her son was getting more and more excited, Jiang Yu was afraid that he would become impulsive. I had to pour cold water on him. You need a shop to open a business. Do you have a shop? The rent for ordinary locations is so high now, not to mention those in good locations. I heard from my colleagues that every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and all the money they earn goes to rent. Jiang Yu's expression became more serious. My son opened a children's clothing store. Is this okay? I just got the marriage certificate and I'm already starting to make trouble. Alas, it doesn't make it any easier for me as a mother. Gu Nanfeng said there was no need to worry about the shop. Mom, I own a shop, so I don't need to rent one. You don't have to pay rent in the future. You just need to renovate the shop, find a good source of goods, and then hire someone to do the sales work. We don't have to rent, so we can save a lot of money. My son can still afford the salary of employees and the purchase of goods. Have your own shop. Are these words very niche? Jiang Yu seemed to have heard something out of the ordinary. She was stunned and asked, You said you own a shop? No rent required? Gu Nanfeng nodded. Mom, I do have a shop, it's on Chaoyang Commercial Street. This tone, this expression. Why does Jiang Yu feel so familiar? The last time he talked about buying a house and a car, he used this same tone. Is this true? Jiang Yu took a breath subconsciously. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Do you have a shop on Chaoyang Commercial Street? Gu Nanfeng nodded. Yes, I just bought it not long ago. I plan to open a children's clothing store there. Mom, what do you think of that position? Good. Great. The location is simply amazing. Chaoyang Commercial Street is one of the most prosperous business districts in Dongdu, with a large flow of people and an unquestionable location. But land there is very expensive. When did my son buy a shop there? Where did he get such a large sum of money? Jiang Yu was puzzled. Gu Nanfeng smiled. Mom, I'll take you and Dad to the shop some other day. Jiang Yu nodded subconsciously. Judging from the situation, my son really bought a shop. Are you really sure you want to open a children's clothing store? Okay, I've been a doctor for many years, and I know a few manufacturers that specialize in children's clothing. I'll call them and ask for you later. Your Aunt Huang and the others should know some of them. I'll ask them when I get back to work. Okay, thanks, Mom. Jiang Yu glared at him. Look at how big this kid is. He really causes her a lot of worry. Why can't you just live a down-to-earth life? Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Gu Nanfeng chuckled. It turns out that my biological mother loves me the most. In the master bedroom, Nan Ziyi, who was holding her baby and feeding him, vaguely heard the conversation between the two. Gu Nanfeng wants to open a children's clothing store? He bought his own shop? Is my husband a money printing machine? How come he has everything? The house, the car, and now the shop. Nan Ziyi felt that sometimes she simply couldn't see through Gu Nanfeng. Jiang Yu was worried, so after dinner, she asked Nan Ziyi for their marriage certificate. After taking photos and recording videos, he left in a hurry. Nan Ziyi was surprised. She didn't expect the other party to leave so soon. Gu Nanfeng smiled. Mom, she should have gone to discuss opening a store with Dad. Nan Ziyi's expression showed, I see. Gu Nanfeng told Jiang Yu everything he had talked about in the kitchen from beginning to end. Wife, I want to open a children's clothing store. Do you support me? Support. Nanfeng, husband, I believe you. Her husband is so outstanding, Nan Ziyi feels that he will succeed no matter what he does. Gu Nanfeng asked curiously, aren't you worried that I'll lose money? If we fail, we'll have nothing. If there's nothing left, then there's nothing left. As long as you're with me and the babies, that's enough. Compared to money, Nan Ziyi cares more about Gu Nanfeng's company. Gu Nanfeng felt warm in his heart. Wife, I will work hard to make the children's clothing store a success. I'll let you and your babies live a better life in the future. I'll buy you brand name bags and the most beautiful and fun toys for the babies. Gu Nanfeng was as happy as a child. Nan Ziyi smiled. The man said that after making money, he thought of himself and his babies, and his parents, but not himself. The children's father is a very kind and warm person. Nan Ziyi likes the feeling of being with Gu Nanfeng. Very comfortable and relaxing. There is always someone who makes people feel like spring breeze. And the man in front of him is exactly this kind of person. Nan Ziyi felt that she was very lucky to have met Gu Nanfeng. The other side. After Jiang Yu left Swan Community, she immediately called Gu Honglang. Hey, Lao Gu, are you still at work? Go home and don't go to work today. On the other end of the phone, Gu Honglang was startled when he heard the voice coming from the phone. I'm at work, honey, what happened? Did Nanfeng and Ziyi have trouble getting their marriage certificate? Gu Honglang was worried and stood up from his seat. Their marriage certificate went smoothly. They have received their red certificate and bought the ring. But I have another matter I want to discuss with you, about our son. He said he wanted to start a business and open a children's clothing store. Chapter 53, The Baby's First Photo Shoot. Prepare to start a business and open a store. Gu Honglang and Jiang Yu had similar reactions. My son has finally got the living conditions he has now, so he must not ruin it. The risk of starting a business is so high. He no longer had the heart to go to work and rushed home to ask about Jiang Yu's situation. At the same time, in the Swan Community, Nan Ziyi is watching Douyin. Suddenly she seemed to have discovered something and happily found Gu Nanfeng. The babies are already more than a month old. I saw a lot of full moon photos taken by children online. They are so cute. Should we take a group photo of the children as well? The babies are still young, so take more photos now so that you can look at them when they grow up. Gu Nanfeng's eyes lit up. Let's look for it online. It would be best if you can find someone to come and take photos. The triplets are just over a month old, and it feels safer to take pictures of them at home. Hard work pays off, they finally found it. There is a company that can take photos at customers' homes, and the two of them can read customer reviews. The reputation is very good, the only drawback is the high fees. But now, for Gu Nanfeng, he is willing to spend any amount of money as long as it is for the babies. The couple called the official phone number of the photography studio. The other end picked up quickly. Hello, sir. Do you need an artistic photo taken for your baby? Yes, can you come to our house to shoot? Our baby is still young. Sure, where is your home? I'm at 701, 7th floor, Building 5, Tianyi Community, Lingjing Road, Taoyuan District. Okay, sir, what time do you want to meet tomorrow? Is 10 o'clock in the morning convenient for you? Okay, we'll arrange for the photographer and staff to go there in advance. Sir, can I reach you with this number? Can. Okay, I'll save your phone number and see you tomorrow. After setting a time to take the full moon photos, new parents can't help but feel happy. A lot of good things happened today. Gu Nanfeng took me to buy a ring and put it on me. Then the two went to get their marriage certificate and took photos for their marriage certificate. Later, Gu Nanfeng decided to open a store and start a business. Now they have made an appointment to take full month photos for the baby. Nan Ziyi took a long breath and felt very happy. It was past 5 in the afternoon. Nan Ziyi asked Gu Nanfeng to move the children to the balcony so that the little ones could bask in the sun and replenish calcium. In the evening, Gu Nanfeng prepared a sumptuous meal to celebrate their marriage certificate. Zhang Yu and Gu Hongleng also rushed over. A family of 7 had a happy meal. A new day. The couple got up early. Nan Ziyi wore a French floral dress with 3-dimensional floral embroidery, which added a homely and elegant feel. At 9:40, people from the photography company had already arrived at the entrance of the community. There were 3 people in total. 1 photographer and 2 assistants. The assistant helped by preparing the costumes and props. They were very good at protecting customers and brought them some small gifts. Gu Nanfeng went to pick them up. Come if you want, no need to bring gifts. The photographer said that this was an activity for their company to give back to customers, and every customer would get one. Several people chatted as they walked. After opening the door, they were all stunned when they saw Nan Ziyi and the triplets. Oh my god, what a beautiful young mother. Wow, the triplets are super cute too. Although the triplets were much smaller than other babies of the same age when they were born. But during this period, Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi took good care of them. Now he is white and plump, and has caught up with babies of the same age. All 5 members of the family have divine looks. The photographer and her assistants were so envious. When they first met Gu Nanfeng, they were stunned by her beauty. Now, I was shocked by his wife and children again. The photographer was moved to tears by the beauty. She has been working in the photography industry for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen such a good-looking family. The photographer praised the couple and their babies in various ways. She is not flattering, but telling the truth. The triplets inherited Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi's good looks, and have changed a lot since they were born. Now it's cuter and its expressions are more vivid. These 3 little babies are so adorable, you can't get enough of them. Mr. Gu, Ms. Nan, this is the package for our baby's full month photo. It's $5.99, $799, $9.99, $29.99, $39.99, $4,999. The number of costumes and photos varies, and the prices are also different. It depends on which one you choose. Gu Nanfeng asked curiously, if I choose the $49.99 meal plan, do I need to buy a meal plan for each of my 3 babies? The photographer shook his head. No need to buy extra for the other 2 babies. The price is the same for 3 children. When Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi heard it, it seemed very good. They thought they had to buy a meal kit for each baby. Open the promotional album given by the photographer. Oh my god, I'm so melted by the baby above. There are so many angel babies, and my mood can't help but improve when I see them. Why is that? Is this the power of cuteness and adorableness? The new parents can't wait to take photos of their triplets. Yang Yang, Yaya and Xingxing will definitely be cuter and more adorable in their photos. Finally, Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi unanimously decided to choose a $49.99 meal set for the children. The price is $49.99, and a family portrait is also included. The photographer suggested that they could take a group photo of themselves and their children. Gu Nanfeng asked, when can we shoot? The photographer replied, we can shoot now, but our costumes and props are still in the car, and the security guards wouldn't let us drive in just now. We can start filming once the set tools and costumes are brought up. Mr. Gu, could you please talk to the security guard? Gu Nanfeng nodded, of course, no problem. There were strangers in the house, and the little kids watched curiously. The grape-like puzzled looks were so cute that it made you bleed. Nan Ziyi kissed their little faces. While interacting with them for his own amusement, he waited for Gu Nanfeng to bring the people from the photo studio up again. The photography team is very efficient. After the car drove into the community, the scenery and costumes were quickly prepared. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi were concerned about the clothes the babies were wearing and reached out to touch the fabric of the clothes. If the quality of the clothes is not good, what if the baby's delicate skin is pricked? Their concerns are understandable. The photographer smiled. Our company's clothes are all from big brands. We have been working with them for a long time, so we use the best materials. Every piece of clothing has been sterilized at high temperatures, so babies won't be allergic to it. You can feel the fabrics and see if they are very soft and fit the baby's delicate skin perfectly. The couple felt it and dispelled their worries. After the assistant had set up the venue, he brought the little ones over. The task of dressing was given to Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi. Chapter 54. Woohoo, I'm so good at choosing a husband. The triplets' first costume was a white bunny. The little white rabbit suit is placed on a grooved mat and lies on its stomach. There are two cute toy carrots next to it. The bones of the little ones, who were over a month old, were still very soft, so the photographer took pictures of the three little ones separately first. The cute babies have curious expressions and they still don't know what happened. Wow, do they know how cute they are? The photographer's heart melted as he pressed the shutter. After taking photos individually, they then asked Nan Ziyi and Nan Ziyi to hold them together. Three little rabbits are playing together. Belle was interested in Erbao's radish and reached out to grab it. The lovely moments were recorded one by the photographer. The first set of clothes was soon finished. Then the photographer asked his assistant to quickly change the background and prepare new clothes. This time the background becomes a forest, river, and flowers. The little cuties are placed in a lying position with small wreaths on their heads. The look of the child of the forest is now complete. The three little angels standing together look so cute. Yang Yang cooperates well with his younger brother and sister. The photographer praised them as the most well-behaved baby she had ever seen, and they didn't make any noise at all. And the sense of lens is very strong. The following is in oil painting style, with a vase ornament next to it, and the ground is covered with retro textile sand and rose petals. During this time, the little ones got hungry. Nan Ziyi took the baby back to the master bedroom to feed him. After burping them, Gu Nanfeng looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock and it was time for lunch. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said, "Have lunch first, and then continue after you are full." The photographer smiled and said, "Okay, let's go out to eat first and come back later." Gu Nanfeng said politely, "Stay here and eat. I just happened to be making lunch." The photographer wanted to refuse, but the two assistants looked interested. They all wanted to taste what the food cooked by the handsome guy tasted like. The photographer's mouth twitched. It seems that he needs to give them a lesson when he gets back. How can I eat at a client's home? He was just being polite, but she took it seriously. Gu Nanfeng smiled and said it was okay, I can cook quickly, stay and eat with us. Nan Ziyi also said, "Yes, you have worked so hard for so long, it will be so tiring to go out to eat, just eat here. Eat and rest for a while." Having said that, the photographer did not refuse. He glanced at the two assistants without leaving a trace. The two men also realized that something was wrong, and like children who had made a mistake, they didn't dare to look her in the eye. But when they smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen, they felt that staying was the right choice. An assistant ran to the kitchen door and looked inside. The next second my eyes were stunned. Oh my god. Mr. Gu looks so handsome when he cooks. Flowing like water. Like a work of art. Smells so good. This was the most delicious smell of food they had ever smelled. He is so handsome and his cooking skills are so good. Woohoo, I envy Nan Ziyi. She is so good at choosing a husband. Smelling the food, the photographer swallowed subconsciously. Anyone who can afford to buy a house in Swan community is not short of money. She really couldn't imagine that Gu Nanfeng, who looked so young, could actually cook. This time, Gu Nanfeng cooked dishes for 3 more people. 7 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, all ready in less than half an hour. After cleaning up the kitchen, Gu Nanfeng asked everyone to wash their hands before eating. The 3 photographers couldn't wait any longer. What a surprise! When I go out on business, I can actually eat the most delicious food. I was so moved that I burst into tears. The smell is extremely tempting. When they put the food in their mouths, the 3 photographers clapped their chins excitedly. OMG, it's so delicious that my jaw is about to drop. Mr. Gu, the food you cook is super delicious. I used to think that chefs from 5-star hotels were the best, but now I realize how superficial I was. Mr. Gu, if you open a restaurant with your cooking skills, the line of people waiting to eat there would stretch all the way to Paris. I have never eaten such delicious food. Tears welled up in my eyes. Tears streamed down my face. If Gu Nanfeng opens a restaurant in the future, they said they would go there to eat every day. They became more and more envious of Nan Ziyi. Gu Nanfeng smiled, "Eat more if it suits your appetite." The three of them nodded continuously. They said that as long as Gu Nanfeng didn't stop them, they could finish all the food on the table. Nan Ziyi ate elegantly and smiled the whole time. She couldn't help but feel happy when she saw others praising her husband. After finishing the meal, the three photographers subconsciously touched their bellies. Oh no, my pants suddenly became thinner. They're a bit tight. What should I do? The triplets now have their own biological clocks. They all fell asleep shortly after I burped them. Gu Nanfeng asked the three photographers to rest in the living room and continue taking pictures after the children woke up. The three photographers felt embarrassed and said they would go downstairs and return to the car to rest, and come back up after the babies woke up. It was already 2:30 when the three little ones opened their eyes again. After receiving the message, the three photographers came again. Shooting starts at 3 o'clock sharp. Gu Nanfeng and Nan Ziyi also participated this time. The 5 members of the family are all very good looking, and every frame is full of stunningness. The little ones are more lively after their nap than in the morning. Their big watery eyes will look curiously. Although their eyesight is not well developed at this time, the things they see are very blurry. The feeling of breaking up is just like this, not as sad as the legend says. Their confused, blinking and pouting expressions were all captured by the photographer, who recorded them frantically with the shutter. Finally, we took a family photo of 5 people. The couple placed the babies in the middle and they sat on both sides. After the shooting was over, I gave them water and milk. After finishing the work, Nan Ziyi looked at the photos in the photographer's camera with great interest. Looking at the cute person in the camera, Nan Ziyi was so cute that she was bleeding. Ha ha ha, in this picture, what is Debao doing? Is he yawning or pouting? He looks like a little confused. Nanfeng, come and see this, Yeye's smile is so healing. Xingxing's arm is on her sister's hand, how can he do that? Wow, what do I want to do with every photo in my camera? But the number of photos in the package is limited. Nan Ziyi asked, we also want other photos, how much do you want? The photographer smiled and said, the babies are so cute, we don't need to retouch them. I'll charge you 10 yuan for each photo. Do you think you can accept that? It was only 10 yuan per ticket, and Nan Ziyi's eyes lit up. Look at Gu Nanfeng and ask for his opinion. Gu Nanfeng also wanted to keep them all, so he naturally had no objection. Okay, help us develop all the photos, we want them all. The photographer nodded and said that they would produce the finished film as soon as possible. In fact, with the extra 10 yuan for each photo, the photo studio doesn't make any money at all, but they got to eat such delicious food today. Since the triplets were so cute, the photographer decided to give them this discount. Finally, she thought for a moment and spoke again. Mr. Gu, Ms. Nan, when the babies are 100 days old, if you still want to take pictures of them, you can come to us. I will give you a 30% discount.